Microsoft Excel is one of the most important and powerful tools when it comes to data analysis. Almost every company, whether it is finance, marketing, sales, operations, or HR, uses Excel to work with data. And in this complete and detailed course, we are going to learn Excel from absolute scratch. And step by step, we will move all the way to advanced topics like formulas, important Excel functions, pivot tables, dashboards, and even query. By the end of this course, you will be able to build a professional portfolio dashboard where you can analyze data. For example, a call center data set and visualize the results in a clean, Microsoft Excel is one of the most important and powerful tools when it comes to data analysis. Almost every company, whether it is finance, marketing, sales, operations, or HR, uses Excel to work with data. And in this complete and detailed course, we are going to learn Excel from absolute scratch. And step by step, we will move all the way to advanced topics like formulas, important Excel functions, pivot tables, dashboards, and even query. By the end of this course, you will be able to build a professional portfolio dashboard where you can analyze data. For example, a call center data set and visualize the results in a clean, interactive, and beautiful way. We will also learn how to automate data cleaning and transformation using Power Query, which is one of the most powerful features of Excel. Now let's begin with the basics. When you open Excel for the first time, it may look simple, but it is extremely powerful. The screen is divided into three main areas. At the top, you have the ribbon. This is where all the tools and commands are available. In the center, you have this large grid area. This grid has rows and columns. Rows are the horizontal lines with numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4. Columns are the vertical lines with letters like A, B, C, D. Where a row and a column meet, that is called a cell. A cell is where you enter your data. You can type numbers, text, dates, formulas, or even insert images. And this entire grid is organized into sheets. At the bottom, you can see sheet tabs. You can add multiple sheets, rename them, and organize your work properly. This is how Excel stores and manages data. But this is just the beginning. In this course, we will go far beyond just typing data. You will work on real data sets, you will perform real analysis, and you will build projects that you can confidently add to your portfolio. So without wasting any time, let's get started.
Okay, so let's start with the Excel. Okay, so guys, before I start with the topics, I just wanted to ensure that Excel is pretty much required in the analytics industry. Okay, if you take BI or analytics, whatever you name it, Excel is much required in the real time. If you want to learn any visualization tools like Tableau, Power BI, ClickSense, Excel is must. Okay, whatever you learn it here, 30% of the Excel subject will be there in both a Tableau and Power BI. I'm just giving a heads up. As you're starting with the Excel, this is pretty much the starting step for your analytics journey. Okay, so and also even if you learn SQL, where also you can use your Excel knowledge. Okay, so just a quick introduction to the MS Office versions. You all know that, right? Microsoft Excel is a part of Microsoft Office. So the first version of MS Office was released in 1995, then 1996, and then from 99 it has gone through the several updates. Okay, Microsoft generally release updates on every yearly basis so that we get a newer version. So right now we have, I think, Office 365, that is the latest version. Okay, so you can have let's say for example what version you are supposed to have it in your system. So any version above 2016 is okay, but below that I recommend you to upgrade your version. Don't buy any Office premium suite. Just go to YouTube and search. You will find some cracked versions. If you have 2013 also fine, 2016 also fine, but anything above 2016 is pretty much recommended. Okay, because there are a couple of functions which will be there in the newer versions. I would like to touch upon those functions as well. All right. So moving on, what is Excel? Basically, Excel, you can think of it like a spreadsheet, okay, which is a sheet developed by Microsoft. So in Excel, what do you have? You will have rows and columns, okay. Let me open Excel application. So you can press the Windows button and start typing Excel. Okay, you see this Excel. If you are using older, like Windows, any version before Windows 10, you will have something like all programs. Go to all programs. You will find your Microsoft Office. Inside the Office you will see something like Excel. Okay, these are the steps to open Excel. So right now, which is there on my desktop, so I can straight away open this application. Okay, now see, I have Office 365. Once I open the application, okay, I don't want to talk about theoretical concept as much as possible. I'll try to show practical things. Okay, so this is called the backstage area, guys. Okay, if I press escape, this is the basic Excel screen. Okay, how do you go to the backstage area? Basically, backstage area means which is there uh, behind the Excel home application. If I go to file, this is the backstage area. Okay, here you can insert a new workbook, open a new workbook. You can look at the information, save as, okay, save as PDF, print, share. You can close. You can do all these options. You can open a new blank workbook. You can open existing trackers. Okay, this I'll discuss in detail. Any recently opened workbooks will be shown up here. I want a new Excel workbook, so click on this, double click on this, so that a new workbook will be opened. Okay, so generally here, as I mentioned in previously, the data is going to store in the form of rows and columns. Anything that you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are rows. Okay, rows are always shown one underneath another. Columns will always shown one beside another. So these alphabets represents columns. These rows represents rows. So that's what I mentioned in my PDF. Okay, Excel organizes the data in rows and columns that allow you to do mathematical operations. You can do calculations. Okay, you can do formatting based on the conditions. You can do anything. And yeah, it works on both Windows and Mac OS and Android and iOS. Okay, as I mentioned previously, the first version of Excel was released in 1995. Then after it went through a lot of changes, and therefore we have got a newer versions of Excel. Now, why Excel is used? So you can use Excel for many tasks. Let's say you have a huge data, you wanted to analyze that. For example, I'll open any one sheet where I have a lot of information. I'm just going to the file. I'll try to open any file where I have a lot of information. Okay, I have a file called Sample Superstore. So basically, this is an online stores information. Okay, here you see, we all go to supermarkets and buy different products, right? Where they scan the barcode and store the record. So same information. Okay, I have different orders. Okay, when it is shipped, who is the customer, where did he buy the item? That is geographical details, product information. Okay, and then I have sales quantity, all of that. For example, how many rows are there? If I hold control and down, I'll go to the last row of the data set. So there are around 10,194 records are there. Okay. Now, out of this data, I wanted to analyze how many regions are there. If I go to the column region and, if I just explore this data, I have 4 regions of data, right? So how did I check this? If you just open this drop down, you can see. I wanted to analyze only central data. Just select center and click on OK. If I go to the sales column and select this column, I can see the total sales. So here I'm doing analysis. Okay, I'm analyzing the data, looking at this data. So Excel is used for that analysis purpose. You can also use Excel for data entry. What do I mean by that? For example, I'll go to new Excel blank screen. Okay, I wanted to enter, a student information here. Okay, I'll start typing it. Okay, SNO, student number. Okay, and then I'll type something like a student name. Okay, marks. See, I'm just typing it and come to the cell where you wanted to enter the actual information. Okay, serial number. Okay, done. Now I'll say 1 or 1001, 1002. You can start typing it the way you type it in notepad, the way you type it in phone. Same thing. Here I'll type Naga Santosh. Okay. Ranjit Kumar. Okay. Sri. Okay. This way. I would like to enter some marks 50, 60, 35. Okay. Like this. For example, at any point of time, if you wanted to change this word, let's say I want to replace Naga Santosh with another name. Start typing the new word like this. Okay. If you wanted to modify only this Kumar from Ranjit Kumar, so here you can say double click on it. Okay, or press F2, it will go to the edit mode. You can just select the word that you wanted to replace with Ranjit Nair. Okay, this way I can also type it. So anytime if you wanted to enter the data, you can also use it. Data management. Let's say this is one data set. I wanted to hold another data set. I can have it over here. Okay, as simple as that. So for data management purpose also you can do. You can also even use it for visualization purpose. Okay. In the real world, we don't present the raw data as it is. We create pivot tables, we create charts, we do conditional formatting. Okay, we'll filter the data, we'll sort the data. Lot of data management techniques we are going to perform and then present it. So right now don't want to present it like a simple text. I would like to show it as a chart. So I'll go ahead and insert a chart. See, now Excel is also used to create charts. Again, we all will be doing this in practical. I'm just showing why Excel is used. Excel can also be used for programming. Let's say every day I'm doing a task manually, which requires 10 different steps. You can also write VBA macro coding to automate the task. Again, in Excel, there is a programming called macros. Using macros, any Excel manual task can be automated. And yeah, you can do many other things using Excel. Okay. So why do I need to use Excel? Excel can contain more than 1 million records. Okay, and it is easy to work. You can integrate Excel with SQL. Okay, or any other databases. Okay, you can easily create visuals. You can easily create a pivot tables. In the real world, any technology you work. Okay, when I say any technology, if you're trying to be part of analytics domain, right? Any technology you use, let it be Excel, let it be Excel, MS Access, SQL Server, Tableau, PowerPoint, ClickSense. End of the day, at least 10-20% of your work will be on Excel only. Okay, there are some reports definitely in every organization which can be prepared using Excel only. So you can't avoid Excel. The more Excel you learn, okay, the more other tools, the more easy other tools are going to be. Okay, please keep this in mind. Okay, now we will try to understand the Excel interface. Okay, when you open any Excel application, okay, let me close this off. Okay, when you open any Excel application, right? So the first thing that you see is a menu bar. Okay, what it is, this is a menu bar where you will have each different menu options. Okay, why am I calling menu bar? When you go to any restaurants, when you collect a menu from them, okay, first they'll have a beverages and they'll have starters, veg, non-veg, okay, and curries and ice creams. All them are segregated to different divisions, right? So here also Excel has a menu option where each of these options are going to provide you different sub options. If you take home as an example, under the home you will have formatting options. Okay, so each option provides a different sub options. If you take home, generally under home we'll have the formatting options. But if, for example, if you see here, all these are like a self-explanatory. Okay, font size, okay, font style, background color. This is background color, guys. Whenever you see this, a symbol which is a background color, if you just mouse over also, you can see what it is. See, font color. These are like a borders. Okay, bold, italic, all of that. This is all about the alignment, left alignment, right alignment, center alignment, all those things. Okay, here you have number formatting, and you'll also have conditional formatting, inserting rows, deleting rows, formatting rows and columns. Okay, see here for row height, formatting rows and columns is nothing but like adjusting the row height, adjusting the column width. Okay, renaming the sheet name, moving the sheet, hiding the sheet, all of that. Here you can copy the data down. Okay, copy the data to the left. Okay, all such options. Sorting and filter, we are not going to discuss it over here. Okay, because sorting and filtering is there in a great detail under the data tab. Okay, and then what else we have? This finding. These are the things we are going to talk. And if you go to the insert, under the insert, you are going to have tables, pivot tables, different charts. Okay, and also hyperlinks. Okay, some slicers you can insert it. Page layout is typically useful whenever you wanted to print the page setup. Under formulas, this is a very important section where I'm going to spend most of the time. So I'm going to talk about these two types of functions. Okay, so here you will have a logical functions, a text functions, a date functions, reference functions, I mean lookup and reference functions, mathematical functions. Under data, okay, this is very important. This is called the Power Query. Okay, if any of you are aware of a Power BI, okay, this you would have already heard this word called Power Query. So Power Query is used for ETL activities. Power Query is equal to ETL. That's it. Okay, I'll discuss about this, and you can also learn about sort, filter, okay, data validation, text to columns. Under the review, basically we use this protecting sheet, all of those things. And then view tab is used to print, okay, split the view to the multiple views, and you can uncheck the grid lines. Okay, you can also use a free spins, all of that. Developer tab is, maybe you can't see this on your screen. I have enabled this. This is used to write the VBA macro programming. Okay, all right. This is pretty much about the home, menu bar. File is like a backstage area. Next, just to above this, you have something called quick access toolbar. What it is? This is called quick access toolbar. Okay, quick access toolbar. Okay, what is this quick access toolbar? Any option that you are using very frequently, you can add them to this screen. Okay, something like a bookmarks. Let's say if you see here, every time I wanted to use something called this text to columns. Okay, I'll right click on this. You see, add to quick access toolbar. Notice what is going to happen over here. Okay, I'll simply say add to quick access toolbar. See, I got this quick access toolbar over here. Okay, as simple as that. If you wanted to remove, right click and remove from the quick access toolbar. So any option, if you are using very frequently, you can have them it over here. That is what the quick access toolbar. And here you have a formula bar. For example, here you see 20 and 30 I have. Now I wanted to do the summation. So I'll click on 20. Here you notice you are getting the cell reference. So, okay, plus this cell. So whenever you select the cells, right, you don't see the actual value inside of the cell. There, instead, it is going to show you the reference of that cell. Okay, if I hit enter, I'll get the result. So whatever the formulas that you write, you can see the formulas under the formula bar. Okay, you can write it on the formula bar. That is the one thing. Next one, this is a name box. Whenever you select any cell, okay, this name box is going to show you the cell address. Remember, cell address is a combination of row and column. Okay, cell address is a combination of row plus column. Okay, this is the cell address. For example, if I select all of the cells, this is going to show you the active cell. Active cell means the cell which is showing, which is in the white color. Now here, if you see, I have selected from D4 to, okay, D14. This is called the range. Okay, what do we call? This is called the range. Okay, clear? So this is the cell address. Okay, that you have to remember. So whatever you see it in the alphabets are called columns. Whatever you see it in the numbers, it is called rows. Okay, at the bottom by default you will have only one sheet, but you can click on this plus sign to add as many sheets as you want. On the right hand side you have a zoom bar where you can zoom, and you can also put the screen into multiple views. Okay, but yeah, just keep it into its original. Now, okay, we understood what is row and column, right? So how many rows will be there in Excel? This is the general question. Okay, how many rows and columns in Excel? So this is a general question, guys. Okay, rows are like, you will be having 10,48,576. In another words, it's a 2 power 20. Okay, columns, you will have something like 2 power 14. Okay, you will have something like 2 power 14, 16,000. oops, and 2 power 14. See 16,380, 384. Okay. These are, you can remember it like a 2 power 14. Okay. So these are number of rows and columns. If you go to any cell and press control down here, you can see 10,48,576. But when it comes to the column, the last column is going to be XFD. So you'll have to remember this. Okay. In general, these are the questions that you'll be coming across. Understood? So, okay. Now let's take some data and try playing with the formatting. Okay. We'll try to check a home. Under home, we have a different formatting options now. So let's check that. Okay. I'll be taking a sample data set just to walk you through this. Let me take employee list. Okay, here I have this data. I'm just pasting this data over here. Okay, let me remove some unnecessary columns. Okay, all right. Let's assume this is our data set, guys. This you need to format it using all the formatting options which are there under the home tab. Okay, great. See now here we have different font techniques, right? So let's understand how are we going to work with this. So let's select the data. Okay, for the headers, how did I do this selection? Select from left to right. Okay, you select one cell, use your mouse to select this, or if you wanted to use keyboard shortcut, hold shift key and move on. If you want to select from first to last row, hold control shift and press the right arrow so that it selects the amount of data. So I would like to provide a background color. Background color is nothing but a 4 color. Okay, if you mouse over here, you can see fill color. So go to this and you can provide wide variety of colors. I'll just choose this color. Okay, done. Now that is done. Font color, I wanted to give maybe dark shade of a blue. You can provide that as well. Okay. Next, you want to make it bold. You can absolutely make it bold, and even you can italicize it. Okay. Whenever you apply these options, you can see these buttons are turned on. Okay. Next, here you have a font style. Okay, at any point of time, if you wanted to change this, you can absolutely change this. See, I have modified it. Okay, so whatever the font that you want, okay, whatever makes sense to you, you can always go ahead with that. So if you wanted to increase the column width, you just to put your cursor in between these two columns in anywhere, and you can just drag and drop. See, you can drag right and drag left. The moment you're dragging, you see column width is getting increased. Okay, that way. If you wanted the row height to be increased, put your cursor in between over here. You can increase the row height as well. Okay, makes sense, right? So if you wanted to increase the font size, you click on this capital A, okay, with upper cap, something like this, and this is a lower cap. This will decrease the height of the column, height of the like cell value. Okay, that is a one thing. So all this can be done from here. Okay, if you want to change the color of it, you can change it. Next thing, alignment. Okay, right now all of the text is aligned on the left side, right? So this is the left alignment. See, toggle is turned on. Center alignment. You see, the word is sitting in the center of the cell. Right alignment. I'll make it center. Then how about this? This is like, this is left, right, middle. This is top, center, and bottom. You see, when I click on this, you can see center at the bottom. If you wanted to see this change, you must increase the row height. Then only you can see it very clearly. Okay, this is all about this. Next, here I would like to have one header for all of these cells. Let's say if I say this something like, sales report. Okay, 2025. See, this header is sitting on the left corner of my entire data set. Therefore, it is not looking good, right? I would like to have this, okay, center aligned somewhere over here. To do that, first I'm deleting this text. I will just merge all these cells. Merging is nothing but what? Taking multiple cells and making it as one cell. To do that, you can use this option here, okay? You see merge and center. When I say merge and center, now see this entire cell has become one cell. Do you notice? Now here I'll write something like a sales data analysis, some header like, sales data analysis 2025 to 2026. Done. Now I wanted to make it bold. You can make it bold. You can also provide the same color, or maybe let's have a different color, and I can also make it something like a white. Okay, like this. Maybe I'll just make it red color only. See, this way you can do it. Okay. Now, how about these two options? Okay, these are like indents. Right now, my header, this header is sitting on the center. No, I don't want either on the left side or right side or center. Somewhere here I want. So what you can do, you put align it on the left side. Now you see when I click on this, see it is moving one tab. See, each time I click on it, it will keep on moving. Wherever you want, you just leave it there. So these are called indents. Okay, left indent and right indent, decrease indent and increase indent. Okay. Now let's talk about the merging options. Okay. Let's talk about the merging options. Whenever you are merging, if you can merge two empty cells, okay, you can merge two or more empty cells. Okay. But if you have text in two cells, you should be careful. Okay. Merge across. Okay. Merge across meaning that it will have text on the left side. So these are the different options we have. I'll explain. See, I'll just select these two cells and provide a background color. See, right now these are two individual cells. I'm pressing tab to show you. See, this is D34. If I move it here, it is D43, E43. Now I'll select these two cells. I'll say merge and center. When I'm merging it, this has become one cell. I'll type something like a Microsoft Excel 365. But what if I have something like this? Okay, Microsoft in one cell and in another cell. If I merge these two cells, you see, but if you have text in two cells, you should be careful. Why? Because when I merge the cell, two cells where have the content. See, merging cells will only keep the upper left side value and discard the other values, which is going to remove the right side values. Okay, we should remember that. Now see, I'll say merge and center. Click on OK. See, it's gonna keep only upper left side value. So when you're merging the data within different cells, you should be careful. Okay, what is merge across? If I say merge across, see both the cells will be merged, but whatever I type, the data is going to be aligned on the left hand side. It starts across. Okay. Same way merge cells. If we select two cells and say merge cells, again it will do the merging. Okay. But if you type, it's always going to be on the left side only. So merge cells, merge across always keeps the data from the left side, and merge center will only center align the data. Okay, you can just mouse over here and read the text. Unmerge cells means it will simply unmerge the cells. See, unmerge the cells, and it's going to keep the text in the left side value. Not only two cells, you can merge, as many cells as you want. Okay. Now I'll say, hey, welcome to Excel module. Hope all of you are doing good. See, this way I can merge it. Again, for me, it is a single cell. I can put it in the center. I can provide a background color. I can change the font color. I can also change the font size, increase it, whatever you want, you can do it. Next, I'm not going to talk about these styles. Okay, I would like to talk about something called, okay, let me copy this data and show you. Okay, I would like to talk about something called format tab. Okay, so see, now the data I pasted it here. No, you see, this employee is not properly visible. Okay, in that case, what you can do, you can adjust the column width like this. But if you want all the columns to be auto adjusted, select the entire data. How do you select the data? Okay, select data set. You can use shortcut Control A. Okay, select the entire sheet. Okay, press Control A twice. See, I'm pressing Control A, and Control A, it selects the only data set. If I do it again, you see, it's going to select the entire data. Now, just double click on the first column. It automatically adjusts all the columns. Okay, done. Now here, if you see, you have something called insert. What is insert? You can insert columns, insert rows, columns, sheet, and insert cells. Now, let's say I wanted to insert a column in between C and D. Okay. So select a D column, right click and say insert. See, another column is inserted. I'm going to say something like, okay, department. I can start typing. Let's say HR is one department, marketing is another department, sales is another department, administration is another department. I'll select this data and I'll simply double click over here to send this data down. Okay, see, I have inserted one column. If I wanted to insert a row, see, if you wanted to enter the data anywhere over here, you don't need to insert because all are empty cells. You can start typing it. But let's say if you wanted to insert one more row over here, select this data, right click and say insert. Okay, that's it. Select this column. You have to click anywhere over here. Okay, anywhere over here. Okay, now once you select it, use Control plus. Okay, Control plus insert. Okay, Control minus to delete. Control minus to delete. See, I'm selecting this data. Control minus. Control plus. Okay. Next, if let's say I'm deleting this, how do you get it back? Control Z. Control Z is undo. Okay. Control Z is what? Control Z is undo. Control Y redo. Okay. See, I'm just deleting this. Control Z. Control Y. Okay. Here you see. Here also you have options. Okay. Control Z to redo. I'm sorry. Control Z to redo, and this is undo. Okay. See here this option, undo and redo. Okay. So these are the two options that you can use. And same thing can also be done from here also. See, you can, right now I have selected the column now, therefore rows is disabled. Okay. If you can also insert sheet columns. Okay. Again, you can select this column, you can insert it. But yeah, instead of that, you select it, use shortcuts, you can easily insert it. Same way delete. If I say delete cells, see that column is deleted. Again, you can also delete sheet columns. If you wanted to delete this sheet, let's say here I wanted to delete this sheet. So I can go here and say delete sheet. It will ask you, Microsoft is going to delete this sheet permanently. Do you want to continue? Yes. Okay. Or else what you can do, you can simply right click over here and simply from here also you can delete it. Okay. But remember here, right now I'm just right clicking and deleting. The sheet got deleted. Why it did not give me the prompt? Because there is nothing on the screen, no data on this sheet. If I have any data, it will give you a warning. See, it will give you a warning, but if there is no data, it will straight away delete this. Okay, this way you can delete it. Okay, this is about inserting sheet, row, sheet, columns, sheet. If you say insert sheet, you can also insert a sheet, or else you can simply click this plus sign to insert the sheet. Okay, same way you have another tab called format. Okay, so here you see row height. For example, I'm just selecting this first row. Okay, if I say row height, you see that here the row height is 14. You can also increase it. If I say 21, you see the row height has been increased. This is one way to increase the row height. Or else what you can do, simply place your cursor here. Okay, in between 1 and 2, and drag down. You see the row height is getting increased. Right now the row height is 30. This way also you can increase it. Okay, that is about row height. Auto fit row height. Let's say I have increased the row height. Now I want to go back to its original height. So simply select the row. Okay, and you can say, see, automatically it has adjusted the row height to it's a default height, that is 14.4. Okay, next to column width. Right now this column width is how much? Let's check that. Okay, column width. Column width is showing 8.89. If you wanted to increase, one way is to use the mouse. Okay, if you wanted to auto fit it, auto fit column width, it will automatically adjust it. Okay, if you wanted to check the default width, you can also check. If you wanted to increase at any time, you can increase it. Okay, column width, I'll make it 21. I wanted to again go with the default width. Okay, 8 I'll make it, or else you double click over here, it will automatically adjust it. Okay, if you wanted to increase the column width for all of this, select all the columns, go here and say column width, I'm going to say 25. See, all the column widths have been increased. Okay, it's up to you. Okay, I hope all these options are clear. How to adjust the whole sheet, right? So you select the data, put it in a new sheet, select the Control A once. Okay, if you are outside of the sheet, press Ctrl A. All the data will be selected. Sheet. If you are in the data, press Ctrl A twice and you just drag like this. Okay. Whatever you column by 10 width pixel, right? All the columns will have 10 width pixel. You see, you go to this column and check a column width. You are going to see 10 pixel. Okay. This way you can do it. Okay, so next one is all about hide and unhide sheet. Let's say this sheet is for my personal analysis. Okay, I'll say this is personal analysis. I don't want this sheet to be visible to the audience, so I can hide this. So you simply right mouse click here. Also you can insert the sheet whenever, yeah. Whenever you insert, click on insert, this insert window will come. You can select the sheet and click on OK. A sheet will get added. Right mouse click and delete it. If you wanted to rename the sheet, you can right mouse click and rename, or simply double click and rename. I would like to provide a color to this. I'll say red color. Okay, sometimes we color the sheets for our analysis. You can even do that. Right mouse click and say hide. Now that sheet is hidden. How do you get that sheet back? Again, right mouse click on any of the sheet and say unhide. You can see all the hidden sheets over here. Let's say I'm just going to hide this sheet as well. Okay, now if I'll right mouse click and say unhide. Okay, I wanted to unhide this sheet, click on this. Now you'll get this sheet. Not only from there, you can even go here and say you can hide the rows, hide columns, hide sheet. I'm going to say hide this sheet. Again, if you wanted to get it back, go here and say unhide sheet. It will show all the sheets. Simply click on OK. Now let's say for some reason you wanted to hide these three columns. Select the columns. Okay, select the columns. Right mouse click on any of the column and say hide. If you wanted to unhide them, select one column before this and one column after this. How do I know that this is one column before this, one column after this? If you see here, you see two lines now. So whenever you see these two lines, select the two lines including one column before, one column after, right mouse click and say unhide. Those columns are going to be unhidden. Okay, again hide them, or you can go here and say hide columns. See, columns are hidden. Select the column. Okay, you simply double click, you will get it back. Simply double click, you will get it back. Double click, you will get it back. Not only here, you can even hide from here. Select one column above, one column below. Wherever you see these two lines, no, this lines. Okay, just double click over there, you will get it back. Okay, or else you just go here and unhide rows. Rows will be hidden. Okay, that way you can do all the formatting things. Renaming sheet can also be done from here. Okay, and the tab color also can be done from here. It's all up to you. Okay, last option, move or copy. Let's say I want a duplicate copy of this. Hold control key, drag and drop. Another copy that gets added. Right mouse click and delete. If you want to move, just hold this and move wherever you want. All those options are available over here. Protecting, I'm not going to discuss this now. Except this, rest all options, I would assume it is clear. Okay, now we will discuss something called autofill. Okay, see here, I have something called, one here. When I drag this down, what will happen? I have one here. When I drag this down like this, what will happen? We are going to get series of values. See, whenever you select any cell, if you are in the cell, you see this plus symbol. Okay, but whenever you are on the corner, you see this darker plus symbol, which means that you can drag this word down. Whenever I drag this word, I'll get the same value. Okay, but if I go to this autofill option, see, it is saying that I just copied the cell as it is. However, you can fill the series. So how many values I have selected? I have selected 9 cells. Okay, from here I have 9 cells. I'm just looking at the content saying that if I just to go with this and fill series, it's gonna increase it by 1 and I'll get 9. Okay, if you want to automatically do it, add 2 values, at least to provide 2 values, and drag this down. Now it will understand that there is a one difference between the 2 values, and it prints. For example, if I type 1 3 here, now see, I'll just select both the cells and drag this down. You will get by it is going to get increased by 1 value. Okay, not only that, here if you have something like a marks 1, as long as there is a number at the end, if I drag this down, I'll get a series of values. Okay, this is autofill option. For example, here I'm just adding today's date. I'll use the today function. Okay, I'll get the today's date. Now if I send this down, see, I'm going to get the same date. But if I go here, okay, maybe see, I got let me delete all of this again. Let me drag this down. Okay, see, I'm getting I'm going to get it increased by 1. Okay, this is fill series. If there is only formatting, you can also fill the formatting. Right now, this is fill days 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have got it in sequential. If you want only weekdays, right? You see only weekdays. See, 13, 14 are weekends. If you just look at the calendar, 13 is a Saturday and 14 is a Sunday. So those are removed. So you can fill weekdays, you can fill the months, see, September, October, November, all of that. Okay, you can even fill only years, up to you. Okay, you can even do that. This is autofill option. Okay, now here I have one, right? If I hold control key and drag this down, see, I don't have to again go with the autofill. Holding control key will give you the sequence. Holding control key will give you the sequence of values. Make sense? Okay. Now we will see copying. Copying down, left, right. Okay. For example, here I have something like an apple. I want this word to be copied to the rest of the cells. What I supposed to do? So you can, one option is you can drag and drop like this. Okay. Not apple. Let me take a new name. Srinu. Okay. I have this Srinu word. If I drag this down, you can copy the word. Okay. On the bottom. If you want this to be pasted towards the right side, select the word and drag right side, you will get it. Select the word and drag up, and select the word and drag left. Okay, this is going to get pasted. But what if, okay, but what if I want to use shortcuts? So if you just select the cells where all you want this word to be copy pasted, hold Control D, okay, down, okay, Control, okay, R, right. Okay, see, now here I'm typing something like a pink. Now I'll just drag towards the right side and I'll press Control R. It pasted down. Now you tell me, okay, if I wanted to paste this up, what is the shortcut? To paste up, okay, it's not Control U. If you press Control U, see, it is getting underlined. If you want this word to be left side, you can't do it using Control L, because Control L shortcut is given for creating tables. Okay, I'll give you the shortcuts. Okay, Alt E I L, it is for left. Alt E I up, it is for up. Okay, it is for up. Now see, I'll just select this. I'm not using any shortcuts. Alt. See, whenever I say Alt, you can notice that on the menu bar, some keys have been highlighted. Alt E. See, when I'm saying E, nothing is highlighted because this shortcut is from the previous version of an Excel, but still those shortcuts works in the newer version. Okay. Alt E I U. Pasted up. I'll select like this. I'll select like this. Alt E I L. Pasted leftwards. Okay, so you can remember. Now, so one is a drag and drop, one is shortcut. I'll tell you another option, that is you just select the data. You just select like this, the cell wherever you want to paste. Go to this drop down and say down. Select the cells toward right side and you can simply say right. Okay, select the cells you want to paste above and you can also say something like up or left, or whatever you want. I want this to be pasted left. From here also you can paste left. Understood? Next one, I would like to discuss about clear option. Okay, what is this clear? For example, I have this data set and I'm just pasting it over here. Okay, let's say I'll also provide you a web email address. Okay, is equal to this. So here I have this data. Now there is something called clear option. Guys, if you go to this clear, what do we mean by clear on? If I just mouse over here, you see clear everything from the selected cells. Contents, formatting, comments are cleared from the selected cells. You see, I'm just gonna select this entire data set and I'll simply click on this icon, or I'll go to this drop down and say clear all. See, everything is going to get removed. Whenever you wanted to delete that, you can, or you press a delete from the keyboard. But pressing the delete from the keyboard, you see, it is not clearing the formatting. Okay, even if I type it here ABC, it is going to form as a link. Okay, remember that. So clear all, clear remove everything. Clear format means it will just remove the formats. Okay, but data is going to be there. Okay, that is one thing. But you see, still this hyperlink is going to work. If I click on this hyperlink, you see the hand symbol. Whenever I mouse over here, you can see the hand symbol. When I click on this, that will take me to the gmail.com. Okay. Yeah. Control Z. Next, clear contents. Only content is going to be removed. Again, if I press anything over here, it's still going to get as a link only. Okay. So clear all, everything is going to remove. Clear format will remove the formats. Clear content is going to remove the content. Clear hyperlinks. Here you see, I'm just selecting this data. Clear hyperlinks means these are no longer going to be a hyperlink, but it keeps the formatting. What is the formatting? It is still looking like a hyperlink only. No, hyperlink is nothing but a clickable link. But if I press Ctrl Z, now see these are links. Now I'll say remove hyperlinks. Remove hyperlinks. Okay, remove the hyperlinks and formatting from the selected cells. You see it over here on the right hand side. You can see the pop-up now. So if I say remove hyperlinks, it will remove the hyperlinks and also format. Okay, clear will just clear the links. Okay, remove hyperlinks will remove links plus formatting as well. Okay. Now I would like to explain you one more thing. Okay. Now we are going to talk about a little bit about functions in Excel. Okay. Before that, we should understand one thing called aggregations in Excel. What are aggregations? Okay. Basically, whenever you hear the word called aggregate, okay, aggregation is nothing but summarizing the data. Okay. You can use different aggregate functions like sum, average, minimum, maximum, all of that. For example, here I'm just gonna add couple of numbers. Okay, 250, 240, 230. I wanted to see the summation of this. How do you do it? One thing, whenever you select the numbers, here at the status bar, it is going to show you some aggregations. Okay, like sum, average, minimum, maximum, count. But yeah, every time we cannot ask the end user to check in this way, right? Yes or no? Okay, so we should provide the aggregated result here. You add up all these numbers and do the summation. You come to this cell. Okay, you go to this option called aggregations. Okay, go to this drop down and say sum. Now it's gonna sum all of this value. See, it has inserted a function called sum. Within that, it has selected the range from I10 to I12. Okay, now if I hit enter, you will get the total. This is one way to do this, or you write a function called sum. Every function, every calculation is supposed to be start with equal to sign. So you can say is equal to sum of. Okay. You start typing sum. It's going to list out all the functions that starts with sum, and press tab, automatically inserts a bracket. You can provide a number one, comma, number two, comma, number three. But it is go if there are 10 numbers, we cannot select a 10 numbers separately, no, like 1 comma 1 comma 1. So instead of that, you can do simply select the range like this. Okay, and close the bracket. You are going to get the sum. Similarly, if you wanted to do the average is equal to AVE. See, as soon as I type AVE, you can see all the function. Select the function that you want. Press tab, it auto fills the rest of the function. Select the values. Done. If you wanted to select the maximum, type maximum, open the bracket and select the value. If you want the minimum value to be printed, you can also do it. If you want the total count to be calculated, you can also do this. This way, you can perform the different aggregations. So aggregation is nothing but summarizing the data. What is aggregation? Aggregation is nothing but summarizing the data points. Okay. So here you can do sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, all of those things. Okay, everybody, I'll go very slow. Here you need to understand one more important thing. Okay, what it is? Cell referencing. Okay, what it is? Cell referencing. Okay, so there is something called absolute versus relative referencing. What it is? Let me explain that with a basic example. So for example, here you see guys, I have something called different employees over here. Okay, I have different employees over here and their salaries. I wanted to calculate the bonus. Okay, let's say these employees have made sales on this particular day. Okay, now I wanted to give them 10% of the bonus amount. Let's say you go to the shopping and you're buying a shirt. The shirt cost is 5,000. They say that you will have 10% of discount. So what do? We calculate 5,000 into 10%. It can be something like 500. So I want that 500 to be printed over here. How do we do this calculation? Is equal to this should be multiplied with this 10%. Yes or no? Done. Now I'll hit enter. Now I got the 500. Now I want the same thing to be calculated for the rest of the cells. What should I do? Do I need to write the same formula in the rest of the cells, or do you think that there is any other approach? Copy paste, right? So once you in Excel, you have to write the formula in one single cell. After that, you can drag and down, you can double click, you can copy paste the formula. How to apply the formula? How to apply the formula for rest of the cells? Okay, one is copy formula and paste into the cells. Next one, drag down. Okay, next one, double click. These are the different ways that you can perform. See, I double click on it, but unfortunately it is showing 0. Why is that? Okay, If I double click on this, see, this 2515 is expected to be multiplied with 10%. But here you notice one thing, when you're copying the formula down here, we are expecting this value to be multiplied with this value. When the cell is moving one cell down here also, obviously 10% is also goes one row down, right? So this is where by default, this kind of a behavior is a relative referencing. Now you need to change it to absolute referencing. You have to lock this cell. Here it is okay to lock both row and column. How do you lock it? You have to press F4. Okay, it is going to lock the row and the column. Now if you send this down, see, every cell is going to be multiplied with same only. Now you may ask me, Santosh, do I really need to put $sign in front of row number? Yes, row is getting changed here, right? It is coming down. What do we have at the down row? So row should be locked. Do I need to lock the column? Since you are not moving between the columns, even if you lock it, nothing will happen. Even if you don't lock it, nothing will happen. See, because the column is going to stay back. But whenever you are moving right side, then you should be careful with the column locking as well. So here drag down is working fine. Okay, you can also copy this cell, copy, select all the cells. Okay, right mouse click, go to paste special. You can also paste it as formulas. Click on OK. This is also fine. Another way is select the cell where you have the formula, including the cells where you wanted to paste it, press Ctrl D. It is going to work fine. So these are the different options that you should know. Understood this example? So by default, this is relative referencing. This is mixed referencing, absolute. Okay. One more time I repeat. Okay. When I simply multiply this value with this, okay, I'll get the result. When I copy this down, I get 0. Why? Here, I'm expecting this formula to be copied here. Yes, it is copied. 2515. But again, when it is, this cell is coming down, okay, here also it goes one row down, no? It works with row by row. So you need to lock the second row. Go to the first row, go to the first cell where you have the formula, put a $sign in front of 4. Why 4? Because 4 is becoming 5, 5 is becoming 6. So lock it so that it is going to stick into that particular cell only. Now see, if you come to this cell into this cell, only here it is moving. Blue color value is moving, not the red one. Okay. What if I wanted to calculate this? Here sales one should be multiplied with this and sales should to multiplied with this. How do you need to write a formula in one single cell that's supposed to be dragged towards right, supposed to be dragged towards down. How do we do this? Is equal to this cell. Do I need to log this cell here? Do I need to put a $sign in front of HR31 or not required? No, right? Okay. Multiplied with 10%. Do I need to put $sign anywhere? Where should I put the $sign? Before M or before 26? Before 26, absolutely. If I put, okay, I'll just log both of that. Let's see what is going to happen. I'll send this down. Okay, it is working absolutely fine. See, but if I drag right side, see what is going to happen? This value, okay, from here, when I'm in this cell, it is 1000. When I go here, this should become 20,000. So it has become, but since you put $sign in front of M, M is not becoming N. Okay, so what you have to do, go to the first cell where you have written the formula. Don't make modification over here. Okay, always go to the first cell, remove $sign in front of M so that M becomes N. When I drag this right side, okay, send this down. See, 10,000, 20% is 2,000. See, that's it. So this is absolute versus relative referencing. You should know where to put a $sign. See, when you want one cell to shift to next cell, okay, do you want reference to be changed? Don't put a $sign. No, you don't want reference to be changed. Put a $sign. That's it. You want the columns to be changed? Remove $sign in front of columns. That is A, B, C. Row to be changed? Then don't put. If you want not to be changed, put a $sign. As simple as that. Clear? I'll tell you something. See here, I'm removing everything. Earlier, I told you that whenever you double click on this, okay, this formula is going to be pasted down. But you see, when I'm double clicking this, why my formula is not getting pasted? So whenever you have any empty column, okay, in between the data, this is not going to work. Okay, here there is empty column, no, that is why it's not working. So you can drag and drop. Double click won't work. Okay, you have to remember that. Okay, yeah, that is a one quick tip I just wanted to give. Okay, now we will try to understand, some functions. Okay, we'll try to work with, different functions. Okay, see here, the first function that I would like to discuss is COUNTIF. So what is COUNTIF? COUNTIF is nothing but which counts the values based upon a condition. COUNTIF. Okay. So here you see I have some data over here. Within this data, how many binders are there? So binders is one subcategory. So I'll go to this drop down. How did I apply this filter over here? Go to data. Okay. Go to data. Okay. And click on filter button and go to this drop down and say select a binder. See, there are around 10 binder products are there. So I wanted to get the 10 over here. How do I do that? You say count if. Okay. You start type count if. There are two versions. Count the number of cells within a range that meets a given condition. See, this is the description I did not write. This is the description that was given by Microsoft. Okay. So count if is for single criteria. IFS ifs. Count ifs is for multiple criteria. Just open this bracket. See, it is asking a range. A range means a criteria range. I'm looking at the binders. Where that binders is? Binders is there within this range. So don't select holding shift key like one by one. Hold control shift and down. Now you are at the bottom of the screen. No, lock the range. Okay, I'm not like I wanted to drag the formula down, so I'm locking it. Whenever you lock this entire range by pressing F4, in some computers, function F4 is required. Okay, locking is done. Next to comma, criteria is what? Binders. Hit enter. Now see, I got it. I'll send this down. Now see, there are 9 art products. What happens if I don't lock? You may ask me that question. So you see, count if. Okay, count if my range is this. Okay, I'm not locking it. I'll scroll up. Okay, comma, I'll say binders. Again, I got the 10, but when I send this down, you see, here I got 9, here I got 8. Why? Because I moved one row down. So here also, this range is also going to move one row down. See, since it moved one row down, I lost the art to be counted. So therefore, what you have to do, you just select this entire range, or if you don't lock it, write the formula, select only the column and press F4. Entire thing is going to get locked. Do I need to lock H7? No. H7 should become H8. H8 should become H9. Binder should become art. Art should become storage. Therefore, I'm not locking it. Okay. Therefore, I'm not locking it. I'll lock only this. Now I'll send this down. I'll get the correct answer. Okay. Now here I want to get the total number of values which are greater than 500. You see there is a sales. I'm applying a filter. You can use shortcut key Control Shift L. So here I would like to count all the values. So guys, we are going to do at least 5-10 examples. So at least 5 so that you'll understand. So I would like to apply a filter, Control Shift L or click on this filter. Go to this drop down, number filters. I'll say greater than 500. I would like to count. Now see how many values are there. There are 8 values. Let's remove the filter. I would like to count it over here. Is equal to count if. Okay. Range is this, but I'll just lock it. Function F4. Now, how would I provide the count? You cannot say greater than 500. It's gonna throw an error. So this greater than symbol is an operator. Okay. That is a text. That text should be within the double quotation. Okay. So how do you provide that? Put a greater than symbol in the double quotation, join that with the value. Okay. Greater than should be given in the double quotation mark, and that should be joined with what? 500. Now, if you hit enter, you see, you will get 8. As simple as that. Now, let's say one more example. How many technology words are there? So that is also simple. I have to just perform count operation, right? I just have to perform count operation. So here I'll come and say count if range is this. Okay, press F4 so that the range is going to load automatically. The cursor goes up. Technology, I can also provide a technology directly as well. But whenever you are providing technology word as a direct word, ensure that all the text is in the double quotation mark. Now I'm not providing the cell reference. I'm typing the word. Hit enter. See, you'll get a 6. Okay, if you wanted to see, go to any cell, apply filter and select. You already know. I'll show you another way. Right click on this, go to filter, filter by selected cell value. How many are there? There are 6 words. Did I get 6? Yes. Understood? Okay. Move on. Let's move on and see a couple more. Okay. Here I have multiple criteria. Okay. I have multiple criteria, guys. Okay. Here, I would like to count furniture bookcases and in furniture tables. So this is one criteria. This is another criteria. How do you do it? You can simply say count. Do I need to use if or ifs? See, furniture is one criteria, bookcases is one criteria. Furniture belongs to category, bookcases belong to subcategory. So you should say ifs. Here it is asking criteria range one. Whenever you say range, you can select a list of cells, lock it. Comma, what is criteria? Furniture. Comma, what is criteria range to subcategory? Lock it. What is criteria to bookcases? Hit enter. See, you got 6. Okay, next one, you just copy the same formula and double click and paste. What all you have to change? Range remains same. You put your cursor on this, red color line, drag this down and drag this down. See, you got it. Now you can sum up these two. Okay, so that the whole values are going to be 10. But we have done it in two different cells now. Now, okay, complete formula in one single cell. I'll show you. How do you do it? You see, is equal to, okay, count ifs. What is the criteria range? This is my criteria range. What is my criteria? You select both the rows. Okay, you select both the rows. That is the logic. Criteria range 2 is this. Now what is your criteria? This. Now it is going to spill the value, meaning that how many furniture bookcases combination are there? How many furniture table combination are there? 6 plus 4 it is given. It is spilling the result. If you just go to this cell, okay, for example, if I have A here, you can see A over here. But when it spills, you can see the formula is graded out. Okay, that is spilling. It spills the result. Now what you have to do? Double click and put this entire function in the sum. Now we are going to get the total. Okay, criteria range to be selected for multiple results. Done? Make sense? Easy, no? Instead of doing in multiple ways, you can do it in one single cell. Move on. Okay, this is also same example. Okay. What if I wanted to search with patterns? Okay. For example, here you see, I have lot of products here. Lot of means I have 30 products here. How many products are starting with a certain word? How many products are ending with certain keyword? How many products contain certain words? For example, here I'll say text filters. Here you see, begins with any product is begin with something called peel. See, there is one product starting with a peel. Any product that is ending with envelopes ends with envelopes. See, there are these many products ending with envelopes. Any product contain envelopes. Text filters contains, okay, envelopes. See, these many products. So if you wanted to calculate that, you can also use COUNTIF function, count ifs. Okay, criteria range 1, this. Now I wanted to count how many products starting with envelopes. So you can say here envelopes, okay, envelopes, but you cannot close this. You should say asterisk, meaning that first envelopes word is going to start with. When I say star, which means that it can be anything. It can be anything, guys. Okay, it can be anything. Star means first it starts with envelopes. After that, it can be anything. Okay. Now, yeah, I should close it in the double quotation and end. See, there are two words. If you wanted to check that, okay, go to text filters, begin with, I'll type something like envelopes. See, there are two words. Similarly, I'll just copy this formula, okay, and paste it here. Not here, ending with. If I want to end with, put star in the starting. Okay, it can be anything. At the end, it should contain envelopes. See, it's gonna contain envelopes. Make sense? I want, in between. Whenever you want in between, what you have to do? Put end key, star key. Okay, put envelopes between first star and end star. Starting it can be anything, but in between envelope should be there. At the end also it should be star. Now see, there are 15. This way you can even use the patterns also. What is this star? Star is called a wildcard character. There are star, question mark, underscore. I'll discuss them little later on. But yeah, this is how you need to do. I hope this makes sense. Okay, we'll take a last example in this. Here, I would like to count the total number of in between star, envelope, star. Okay, yeah. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to see how many art products are there where the sales greater than 1 lakh and profit greater than 20,000. How do we do it? You can say count ifs. Okay, criteria first range is going to be this. Within this, how many oops is equal to count ifs. I would like to count from here to here. This is my first criteria, comma. Criteria is going to be art. Next criteria range is going to be this. This one should be greater than equal to, okay, greater than equal to the double quotation mark 1 lakh, comma, criteria 2 range is going to be this, okay, which should be greater than or equal to ampersand symbol and this value. Hit enter. But it is okay. Oops. See, there are three values. Okay, if you just look at art, this is one criteria. This is one. Okay, and here is another one. So whenever you wanted to do numbering, you should provide that greater than less than sign within double quotation marks. So is equal to, first I'm using COUNTIFs. What is my criteria? First, within subcategory, it should count only art product. So how many art are there? 7. That is done. What is my second criteria? Say criteria range 2. You select this value. This should be greater than 1 lakh. Oh, no. So, but here, okay, that greater than sign, that is criteria 2, should be put it in the double quotation mark and then join with the value. That's it. Okay, comma, criteria range 3. Here you see the syntax. Criteria range 3 is this one, comma. What is the criteria? Greater than or equal to, and join that with the 20,000 and close the bracket. That's it. See, something went wrong. Greater than equal to, okay, here I made a mistake. See, I got 3 this way. Clear? I will be explaining sum if and sum ifs function. So same like a count. So far we have dealt with the count, right? Now we are going to deal with the sum if. See, sums based upon the numbers, based upon a condition. Sum ifs is for multiple criteria, as simple as that. Here you see, I have a company information where I have employee name, employee role, salaries, department, gender, join date, city, and state. Now, I wanted to know how much salaries I am paying to each department. How do you answer that? If I give you the question, what is the total salaries that I'm paying to billing department, finance department? You have to sum up all the finance related numbers, no? Yes or no? For example, here, this is billing number, okay, plus this is another, and this is another. Like that, we can't count it, no? Like that, we can't do sum, no? So how do you do it? You need to sum if sum these numbers if this department equal to this value, as simple as that. So is equal to sum if it is for single criteria, use sum if. Range and a sum range. Range means criteria range, sum range means numbers only, no? Sum can only be done on the numbers, no? So don't get confused. Sum range means numbers. This range means criteria range. So this is the range. Lock it. Criteria is going to be this. Lock it. Sum range is going to be salaries. That's it. Lock it if you want and close it. That's it. See, now I got the total summation for each of the department. Okay. If you want 1,000 separator, you can add it. If you want a dollar sign also, you can do it. As simple as that. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a couple more examples. Let's move on. Okay. Here you see, I would like to get the salaries for these regions. Okay. Here I have a different columns and one of the column is a region. I would like to get the region wise sales. Okay. How do we get it? Okay. I'll show that now. Okay. Is equal to, let's do it here. Is equal to, I'm going to say sum if. Now I'm going with the single criteria range. Range means which column I need to select. Do I need to select a G column or J column? G, very good. So I'm going to select the first cell, hold Control Shift and press it down, lock it. Okay, just lock it, comma. You are going to provide the criteria, that is this, and the range column is this. Okay, lock it and close the bracket. See, now I got the cell, send this down. Okay, send this down. You are going to get the salaries. What if I have two criteria? Here you see I have a criteria called category. Okay, within category I would like to take furniture, and then in the region I would like to select east. Now what is the total? Total is 208291. I want that number to be printed. How would I do that? Easy. So write sum if or sum ifs. Which one I need to select? Second or first? IFS version. Okay. Now here the criteria is going to be different. Sum range. Which column I need to select? Sum range it is asking. Which column? Within the given data set, which column I need to select? J column. Very good. So here you can also select the entire column. There is no wrong. When you select the entire column, no need to lock. Comma. Criteria range. My first criteria is going to be category because I'm looking at the furniture. Furniture is there in the H column. And criteria is going to be this. Always follow this syntax, guys. Okay. comma, criteria range 2. Whenever it says range, you select the range, comma, criteria 2 is going to be this. Close the bracket. 208291. You are going to get the result. You want thousands operator, add it, remove decimals, and even you can put a rupee or dollar sign, up to you. Okay. Here, you all know this, right? This is equal to, okay. This is not equal to, and this is also not equal to, greater than, equal to, less than or equal to. These are all different operators, right? What do we call? Okay. Yes, we can lock using F4. These are called operators. Now here, I wanted to get the total sales between this range. So how do we write it? So I'm going to say sum ifs, sum range. I want these values to be summed up. Lock it. Criteria range is going to be this. What is the criteria? Lock it. First, it should be greater than or equal to, okay, greater than or equal to this date, okay, comma, criteria range 2 is also going to be the same range. Criteria, here, criteria 2 is going to be less than, equal to, join that with this date. So, and close the bracket. That's it. Now see, you are going to get the sales between this range. If I select from here to here, 99649. Oh, oops. Maybe, oh, okay, this date won't fall under this. So you are going to get the proper answer. Okay, if I just provide this range, a date, and if I select from here to here, you would end up seeing 94690, same result. So it's just that providing like a COUNTIF only, but instead of COUNTIF, we are just doing the sum. Okay, yes, it's always safe to log the cells. Is it clear, everybody? Okay, now I'm gonna ask you the same question again here. I wanted to sum up all the numbers which is not equal to this date. So I want you to only sum up these cells. So how do you do that? Is equal to sum ifs. Sum range is this. Very good. Criteria range is what? This. Very good. I want criteria not equal to this. Then how do you do? Not equal to symbol is this. Join that with this particular date. That's it. Now see, if I just select only these numbers, you are going to see the same output here as well as over here. Make sense? So this is not equal to operator. Okay, so this is related to the tables example, but tables example, I'm not going to do it right now. Tables, let's discuss tables in another session. Okay, there is an advantage with the tables. Okay, now look at here, I have a different dates. Okay, what are the different months that I have it over here? September and October. But here I have something called October. You need to get the sales for October or a September. How do you get it? Is there any word called September here, guys? Is there any word? If there is a word called September, then I can do the summation, right? There is no. So what you can do, you can insert a column and take a helper column. So I'm using a function called a text function. This is my value. It is asking what format you want. I'll simply provide 4ems that gives me the month name. Again, in the next 2 hours, we are going to learn this text function and send this down. Now that I got this column, I can do the summation is equal to sum if range is range, criteria range, done. Okay, criteria September, done. Sum range, this one, done. See, I got 0. What happened? Why did I get 0? September spelling is incorrect over here. That is the reason. I'll just copy this value and paste it over here. Now you'll get the result. See, only September sales, you'll get it. Make sense? All right. So the next I have one more example over here. I want you to get the furniture and bookcases sales, and furniture chair sales are there. If you closely look at the problem here is uh, two you have two criterias under the same bucket, that is furniture. So if I write the standard sum ifs function, sum range is this. Okay, great. Lock it, comma, criteria range 1 is going to be this. Lock it, and okay, oops, criteria I'll give this. Okay, and criteria I'm going to say bookcases first. Okay, oops, let's write that formula over here. I'm saying sum ifs, sum range is going to be this, lock it, comma, criteria 1 range is going to be this. Within this, I would like to count sum for the bookcases. Come, I have one more, no, chairs. So chairs is also part of the subcategory, and I would like to count the chairs. Now see, I'll get 0. So whenever you have two criteria in one single column, you can't do the summation. Here, what you have to do, I'll tell you. So instead of here, you see, you have provided criteria bookcases once and the criteria chairs as ones. Don't do that. You add it as a range. Some range is this, okay, comma, criteria range 1. Okay, for furnishings, you select furnishing 2 cells as one single cell, comma, criteria 2 is this, criteria range 2. Criteria 2 is going to be this. When you do that, it's going to spill the values. You see, you got the two values. Later, what you have to do, you need to put the entire calculation in the sum function. Then you are going to get the total summation. So when here I have written, you will get 0 when you have two criteria in single column. Okay, what you have to do, use range as a criteria. Okay, you have to use range as a criteria. Okay, understood? This as one range, this as one criteria. Range, use range criteria. This is the formula. Okay, here I want to get the total sales for America wherever the America has. So here you need to use wildcards. I'm just giving it as a use sum if with the wildcards. Okay, use sum ifs with wild card star. Already explained you this in the COUNTIF function. Use that. Take it as a homework. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll get to learn data analytics from industry experts and IIT faculty in depth. You'll learn tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, Python, and K9. This data analytics course is praised by our learners, and their user testimonials are available on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. You can check them out. The link is available in the description below. So if you are really interested in learning data analytics, this is your opportunity. Click on that apply now button right away and get started in your data analytics career journey.
Yeah. So we are going to talk about a new set of functions, that is text functions. Okay. So what are these text functions? How they are going to help? We will take a look at it. So if you go to the formulas window, there is something called the text functions. Okay. Not all the functions are required as we are not going to use all of them. Okay. But there are some functions like concatenate, exact, find, left, right, mid, okay, and concatenate, concat, text join, trim, upper, lower, okay, value. All these functions are going to be helpful. Okay, first I'm going to start with a function called find and search. Okay. So basically find and search functions are useful to identify the character position. For example, if you take a look at it here, I have something like Microsoft Excel. Okay, here I have something like Naga Santosh. Okay, Ranjit Kumar. I have different words here. Now, if I ask you, what is the position of a space? What is the position of a space? So space is located at the 10th position. Here it is 5th position. Here it is the 8th position. How do I identify that position? What is the need of identify that position? What if I wanted to extract the first name of this word? Okay, so in that case, the space position is going to be helpful. How do you identify that? For that, you have two functions, search and find. Search is not a case sensitive, whereas find is a case sensitive. That is the one difference. I'm going to say search. You see, returns the number of the character at with a specific position. So I'm going to say search. What is our find text space? I already told you, whenever you wanted to provide a text, that should be in double quotation marks. So put space in the double quotation. Okay, comma, where is your text within text? This. Okay, comma, start number, this is optional. Whenever you see anything in this open and closed bracket, no, that is an option. You can ignore it or you can also provide it. Now see, space is located at 10th position, so I get 10. Okay, here it is 5, here it is 8. Then now if I say, if I wanted to extract the first word, what I can do, I can say left. I can use a left side. I can use left function to, this is the text, extract the left side word. How many characters I want? If I say here 10, and if I drag this word in the next name also, it is going to pick 10. But instead of that, instead of providing 10, if I provide this number, that's going to extract the right word now. Understood? What is the importance of search function? For example, I can also use find. See, find text is what? A space. Where? Here. See, it's going to get me this. But if you use a find function and you're finding for small n, is small n there in the Naga Santosh? No. See, okay, it is there over here. Let's do one thing. I'll type here just Naga. I'll just move this formula over here. See, since small m is not there, it is throwing an error. But if I use a search function and type small n within this, it's going to say 1 because n is located at first position. Therefore, find is a case sensitive. Search is not a case sensitive. Understood what search and find can do? Okay. Now I have all of these names. I wanted to get the first name from here. See, how do you get the first name? You can write, see, first name is nothing but left side word. I can write a left of this text. How many characters are there? Naga 4 characters. No, I can say 4. Number of characters 4. Okay, done. Now I got Naga, but is it going to work for the rest of the names? No. For every name, it is going to extract 4 characters only. How do I make this dynamic? If I find the space position, I can get everything before the space. No. If I find the space position, I can get everything before the space, right? First, identify the space position. Let's use the search function. What is the targeted text? That is space. Put that in the double quotation marks, comma where within this text, starting number 1. See, I got 5. Now what am I going to do? I will remove this 4 from here and select this, enter. But do you notice, okay, how many characters are there within Naga? There are 5 characters. Why 5? Because we have provided 5. Space is also there. To check that, use another function called length. Now see, you are getting 5 because we have taken everything till space. No. So what you have to do? You need to subtract 1 from it. Okay, now see, you are going to get 4. Done. This way you can use a left function. What if I wanted to extract the right side word? Okay, that can be done in many ways. Okay, you already know how to do it for the left. So let's write left function. This is the text. Here, number of characters. What you can do, here you don't write search function another cell. You start typing it here only. Search, find a text space, where within this text, okay, starting number 1. Anyhow, it now if you just select a number of characters, that is search function, it's showing you the output. Okay, and at the end I'm going to say -1, close the bracket. See, you got the left side word. Now you guys tell me, how do I get the right side name? I want Santosh, Kumar and V. How do I get that? If I say right function, okay, right of, this is text. How many characters I give Santosh is 7. Okay, I got it. But when I send this down, you see, I get incorrect result. How do I deal with this? Think of it. Again, you can't write search function here. So how do you deal with this? Okay, so here what you have to do first, you have to do this. Okay, write off. You will write, we take write off this word. Length of the total word minus length of the first word. It's going to give the length of the second name only, no? Yes or no? Look at here. I'm going to say is equal to length. Length of the total word. Okay. How many? 12. Minus, if I say length of my first name, I got 8 characters. Okay. From here, length of, here I'm just gonna say +1. Oops, sorry, -1. There is a space, no? So -1. Now see, I got 7. If I send this down here, I'll get 5. Now if I just use a write off, okay, a write off this whole word, comma, 7 characters. That's it. Now I'll get Santosh. As simple as that. So we are just taking the total length of this word minus length of first name. So when I say total length 13 minus 4, that is going to give me 8 only, no? It works, right? Okay, this way you can extract the right side name also. Okay, now next function, there is a function called text function. Okay, I'll share this file so that you can see the definition also. Basically, the text function takes the number and returns the format. Okay, based off on format, it is gonna give you the value. See, from this snapshot, you can easily understand 100 is the B file and I have formatted this way. Okay, now it has come up with $sign. Next one, 08.5. Now I'm just turning it into percentage. This time I'm changing it to hours and minutes. Okay. This one I'm rounding up. This date also I'm formatting it. So let's explore those things over here. Here you see I have a name and project start date. Here I would like to something like project was assigned on this date. How would I do this? Okay, basically I need to combine these two, right? So not these two, I would like to combine project was assigned on this date. So here I'm writing First, I would like to provide a piece of text. Always text should be in double quotation marks. Yes or no? Always text should be in the double quotation marks, right? So I'm going to say, okay, here I'll say the project was assigned on quotation marks. I need to join this with this date now, but see the problem, whenever you join text and date, date is also going to be treated as a number. Now this 45708 is this date, but it is showing like a number. How do you make it look like a table? You need to change the format. Write a text function. This is the value. In which format you want? I would like in something like a month, dd, yy. Within this format I want. Now see, the project was assigned on this particular date. It is going to show. Yeah, okay, let's change it as per this. I'll say dd and here I'll say mm. Now you would see it in the same format. So dd yy format. So whenever you want a text and number formatted, numbers are going to be as dates are going to be converted to number, but you can use a text function to convert that. Now here I have different output. Here I have the same thing. Here I need to change the date format to this. Of course, I can do that using text function. Okay, text of this is my value. What format you want? Let's say I want year. So provide 4 years in the double quotation mark yy, comma. If you say 2 m's, you will get 0102. If you say 3 m's, you will get Jan, Feb, something like that. Okay, and dd. Now see, the format is going to be like this. If you say a 4 m's, no, you are going to get something like entire month name. This also you can do it. Okay. Now here I want my phone number to be in this format. How do you get that format? It is very easy. Just go to text function, take the value. You want first a open bracket. Put that open bracket. First 3 digits. Now enter 3 zeros hyphen another 4 zeros hyphen another 3 zeros. Okay. And then you want a closed bracket into double quotation. That's it. So this entire format should go in open and closed bracket. The numbers to be separated by zeros. See? Okay. Moving on. Here I have 0 0.1, 0 0.2, 0 0.35. I wanted to change them to percentages. How do you do it? It's very easy. Write a text function. Click on this cell, comma. You can say in the double quotation 0.0 percentage. You just need to provide the percentage sign. That's it. See, this has been converted to nice percentages. Okay, as simple as that. So here I have a date along with the time. I wanted to extract the time. Text function. This is my date. How do you extract the time? Okay, hours, comma, colon, minutes. If you have seconds also, you can do that. See, now it's gonna extract time. If you have, if you wanted to extract the date, the text of this. If you want only year and month, year, 4 years and a month. That's it. Year and month you are going to give. Okay. Same way here also text. This is my date field. I'm going to say dd hyphen hyphen yy. Why did I start with the dd? If you see 13, 14 are the dates, no? That's it. Now I want the time. So here what I'm going to say, text of this value, comma, hours, minutes, seconds. I'll say AM/PM. So let's see. This is 5:54 PM. See, AM and PM, I have got it. Understood how quickly we can generate these values using these functions? Okay. Left and right already we have seen. Let's go with the mid function. See here, I wanted to get the middle word. Okay, let's say this is product code 2 digits. For that you have something like middle word. Okay, a mid function. Text is this. Where do you want to start? Starting number. I wanted to start at the 5th character. TS is the 3 characters, hyphen is the 4th character, start number 5. Okay, I'll give 5. How many characters you want from 5? 2 characters. Now see, it's gonna get me PH, FU, BI, all of that. So at any point of time you wanted to extract the middle word, you can do the mid function, extract the given number of characters from the middle of supplied string. Mid takes 3 arguments, that is the text, starting position, number of characters. Okay. Similarly, you have a length function. You all know what length function is. It will just to give you the total length of the word. Okay, but yeah, on a standalone, you cannot use this function, but this function can be used with the left and right functions. Okay, now we will take a look at replace and substitute function. Very important functions, please pay attention. Okay, replace and substitute functions are used to replace a particular word. but a replace function requires starting position, whereas substitute function doesn't require. For example, here I have a text 8330 hyphen some numbers I have. So after hyphen, okay, I wanted to have a word something like ABC. How do I do that? So if you start with a replace, see, old text is what? This is my old text. Starting number, where do you want to start? Okay, what will be my starting position? I want right after this hyphen. So hyphen is located at the fifth position. No? Hyphen is located at the fifth position. I want after hyphen. So starting number is going to be 6. Number of characters. How many characters you wanted to insert? I wanted to insert 3 characters. What is the new text? New text, let's say I would like to add ABC. Now see, exactly after hyphen, okay, I got ABC. Okay, the problem with this is it replaced, hyphen with, sorry, after hyphen it has inserted APC, but I don't want that. I want, like this. Okay, I want something like this. Let's rewrite it. Okay, is equal to replace. Okay, this is my old text, comma, starting number, I'll say at the 6th position. Number of characters, I'm not gonna give this. If I say number of characters as a 3, as I'm inserting 3, it is replacing after hyphen, it is replacing the first 3 characters. So I'm leaving it. New text, I'm gonna say ABC. Now see, it's gonna insert ABC. I'll say ABC space. Now see, it has inserted. So ignoring the number of characters is solving our requirement. Okay, same thing can I do with substitute? Of course you can. Substitute. Text is what? This. Old text is what? In this case, old text is hyphen. New text is what? Again hyphen APC space. Okay, done. I'll close this. Instant number is optional parameter. I'll close it. Now see, I'll get the same output. But the problem here, you see, wherever there is a hyphen, it is replaced with that. Yes or no? Here is there is an hyphen, here is there is an hyphen. It is replacing with APC. To avoid that second time repetition, instant number, if you say 1, it only replaces in the starting position. Okay, first occurrence of a space. If you say instance number as a 2, it will add ABC after the second hyphen. Did you all understand the requirement? But yeah, in a nutshell, replace and substitute functions are used to replace something, whereas replace function requires starting position and number of characters to be replaced with. These are easy functions. Okay, whenever you do data transformation, these are going to be really helpful. Okay, let's move on. So okay, here you see, I want this year to be replaced with this year. Here 2000 should be replaced with this, 99 should be replaced with this. How are we going to do? Is equal to replace. Old text is what? This. Okay, starting number. Where do I need to start? 5. Number of characters? 4. New text is what? This. See, I got it. As simple as that. You're understanding this very well. Okay, let's go back here. So if you look at here, one more example. I have these numbers. Here 8330 should be replaced with Naga. 8331 should be replaced with Santosh, and 8330 or 8332 should be replaced with Kumar. How do we do that? Here replacement is based upon a condition. So first what you have to do, you extract the 4 characters and then use a VLOOKUP. That solves your purpose, right? But that is nothing to do with the substitute function. You're getting my question. First 4 characters should be replaced with Naga. How do I do that? So I'll say here is equal to left of, I'll say 4 characters. See, this is aligned on the left hand side. Okay, now if I calculate 8330 equal to this, it's saying false. Why it is false? Because whenever you extract number from a text represented number, it still keeps it as a text only. You need to convert this to number. So use a value function to convert this to number. Now see, as we discussed earlier, numbers are always aligned on the right hand side. Now if I just compare this equal to this, it says true. Now see, both are numbers. Okay, now I got it. Now what do I need to do? First I need to get this Naga over here, no? Yes or no? So to do that, can I use VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP of, this is my lookup value. Okay, comma, what is my table array? This is my table array. Lock it. Within this table array, column index, second column I want, and I want exact match. If you don't understand VLOOKUP, no problem. I'll discuss this later on. See, I got Naga and all. Now, what am I going to do? I'll copy this entire function. Copy. Let's remove it. I am going to say replace. This is my old text. Starting number I want 1. Starting number I want 1. Number of characters 4. New text is what? My VLOOKUP answer. That's it. Now see, I got the output. This way, you see, you have used left function, value function, VLOOKUP and replace. This is called combination of formulas. If you don't understand VLOOKUP, in some time we are going to discuss. I want you to understand how we can write, all these functions together. So look at the syntax. What is the suitable function for that particular syntax? You write that. Okay, clear? Again, VLOOKUP I'm going to discuss in a great detail, but I'm just giving you this example. Okay, now what if I have something like this? Okay, I have employee name here. I wanted to get the first name. You already know how to get the first name, right? So first you write search function, get the space position, enter. You got it, right? Now what you have to do? You just copy this function except is equal to, you come here, you say left of this value, number of characters, you provide this function including -1. Okay, you got the first name. How do you get the last name? You don't need to write, write function always. Here you can use substitute also. See, is equal to substitute. Old text is this. Okay, old text, sorry, substitute. This is the text. This is the old text. What is the new text? New text is nothing. So that old text Darren is going to be removed with nothing. Okay, it's going to be removed with no value. Now see, I'm going to get forward. But if you look at here, there is a space though. How do you remove that space? There is a function called trim. Okay, before P there is a space though. Trim is going to remove that space. See, even without using right function also, we are able to get the answer. Make sense? Okay, let's move on. And yeah, we have a very pretty easy functions. Okay, to format your text, that is upper, lower. Okay, proper. Lower means it will convert the text to lowercase. Upper means which will convert the text to the uppercase. Okay, so is equal to, you can use lower, converts all the letters in a text string to lowercase. See, everything will be converted to lowercase. Upper means everything will be converted to uppercase. Proper means first letter of the first word is going to be in a capital letter. You see proper of, I'll use this. See, first letter in Naga is N, that is in up capital words. S also in capital. Let's select 3 and send this down. Okay, easy functions now. This is used to format the data. Now, so next we have a few, concatenate functions. One is concatenate. So what is concatenate function? What is the meaning of a concatenate, guys? Concatenate is nothing but merging the two cells. Okay, a concatenate is nothing but merging two cells. Here you see the Excel concatenate function concatenate or joins or merge the cells up to 30 values. Okay, and returns the result as text. In Excel 2000 and later versions, okay, we have concatenate and text join functions which are much better and more flexible. Okay, so first let's stick to concatenate function. If I say concatenate, okay, joins several text strings into one text string, it is saying this is my text 1, comma, this is my text 2. See, it has combined both the words. What if I want a space in between? You can say concatenate, this is my text 1, comma, text 2 is going to be space, that you can put it in the double quotation mark, and the text 3 is this. Okay, now the problem with this function, see, the concatenate function cannot handle range of values. What if I have something like this, A, B, okay, C, D, okay, E? Do I need to select each and every value? See, even if I select ABC like a range, see, it's not going to join. That is the problem with this function. So selecting each and every value, like, 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, it's going to take a lot of time, and of course it is annoying, right? Yes or no? So that is the limitations with this function. Okay, initially back in 2013-14 of time, we used to have this concatenate function, and we used to feel little difficult concatenating the words. Okay, so it doesn't accept the range, therefore you cannot use the ranges. But if you have 1, 2 values, you can concatenate using concatenate function. See, the items can be strings, numbers, or cell references in one cell. Okay, so if you wanted to manually use, okay, manual approach, I'll tell you. Okay, what is the manual approach? Is equal to this first word. use ampersand and a space, again ampersand, second name. See, now there are three values. Naga is one word, space is one other word, and Santosh is another word. This is a manual approach using ampersand sign. Okay, using ampersand sign. This is ampersand sign. Okay. Now what is concat function? See, the Excel concat function can concatenate join values, okay, supplied as a reference. Unlike a concatenate function, concatenate accept, concatenate accepts ranges as well. So concat function can accept the range of values. Okay, meaning that, look at here, whatever the limitation that we had with the concatenate function is addressed using this function. See, is equal to concatenate. Okay, text one is this. Okay, text two is a space. Text three is this. Again, this is possible with the regular concatenate function also, right? But look at the magic. Concat. Okay, I'm just selecting this range. But what if I want a space in between? You should join that with the space like this. Okay. Now Excel will understand that, okay, he is expecting, Santosh is expecting a space in between words. That's how it understands. Now see, okay, even if I have A, B, C, D, E. Now see, I'm going to select this entire range using this function. Select the entire range. I want a space in between. Enter. See, it is accepted. This is the advantage of concat function. Okay. Now here I want output something like this. First name is Naga and I have a date. I want output something like year. So how do we do it? We can use the concat function. Text one is this. Text two is going to be year of this value. Okay, year of that date. Now see, I'm going to get Naga 2023. If I want a space in between, I'll just put two double quotation marks with space. Okay, year function will just help you to get the year. Okay, year of date. Okay, year function will fetch the year. Okay, moving on. So this is okay. So concatenate function not going to accept the ranges, concatenate accept the ranges. But here we are providing the delimiter. Okay, that is space or hyphen, whatever you want, you are providing, right? In between the words, if you want space, you are providing it. Okay, there is another function which is more advanced. Okay, that is text join. What is this text join? Okay, so here look at here. The text join function concatenate multiple values with or without a delimiter, that is separator. Text join can concatenate values provided as a cell references, ranges, or even a constant, or you can also ignore empty cells. So it accepts a single cell like A1, B1, C1, or ranges A1, B1, C1, or even a constant value like in double quotation marks. For example, here you see, I would like to add a Naga and Santosh. Okay, look at here. I can say text join. You see, you can provide your own delimiter, like a space you want, hyphen you want, or anything. So let's say I want a space. Ignore empty cells. What if there are empty cells? Do you want me to ignore or include or exclude? I'll say ignore empty cells. That option is also there. Text one is this, text two is this. I can select a single cell like this. Okay, say Naga Santosh, and I'll send this down. Okay, I can also, instead of providing these two as a separate cells, I can even select the range. See, it's still gonna work. As simple as that. Okay, for example, here I have initial, something like that. Okay, Santosh Kumar, Ranjit Kumar Ji. Here I have Sirisha Vanapalli and Rohit Sharma Kumar. Okay, Virat Kohli Nayak. Okay, now if I add this cell also reference, if I just expand this, see what is going to happen. If you look at here, Sirisha Vanapalli, there is only one space. But if I make it as a false, see include empty cells. When I include empty cells, I see double spacing. So using concatenate function, it's in your hands whether you wanted to include this space or exclude this space. But this won't be possible with the earlier functions like concatenate and concat. Is it clear? So you can include the cells or exclude the cells using text join function. Okay, next we have a value function. Okay, this is very important function. So whoever working with Excel, at some point of time in your career, you see numbers like this. Now you tell me, is it a text or a number? It is a number only, but a text represents a number. So Excel is treating is at a text. And I have to mention this, and whenever you see anything that is aligned on the left side is a text, anything that is aligned on the right side is a number, anything that is aligned on the center is a Boolean value. Now to check whether it is a text or a number, you have two functions. One is text. See, this is a text. It's saying true. If you wanted to check whether it is a number or not, you have another function called isNumber and select the value. See, it is saying false. Now, since it is a text, how do you convert this to proper number? You can use a value function. See, converts a text string that represents a number to number. It is looking like a text string that is looking like a number. Sorry, it is a number which is looking like a text, and it is saying I can convert that to proper number. So value of, see, it is saying text. You provide this text and hit enter. See, now it is aligned on the number. Now, if you have any doubts, you can use isNumber function to check whether it is a number or not. Okay. In the real time, extract the first four characters from a number. See what is going to happen. Now there is no green color symbol. If anybody aligns it on the right hand side, you might think it's a number, but see, it is what it is saying. It's still saying it is not a number. Okay. Only when you copy these values, okay, and paste as a values, then only you can see this green color symbol. So in the real time, whenever you do VLOOKUP, no, VLOOKUP, this is your lookup value, and this is going to be your array. Okay. Now whenever you print, you'll get an error. But when you check 8331 is there and is there over here, why am I not getting it? To evaluate that, first, here if you just select this entire word and see 8331, it is saying, okay. But if you just select this word, simply what you can do, copy and paste as a values, guys. Whenever you see this symbol, no, what you have to do, instead of providing a simple lookup value, you provide a value of this. Now it converts the text represented number to number. Therefore, you will be getting the answer. Okay, this problem you come across. You see the number in both the places, but you get any error. How do you resolve it? Because it is convert. Whenever you extract a number from a text, it still treats as a text only. So use value function to convert it to a number. Once again, okay. See, I wanted to do a VLOOKUP and get the answer. First, what am I going to do? I'm going to extract the first four characters. I'll say left of this comma 4. Okay. I got the answer. Now you're tempted to do VLOOKUP here. Okay. Let me move this a little right. Okay. Now here you can do VLOOKUP is equal to VLOOKUP. This is my lookup value. Where this value within this array. Lock it. I want second column and I want exact match. See, you are getting any error. Why any error? If you just select the lookup value, you see 8331 is showing up in the double quotation marks. So whenever you see anything in the double quotation mark, what does it mean? Which means that that is a text. Yes or no? So you need to convert that to proper value. So what you can do, you write a value function and provide this. Now see, if I select this entire lookup value, it is showing as a number. No double quotation mark. Therefore, you get the result. That's the importance of value function. Okay. Now I'll show you some interesting functions. Text before and text after. What is text before and text after? There are some new functions. I know that some of you can't see these functions in your Excel because these are available, I think, only in the latest versions. Here you see I have some text here. Okay, I wanted to use another function called the text before. See, for the delimiter. What is my text? This is my text. What is my delimiter? This is my delimiter. Instance number. You want it before the first slash or second slash. If I say second slash, see, that is instance number. Match mode. It is a case insensitive. This is not a case sensitive. Okay, you can say match to end. I mean to the end of the word. If not found, you can say no value. Okay, that's it. See, before the second slash whatever you have, it is providing. If you say it, okay, these are all not required. Okay, you can say match instance number 1. It will give you anything before the first this thing. That's it. Now let's say I want everything after the first hyphen. You can use the text after. That's it. Text is this. What is the delimiter? This. I want after the first hyphen. Whatever you have it after the first hyphen, it's going to give you that. So even you can use a text before and text after to split the words. For example, here you see, I want a first name and last name. Instead of writing left, search all of that, you can say text before. Okay, this is my text. Here, what is the delimiter, guys? Space. You provide the space. Instance number. I'll just say one. See, I got Naga. Send this down. Okay, here I'll say text after. Okay, this is my text. Delimiter is a space. That's it. See, Santosh. Here I would like to separate, the initial with the name. Okay, how do I do that? Okay, look at here. I want first to get the initial title. So here I'm going to say text before. This is my text. What is the delimiter? If you look at each and every word, dot and space is the delimiter. First one is a managing director, second one is a director, third one is a third one there is no matching pattern, fourth one is a director dot. So I'm going to say doctor, not director, doctor dot space. Okay, in instance number I'm going to say one. Okay, this is case insensitive. I'm going to say match to end. Okay, I'm going to say match to end. If I close this, you see, I got only one. Here, I want this entire designation in a reverse order. So what I'm going to do, this instance number, I'm going to make it as -1. Okay. Where is my instance number? Instance number -1. Okay. This is case insensitive. Director dot and space is also there. Okay. And case insensitive is done, and you need to say match to end, because I'm going from the left to I'm going in this direction, guys. Whenever you go in this direction, you are going to get it correctly. Let me do it again. Text before. Okay. Oh, oops. I need to use sorry, text after, I guess. This is my text. No, text before only. Text before. Text is this. Okay, my delimiter is doctor dot space. Okay, instance number -1. You ignore this. Match to end is important. Close it. Okay, here I'm getting this. Let's send this down. Okay, I'll just check this why it is not working. We can extract this enter one. I'll just check this example. But yeah, you understood, right? What is text before and text after? You can extract the text before this, and you can extract the text after this. Okay. So there is there is again one more function called a text split. So this is the last function within this text function. You see, now in order to split this word, we have left, right, search, mid function, and we have text before and text after. Now you see, you like this function a lot. Okay, I want to separate these two words. You see, text split. What is that text? This one. You have column delimiter and row delimiter. Now I want Naga in one column and Santosh is in one column. So what is the delimiter between this? What is the common character between this? Space. So you provide that. Again, I don't want any row limitations. I'll remove this. If there is an empty cells, you can ignore empty cells. Okay, match more case insensitive. That's it. Now you close it. See, without writing left right functions, you are going to get everything very nicely. See, no functions are required. Using one single function, I can split the data. Even if I add any other names also, those are also going to be split very nicely. Which one is easy now? Text before or text after or text split? Text split, right? So initially you liked left, right. Then after text before, text after. Now you are liking this. So that's how it is actually. Okay, now there is one common interview question. What if you have multiple delimiters? Okay, if you just look at this data, you have comma, you have colon, you have a space also. Okay, how do you deal with this? You have multiple delimiters. Okay, in this case, is it possible to split this data to multiple columns? Okay, look at here, very simple. Text split. What is the text? This one. Okay, you have a column delimiters. No, you provide all the column delimiters. Okay, within this open and closed bracket. First delimiter is what? Comma. Done. Next another comma. Second delimiter is what? Colon. Another comma. Third delimiter is what? Space. Okay. Once you provide all of them, okay, you close the curly braces and double quotation mark. Okay. Ignore empty cells, include empty cells. That's it. You close it. See, something went wrong. First comma, second comma. Hang on. Text split. Text is this. comma, I would like to open curly braces. Okay. Within the curly braces, the first one is a space, comma, the second one is a colon, comma, the third one is a comma, curly braces, double quotation marks, close it. Somewhere I'm making a mistake. Okay. I think these are not required, I guess. See, within the curly braces, you have to provide all of that. Now you see, each and every word got separated nicely. Okay, even if you add in here space, I'm taking Power BI. See, as soon as I do this, it's going to split this. Okay, so even you have multiple also, you can easily do it. Why it hasn't taken this properly? There is a space. Okay, so Power BI, there is a space. That's the reason it's considered as one. Otherwise, it will be considered as only one. Easy, right? Text split, easily splitting the values. Okay, here for example, look at here. I have data like this. I wanted to split Mr. and Miss dot. I can split that. Okay, here I'm going to say text split. This is my text. What is my column delimiter? Column delimiter, I'll open the bracket. I'll say Mr. I'll open the bracket and I'll say Mr. dot and space. That is one. And another one is Miss dot and space. This is another one. And curly braces, close the bracket. See, now I got Naga Santosh, all of that. But here there is an empty cell now. I wanted to exclude that. So what you can do, ignore empty cells. Whenever you do that, Naga Santosh will come in the first place. Send this down. There you go. Easily you can replace the initials as well. Okay. Now we are going to talk about logical functions. Okay. What are logical functions? Okay. What type of logical functions are there? We will take a look at it. Okay, so what are logical functions? Okay, logical functions in Excel are used to check whether a condition is true or false. Okay, what if it is true? What if it is false? These logical functions will help you to do a few things like, conditional formatting, data validation, automate decision makings, all this you can do. So these are the different types of logical functions. If function, if error, if NA. Okay, these are like, what if the result is error and what do you want to show? And or functions are used to deal with the multiple logics. And IFS is for the, more than one condition, and even switch is also the same. Okay, now let's I'll take some examples and try to understand. As you see on my screen, here I have different applications and I have a sales. My requirement is to show if the value is above 25,000, I wanted to show something like, profitable. Okay, what do I wanted to show? I want to show something like a profitable. Anything less than that, I wanted to show non-profitable. Okay, how do I do that? Okay, to do that, you have to write, if function. So let's write this. Okay, is equal to if. See, once you start with the if, okay, how do you write? If a logical test. This is my value. If this value is greater than or equal to 25,000, this way you have to write. If this is true, what do you want? I want profitable. Profitable is a text, no? So you put that in the double quotation. Okay, comma, value if false. What do you want to do when value false? I would like to say non-profitable. So you can say non-profitable and close the bracket. That's it. Hit enter. Now see, this is about 25,000. Therefore, we are going to get profitable. If I send this down, you see non-profitable, 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 and profitable as well. Okay. Later, you wanted to highlight only profitable words. You just go with the conditional formatting where we can say highlight cell rules. Okay. Text that contains. Okay. Text that contains only profitable, I need to say. So in that case, okay, text that is equal to. If I say profitable, no, even non-profitable would also contain the profitable. So therefore it highlights it. That is the reason I'm taking text that is equal to profitable. Okay, here by default it will provide a light red color. I'll go to the custom format. I'll go to the fill and take the color which I want. See, that's it. Now let's say in case if I change this value to 26,000, immediately it becomes profitable. Therefore, it even highlights into this light orange color. Okay. Now let's move on to another example. Okay, here same example only, but output is going to be different. Here, if the value is above 25,000 or 30,000, I wanted to calculate 10% of the value. I wanted to give them the bonus only if they exceed the sales of 30,000. If not, I want that cell to be blank. So how do I do that? Is equal to starts with if. logical test is this value if it is greater than or equal to 30,000. What do you want to do? This time no text calculation. No, this value should be multiplied with the 30%. Oh, sorry, multiplied with the 10%. So you need to enter 10% like that. Okay. If not, I don't want anything. So when you don't want anything, don't leave it empty. Just put two double quotation marks. Enter. Now see, two double quotation marks will give you empty. Now see, wherever you see the number where the sales are exceeded greater than 40,000. Okay. Even you can highlight all the cells which are above greater than 30,000. Here see greater than, here you can say 30,000. Okay. Where only you'll get the output. Makes sense? Even you can do the calculation also. Not only a simple text, even you can perform the calculations as well. Okay. Now let's deal with one more example in a different data set. Okay. Here the requirement is slightly different. Okay. So I have a different states where the sales are done and some profits also we have got. Here I wanted to return profitable only when the sales are above certain threshold, that is 80,000. Okay. When the sales are above 80,000 and profit is greater than 30,000, then only it should be profitable. How do I write this statement? Whenever you have two logics, no, you need to use AND operator, AND function. Okay, how do you write it? See, so if you just say is equal to, I can use AND function. See, checks whether all the arguments are true, then returns true. If all the arguments are true. So what it is saying, it will just check all the logics. When all the logics are true, then only it returns true. Okay. Logic 1, this value should be greater than 80,000, comma. Logic 2, this value greater than 30,000. When these both conditions are true, no, then only it returns true. When these two conditions are satisfied, then only it returns true. How many logics it will accept? As far as I remember, it will accept 255 logics. Yeah, H lookup, X lookup, V lookup, all those functions are covered. So here, this way you need to do it. Now see, here the logic is true. When I send this down, wherever it is true, it says true. Wherever it is false, it's going to say false. Now what do I need to do? You join this. If this entire logical test is true, you see when I select the entire logical test, I see the output over here. When this is true, what do you want? I want a profitable. Okay. What if I ignore the false condition? If you ignore the false condition, you are going to get something like a false. But it doesn't make sense to show false, no? So you should either say non-profitable or you should keep it empty. When empty, include two double quotation marks. That's it. See how nice it is? This way you can even do it. Okay. Understood how to deal with the multiple conditions? Okay. Here you see I have some employees. I have their first name and last name. Okay. And their birthday. What I wanted to show here, what do I wanted to show? Any employee who joins before 1980, I wanted to mark them retired. For example, this person joined in 1973. So he should be retired. Okay. This guy joined after 1980. So I don't want anything. How do I write this condition? Can you write a formula and show me? See, you can take a random dates in Excel. Okay, anything before 90. Okay, let's, for example, I'll just copy, paste this data in Excel. You can copy the same thing in your Excel and write the calculation. Okay, here I'll give you a clue. You need to check with the year. Okay, the hint is you need to check with the year. Okay, now I'll tell you. See here, the problem here is first I need to, I cannot say like this, no, if this is less than 1980. Okay, if this is true, then retire. It is not going to work. Why it is not going to work? Because this is a number, right? And this is a date. So number and date, can I compare? No. Okay, so what you have to do here, instead of providing the cell reference, you should extract year from this. Okay, I'll show you year of this. I got the year. Now it is showing in a date format. Let's make it general. See, I got the year. Now what I need to say, if this entire thing is less than 1980. Okay, anybody who joined before that, then I wanted to say retired. Else I'll make it as an active. Okay, something like that. See, I'll get retired and active. If you take active employees, no, all of them would have joined after 1980 only. Okay, you see, no value less than 1980. This way you can do it. Okay, look at here. What I need to do, I need to say any employees who have joined before 1980, then they should be marked as retired. So first you should extract the year from here, because I cannot directly compare date versus number, no. So let me extract the year. See, I got the year. After that, what am I doing? If this logical test, this value is less than 1980, then I wanted to mark it as retired. Okay, that's it. Now see, I'll get a retired and I'll also get a false. But I don't want to show false now. So I'll make it two double quotation marks. Enter. Now see, like this. Okay. We still have a few more examples. Let's do them. Okay. Look at here. This time I have a different requirement. I have some students, their IDs and their marks. So if you look at the marks, any student who gets greater than 900, I wanted to print grade A. Anything greater than 700, grade B. Anything greater than 600, grade C. Anything greater than 500, grade D. Any who else gets less than 500, I wanted to mark them fail. So here I have multi logics, right? Okay, I need to check if this, okay, do this, if this, do this. So here I need to write what? Nested if condition. How do you write nested if condition? Okay, here, if this value is greater than 900, what do you want? I want something like grade A, right? I'll say something like a grade A. Done. Now, if you can also provide grade B, but that is not the requirement, no, I still have four conditions. So whenever you see value if false, where you write another if condition. Wherever you see value if false, you write one more if condition and follow this syntax. Again, logical test. If this is greater than 700, then what do you want? I want a grade B. Done. Again, when the value false section, you write another if. If this value is greater than 600, then I want a grade C. Again, you are in the value false section. You write if this value is greater than 500. What do you want? Grade D. Now, do I need to write another logic? No, because already I reached grade D. No, there is one, right? That one can be put it in the value if false section. So here you can say something like a fail. Okay. Now you open the bracket with black color bracket. You need to close the moment you see the black color bracket. See, he's failed, right? Yes or no? Now if I send this down, this guy also failed. He's above 500, so he should get grade D. See, like that you can. Okay. Then let's move on. Let's go to the another example. Okay. Here, again, this also comes with the same multi conditions. See, if the revenue is above 15,000, I want a good. If the revenue is between 50,000 and less than 20,000, then I want good. How do we do it? Let's see. Okay, is equal to if this value is greater than 15K. Okay, we know this, right? I can directly write good. For false condition, I'll make it empty. This we know. How about this? Greater than 15 and less than 20. How do I write this? If in here, how many conditions I have? Two. When I have two conditions, how do I write the function? Not nested if, you can use AND function. Okay, is equal to AND. This value should be greater than 15,000. That is first condition, first logic. Second logic, this value should be less than 20,000 only. See, then only it says, see, this is false because this is greater than 20,000. So when this whole statement is true, I would like to say something like, profitable, anything up to you. If not, no, nothing. See, only when it falls between my criteria, then only it says profitable. Okay. So I'm giving you this task. First, I'm providing the names. You copy first. Okay. You copy all of them once. Done. Okay. Next to that, you copy these values. Okay. Done. Next to that, you copy these values. Now you tell me, okay, here my requirement is if any student gets less than 15% or if he or she is absent for the exam, they should be failed. Okay, requirement is if A absent or less than 50%, then he should be fail, otherwise pass. How do we write this condition? Okay, here the requirement is, okay, either the student, okay, should get if the student get less than 50% or absent. Any student is absent, which means that he did not attend the exam. So when he did not attend the exam, how come he get less than 15%? So when he, okay, that is one thing. If he getting less than 15%, which means that he is not absent. So less than 50% or A, then fail, no? So use OR condition. So or this value should be less than 50%, okay, that is a one requirement, or if is equal to A, then it returns true. See, true. And this is also true. When it comes, this is false. See, A is also true. If is true means what does it mean? He's failed, no? So if this is true, then you can simply say fail. Else the student is pass the exam. That's it. So wantedly I gave this example. So any student who is absent is fail. Any student who is less than 50% is fail. So either of these conditions are going to be true. Okay, this way you have to write. So the correct formula is this. Okay, see here, I have some applications and their sales. Here you see, whenever the revenue is greater than 50 and less than 20K, then good. If the revenue is 20,000, then it is exceptional. If none of this, I want same value. Okay, I'll explain. So is equal to first one and condition. Okay, if this value is greater than 15K, okay, then this value should be less than 20K. Then what it returns, true or false. Then what do I want? Good. So what am I going to say? If whenever this condition is true, I want a good. Okay, I have one more condition, no? So whenever I have value false, I'll write another if okay, this value whenever it is greater than 20,000, what do I want? I want exceptional. Okay, done. If none of this criteria, I want the same value. So I'll click on this cell, close the bracket. See, it is exceptional. Now I'm going to get the same value. See, this example will tell you numbers are aligned on the right side, text is aligned on the left side. That is the distinction between the text and number. But yeah, going back to this example, do you understand how do we write the logics? So when multiple logics in one condition, go with the AND. One single logic, you can go as it is. Okay, similarly, you have if error function and if any function. What these functions are, basically, whenever you get an error, what do you want to do? For example, okay, look at here, this is my lookup table. Okay, everybody. So I have, employee number here, and I need to get the name here. Okay, for this, let's say this is employee number. Okay, this is employee name. Now I can use a VLOOKUP to print the answer here, right? So here, let's say I have something like 8331. Here I'm going to say VLOOKUP. This is my lookup value. ELOOKUP value, where we need to search this lookup value, I need to search in this table. Let's log the table. How many columns are there within the table? 2. I want second column. So second column, exact match 0. Now I got the result. For example, 8331 there. If I type 8335, see, I got an error. But it doesn't look good if you show the error as it is. So what you can do, you can use if error function. If error, if entire this value is an error. Okay, what do you want to do? Put a comma, you can say no results. Okay, now end user can clearly see it, no result. For example, if there is any number, it prints the answer. Okay, if there is no number, it prints the no result. Not only this, okay, even if you can use if NA also. If NA is only for purely NA related errors. Okay, NA is purely related to the NA errors. That is about this function. Understood? How do we deal with this? Okay, this example you can use ifs function also. Okay, not this one. This one also you can use ifs. Okay, try with IFS function. Okay, for example, if I say is equal to IFS, a logical test. Okay, if this is less than 50%. Okay, what do you want? I want something like a fail. Logical test 2. If this is equal to A, then I want something like a fail only. Okay, else I'll want a pass. See, I got a fail. Wherever I'm getting any error, I need to write another logic. So logic test 3, if this is greater than 50%. Okay, then I want something like a pass. Okay, I can get the same result using IFS version also. So wherever it is required, you can also write IFS version as well. Okay. So we are going to start with the lookup functions. So the very first function that I would like to discuss is a VLOOKUP. Let's try understanding what this function is all about. Okay, so what is VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP is an Excel function that look up a value in a table which is organized vertically. So basically you can look up a value and find the answers from a table. So VLOOKUP supports both approximate and exact match. What is this approx and exact match? We'll discuss. Okay. And remember, your lookup value must be the first column within the table. So these are the three things that you need to remember. It supports exact and approximate match. The lookup value should be the lookup value should always be available before your answer. Okay. So there are four arguments within VLOOKUP. So first one is a lookup value. For example, the value that you are finding. Okay. Second one is a table array. You can look up for a table array. Let's say you have 3, 4 columns like this. Okay. This is A, this is B, C, and D. Okay. And here I have employee names here. Okay. Names. For example, if you are looking for the C column for this employee. So C column is located in the third column. So you will be printing this answer. That is column index. Next, do you want exact match or approximate match? 99% we go with the exact match only. There are only some scenarios we go with the approximate match. So when I go to any particular cell and start VLC, I get the VLOOKUP. Lookup value. Okay, that is the first requirement. Then lookup array, then column index, and then uh, range lookup. That is approx or exact match. So, when you read the definition, this won't be fully clear. Let's go ahead and explore the examples. Okay. If you look at here, I have this table. Okay, where I have product, supplier, price, and quantity. My requirement here is I want you to get the price for this particular product. So if you look at here, okay, VRANK is there. VRANK is the product name, that is the first column here. Okay, VRANK, that is the first column, and my answer is in the third column. So always your lookup value that should be left side to your answer. Okay. Now here I'll go and type VLOOKUP. So here also we are just finding the value and its answer. So what is my lookup value? VRANK. Okay, comma, table array. You can select including the header like this. So this is going to be your table array. Okay, this is going to be your table array. Within this table, how many columns are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now tell me which column you want. Column C. In other words, column 3. So I'll just press escape. Here you see, wherever you see the range, just lock it. Okay, comma. Column C, here I need to provide the column index number. So we cannot say C, it is asking index number. So you need to say column 3. Okay, comma. The last one you see range lookup. Do you want approximate match or exact match? I want exact match. So I'll take false, or I can also take 0. 0 for the exact match. True is 1, false is 0 in Excel, and hit enter. See, I got 18.95. If I change this value to, okay, Carlota. See, Carlota is available over here, so I get that answer. So right now these are 5 records. Even if you see on the screen, you can easily identify the number. What if this is a huge list? We cannot, go by record. No, this way it will fetch the answer for you. It takes the lookup value and print the answer. One more time is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is this. Okay, lookup array is this. Lock it. I want this time I want quantity is 4 comma 0. Now it's gonna print 65. That is the answer. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. But this lookup array is there, no? That should always be left side to your answer. Okay, one more time. So I have seen many students typing the entire word, that is not required. So once you type VL, see it is showing VLOOKUP, no? Press tab. The very first one, lookup value. My lookup value is over here. When you select a lookup array, your lookup array should start with this word only. So that word is there over here. So I can select my lookup array like this. You can select like this. You can select only values. Absolutely fine. Okay. Lock it. I want a quantity, that is 4, comma I want exact match. So 0, or you type a false. Both are one and the same. See, I get 65. If I change here something, okay, I get that answer also. Okay. Why did I give 4 here? So what column I want? Quantity. Within this table, what is the column number of quantity? 4 only, no? This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So I should provide 4 only, right? Here you can provide false or 0. Both are one and the same. See, in Excel, true is 1, false is 0. Okay, now let's move on to another example. See here, the same example I have. Okay, but end user is asking, okay, same is asking to do VLOOKUP over here. So we already know, right? So VLOOKUP, oops, is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is this. Okay. Lookup array is the what? This is my lookup array. Within this, what is asking price? Price is located in third column. And I also wanted to show exact match. So I'll select false. Okay. Now see, I got it. But here VLOOKUP with the data validation I have provided. What is data validation? Okay. Data validation is a big concept. Okay. You can restrict the user input. Okay. Let's say if user is entering any value within this highlighted cell, he can enter 1, he can enter 10, he can enter 20 also. But I can restrict what value to be entered by the user. Okay. That is data validation. In data validation, you can also create a drop-down list. Okay. A list of values. For example, I'll go to the data. This is data validation. I can go to the data validation. Okay. Here I'll just select whole number, decimal, list. If I select list now, here I can provide the values. Let's say A comma B comma C comma D. Like this I can provide and close it. Now say this is a drop-down list. I can use this as a lookup value. How? I'll tell you. So here right now there is nothing. But now see I'm going to add a data validation list. Go to this drop down, data validation list. Okay. Here, click on the source. I wanted to add all of these values because user might select any item. Therefore, here answer is going to display. So click on the source here and just select the range like this. Now see A6 to A10 are going to get added. Now see, I got all the values. If I select one, I'll get the answer because here my lookup value is this cell reference. Though there is a drop down list here, you see, though there is a drop down list, the cell reference is F6. So when I selected here, F6 it is going to display. Now I also have an option to change it. If I want VRANG I can. If I want Belen I can. If I want Carlota I can. So this way also you can add. So how to add a data validation? Okay. How to add a data validation? Go to data. Okay. A data validation and then select list, add values using a range or manual values. You should follow this. Clear? Let's move on. Okay, now the very important thing. Let's say here you see I have this data set. Okay, where I have some student names and student marks also. Now my requirement is there are a couple of students here for which you need to print the subject marks. Okay, let's assume this is the entire data set. Out of this data set, you are interested to see only marks for these students. So every student marks you can, okay, Naga Santosh, let's copy it over here and put it over here. Some other student paste it here. Like that you can't do. And if I change the name here, I want to display the values automatically. So you should fetch all these values over here. So can I do VLOOKUP? Is VLOOKUP going to work in this case? Let's see. Okay, is equal to VLOOKUP. What is my lookup value here? Which cell my lookup value? A22. Yes. Okay, for this guy, okay, A22. Done. Comma. Where is my array? This is my array. Okay. Do I need to lock? Yes, because from here I will move this formula right side. From here I'll move this. From here I'll move like this. I'll move no. So I'll have to lock this entire range. Okay. Lock it. Okay. Now which column index I want? What is the column index? What is the column index 2? Right? Very good. Because I want subject 1. Subject 1 is the second column in the array. Right? Very good. Now for exact match, what is the value I need to take? Okay, 0. Close the bracket. Done. But if I drag towards the right side, why did I get any error? Okay, now I'm showing you the issue. What is the error here? So we need to lock A22 because I'm looking for Naga Santosh. Since I moved from here to here, I actually moved from here to here, right? So therefore this reference got moved. So I need to lock, this first cell, no? A should not change, right? So put a dollar sign in front of A. Why not in front of 22? Because 22 should become 23. I'll also drag this formula down, no? Now I'll drag this down. Okay, but unfortunately, the problem here is I'm getting only the same value 62. Why is that? Because here I have provided the column index 2 and which is same across all the columns. So to avoid that, what you can do, you can take, a reference column over here. Instead of providing reference like this, you provide this. But again, it should change. Okay, where to put a dollar sign in B20? Before B or before 20? Before 20. Why? Because I drag this formula down. No. So 20 should become 20, this 2 should not become subject 1. So 2 should be like that. So I'll put a dollar sign over here. That's it. Now see, when I send this right, I get all the values. When I send this down, I'll get all the values. Why did not I get for Srinivas? Because Srinivas is not there. Here I have Srinivas Kumar, but here it is Srinivas. One more time I'm repeating. First one, VLOOKUP. Okay, I'll select this value. Now I move this formula right now. So this Naga Santosh will become this. This cell will become this. This cell will become this. So A should not become B. B should not become C. Everyone. A should not become B. B should not become C. So where do I need to put a dollar sign? I don't want to shift between the columns. I want it always to look up a value that is Naga Santosh. So put a dollar sign in front of A. Okay, very good. Comma. Next, look up array. This is array. So always lock your array. Okay, very good. Which column index you want? Second column. I'll select this. Now, when I copy this, 2 will become subject 1. No, that is wrong, right? So 2 means 20. Row 20. Yes or no? So this row 20, later it will become 21. If you don't trust me, I'll not lock it and I'll say 0. Now you see, it is 62. No, when I drag this, it is working fine. But when I drag down, see, I got error. Why? Because see, earlier it should be 2, no. Now what is column index? Column index is showing as subject 1. Okay, now if I just select this, you see, column index is showing as subject 1. If I use insert function, I cannot show all of this. But you see, is it subject 1? No, it should be 2, right? So it is coming one cell down. So go to this formula, put a dollar sign in front of 20. That's it. Now again, you have to copy this formula right, okay, and down. Now it works fine. Now here it is also did not find a Prabha. So what I have to do? Okay, what you're supposed to do, use if error function. If this is an error, okay, come to the end. See, value means this entire function is an error. What do you want? I don't want to show it in anything. So put two double quotation marks. Now you drag it right, you send this right and send this down. There you go. Okay, but you may ask me questions, sir, do I need to always create this helper column? Not required. But again, this is a basic step. In the next example, we'll try to improvise this. Like that, we can go to complete dynamic way. Is it clear? But if you notice, what are these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Those are column numbers. Yes or no? Okay, this works. Okay, this works as long as you have subjects in the sequential order. What if you have subject 2 in the first place, like, subject 2 here, okay, subject 1 here, and subject, 5 here, and so on and so forth. Is it going to work? Absolutely no, it's not going to work in that case. So in that case, what do? You need to identify subject to position within this array. Okay, that's how we are going to make it dynamic. Okay, let's move on. Now here, we haven't discussed about tables. Okay, I told you that we are going to talk about tables, but we have not discussed. Let's first understand tables and then we will see what are the advantages of using a table. So here I'm inserting a sheet. I'm pasting this data. Okay, right now, this is a simple data set, guys. Okay, I'll just move these two items over here. This is a simple data. You see, you don't see any table options over here. Okay, you don't see any table options over here, but you can select this data, either go to home and you can mark it as a form as a table. Okay, you can select either of the options. See, it is saying create table and it is saying that we need to ensure that my table has a header. Yes, of course, my data has a header. Cancel it, or else you can go to insert and click on a table. Okay, a table has been created. Now, what is the advantage of a table? For example, here you see, I'm just summing up all these numbers. See, when I selected all the values except the last value, it is G6 to G11. But the moment I select the last value, you see, it is showing the entire column. Now, I got the total. But later, if I add any new 2 rows, see, this total I don't need to adjust. It's automatically going to get updated. That is the first advantage of the table. You're getting me? Next advantage, for example, here I'm creating a column called bonus. I'll say this into 10%. Now see, 10% got calculated. Later, if I just add, okay, later if I add any numbers here, you see this calculation, this calculation automatically going to take place. See, okay, calculations will automatically takes place. That is the second advantage. Third advantage, I'll tell you. Okay, for example, you have this data like this. Okay, I'm just converting it into, okay, I'm not converted to, sorry, I'm not converting it to table, but I'll go to insert and create a chart. Okay, you see a chart has been nicely created. Very good. Now, if I add any new product, okay, Samsung, okay, 35.10. See, did I get Samsung over here? No. Yes or no? Because when I select this chart, you see only this amount of data is taken into consideration for this chart. But look at the magic now. I'm just deleting this. I'll convert this to table, insert, okay, table, click on OK. Now I'm creating chart on top of it. Go to insert and recommended charts and click on it. Now this chart is based upon what? This data set. Now I'll say Samsung. You see, the moment I add, I got Samsung here. The moment I type value, I get it over here. See that dynamic it is. Understood? So these are the couple of advantages working with the table. Make sense? Again, I'll discuss this table in much detail before I discuss the pivot tables. But here, I also have a already table. See, once you create a table, there is something that gets created, that is contextual tab. What do we call? We call it as a contextual tab. Okay. So if you go to table design, okay, you should be within the table, then only you can see that. So I'll go into this table, I'll go to table design. See, this is the table name and you get some options here. Right now, we don't have to deal with all these options, but yeah, I have a table here. Now, if I do VLOOKUP, this is my lookup value. What is my array? This is my array. See, right now, this is still a range, but the moment I select the last row, you see, it is showing table array. So here you can select a table or you can also select a range, that is array. Okay, done. Within this, which column you want? I want a third column. Okay, do you want exact match? Yes, 0. Enter. Now see, I got 995. And if I just change the values here, this is automatically going to work. Now if I add a new, for example, I'll say Oppo Reno 14G. Okay, this is my model. I'll say this is a mobile product, mobile supplier, and the price is 35.69. Okay, I'm adding OnePlus Nord 5G. Okay, this is also a mobile. This is 41.25. Right now, see here, I'll simply say I'll simply copy this value. Okay, just copy, paste it over here. See, I got it automatically. Why? Because I have selected the entire table. If I would have selected the range, it wouldn't have worked because my range was still here only, no? But right now, since it is a table, even when you add a new record, right, that automatically comes in. This is the advantage of the table. Okay, now I'll move on. Okay, this is good. Now I told you, right? Okay, the problem with this. For example, here you see, here I have, okay, different subjects, subject 1, subject 2, subject 3, subject 4, and subject 5. Okay, and my requirement is you need to fetch the marks for only, okay, sure, I'll go a little slow. Okay, I'll go a little slow. Okay, so here you see I have again I have different students and I have 5 subject marks. What if you need to print subject 4, subject 2, and also subject 1? Now these are not in a sequential order, no? But end user is asking, I want report in this way only. Yes or no? So subject 4 is located in which column? Starting from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So subject 4 is 5, subject 3 is 4. So I can't do, something like this, no? So when end user look at this report, he might question what is this. So somehow you should include this column index number in the formula only. Okay, you may say that Santosh, we can hide this row. Yeah, we can hide that. There is no problem. But what if end user changes this to subject 5? In that case, this number is incorrect, right? Yes or no? So you should come up with a way to get these numbers in a dynamic approach. Yes or no? Okay, let's do step by step. I'm just gonna say VLOOKUP. What is my lookup value? This. Where to put a dollar sign? Where should I put a dollar sign? Before A. Okay, very good. Okay, so I'll say before A. Awesome. Okay, comma. Where is my table array? My table array is this. Okay, let's lock it. Now, what is the column index? Column index right now. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 is my column index. Yes or no? Because I want subject 5. So 6, comma 0. Done. Enter. Now I got 40. This is well and good. Now I can also send this down. Very good. But I can't drag this right. The problem here is I'll get the same result. So this 5, this 6 is what? Okay. This 6 is what? This 6 is, okay, column index. So how do you identify that 6 manually? Sorry, how do you identify that 6 dynamically based upon the value that you have it over here? So this is where you are going to use a function called a match. Okay. What is match function? Match function will give you the values position, as simple as that. What is match function? So VLOOKUP with match is a great combination you should remember. Okay. Match is Excel function which is used to locate the position of a lookup value in a row or column. Okay. That's it. So match function match is an Excel function that identifies the position of a lookup value. See, Srinivas Kumar is my lookup value. Where where is he sitting in this table? Okay, so if you count 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want 4 over here. How do you get that? You write a match. What is lookup value? Srinivas. Where is he? Within this entire range. Okay, and I want exact match here. So you can use a 0. Now see, I'll get 4. Same way, I can also identify the position of subject 5 within this range, no? Yes, I can. But remember, you are starting with the name, right? So here also your array should go like this. See, now I'm writing here something like a match of. What is my lookup value? This subject 5. Okay, comma. Lookup array is what? Lookup array you need to search from here. So always select from the first name. Lock it, comma 0. Now see, I got 6. If I move this right, see, subject 2 is located in third column. Yes or no? 1, 2, 3. See, I got 3. Next, I'll move it like this. Now what you can do? You can simply, instead of 6, you select this cell, for example, and lock it. Put a dollar sign in front of 55. That's it. Now you drag right. You can send this down, as simple as that. Or if you don't want this 6 to be shown up here, you copy the entire match function. Wherever you have that reference, just lock it. Okay. But here B56 should not come down. Put a dollar sign. That's it. Drag right, drag down. As simple as that. Even if you delete this, nothing will happen. Okay. Even if you change this to subject 3, automatically the result is going to be updated. Okay, I'll explain. So the very first we will try to understand where these values are located within this array. Okay, so let's write VLOOKUP. Okay, sorry, match function. Okay, match of what is my lookup value? Lookup value is going to be this cell. Okay, let's lock it. Okay, I don't want it to come down. Table array is going to be this. Okay, very good. Lock it. Exact match 0. So we have got the column indexes here, right? Then I can do simple VLOOKUP. So is equal to VLOOKUP. This is my lookup value. Okay, I know where to put a dollar sign before a. Very good. Just select this array. Okay, very good. Okay, column index is going to be this. This one should not come down. So I'll put a dollar sign in front of 55. And for match, I'll use exact match. That's it. Now you drag right side and you send this down. Okay, here there is no str1, right? So use if error function. If error or if any, if this entire function is returning any error, don't show me anything. Okay, for that I'm providing two double quotation marks. Send this right, send this down. That's it. Now if you want, you can copy this entire formula and replace this column index. That gives you a combination of VLOOKUP with match. Again, I'll show you much easier versions. Just wait for it. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so here this already we have seen if with any error. So if you get any error, how to hide it? You can use if any or if error also. Okay, here I have a part number and I have a sales. I should get the product name over here. Okay, so if you look at here, I have part number. Here also I have a part number using which I need to do the product name. Can I do it straight away? Is it going to serve the purpose? No. Why? The problem here is here the part number is different, here the part number is different. But if you closely observe, the part number is going to be first to 4 digits. Then it should match, right? So what should I do now? Because this and this should match, no? Okay, so here I need to get the first 4 characters. So use left function, not right, guys, left function. Okay, left off. This is my text. How many characters I wanted to extract? 4. Okay, I got 4 characters. Okay, now I got 4 characters. Here I'm using VLOOKUP. This is my lookup value. Very good. This is my array. Very good. comma, I want a column index is 2 because there are only 2 columns, exact match, done. But I am getting an error. If you look at here, 1498 is there, no? So sunshine supposed to be here, but I'm getting error. What went wrong? So I told you, right, whenever you extract a text from the, like, a part of text from the whole text, it's gonna make it as a text only. See, right now 1498, wantonly I aligned it on the right hand side just to confuse you. But this 1498 is there, no? When I select it, do you see 1498 is showing up in the double quotation marks at the bottom? Here you notice, guys, okay? 1498 is showing in the double quotation. So we have already learned anything that is within the double quotation marks is a text. How do you convert that to proper number? Either you paste these values, copy and paste it as a values, or what we have to do? Value function. So wrap up this entire left function in the value function. See, the moment I do and send this down, I'll automatically get this. Yeah, 1990 is not there, therefore I can use if error function. Okay, if error, if this entire VLOOKUP is an error, put a comma at the end and say no. Here I'm writing something like no results. You can write anything. You can keep it empty. You can write anything, guys. Okay, up to you. Okay. For no results, I'm just highlighting. Okay, I'll say something like no results. Done. Okay. So this kind of things also will come. Now this is a text string, no? So these are like a text strings, right? So this is a text only. This is not a numerical number because numerics alphanumeric. This is because there are some alphabets, there are some numerical values. Whenever you extract a number from a text, right? It is going to keep it as text only. See, I'm going to say now, for example, I'm using write. Okay, this is the text from which I'm looking to extract right side 8 numbers. Okay, see, right side 8 numbers are extracted. Okay, but when you look at this is looking like a number, but when you copy them and right click and say paste as values, you see, you get this green color indication. This means that this is a text. If you don't believe me, you can use isText function, checks whether a value is text and returns true. Okay, and provide this value. See, it is saying true. How do you convert them to proper number? You can use the value function, value of this. This will convert a text represented number to number. So immediately this will be aligned on the right hand side. Now this is a number. If you want to check, you can check is number of this. So we are asking whether this is a number or not. See, it is a number. This way you can do it. Make sense? So whenever, okay, I'll write it here. Whenever you extract number from alpha numeric value, it makes it like a text. Okay, you should use a value function. Okay, you should use a value function to convert it to number. Okay, let's move on and learn couple more examples. Okay, here if you take a look at it, I have a two tables, guys. Okay, one is state table, one is city table. Okay, Alt HMC, I'll make it as a state table. This one is a city. If you look at, for every customer there is a state, and for every state there is a city. Okay, my question is, I want you to print the state for city for all of these. What should I do now? If you look at output tables, for every customer I have a state. So what you have to do? So first to print the state and look up the state and print the city. So we look up inside another VLOOKUP. Getting it? Look at here. First VLOOKUP. This is my lookup value. For each of this lookup value, print the state. Okay. Second column, I want 0. Done. I got Kentucky, no? So here I'll write another VLOOKUP. This time, what is my lookup value? Kentucky. Where is my return array? Here. Okay. Lock it. 2, 0. That's it. Lock the ranges. So let me lock the ranges as well. Lock it. Done. Now, if you send this down, see, you will get it. But instead of doing it in another cell, what I can do? I can remove this. This is going to be my lookup value. So I'll say VLOOKUP. See, the lookup value, that's Kentucky is going to be my lookup value, and this is going to be my array. Okay, comma, table array is going to be this. Let's lock it. Second column, exact match. That's it. There you go. You can send this down. That's it. Understood? So VLOOKUP inside another VLOOKUP. Why to? I'll tell you. First, using name, I'm printing state. So here I'll get a state. That state will be my lookup value, and I can print city. Understood? Why I use two lookups? So the answer of first lookup value is going to be my lookup value for the second lookup. Okay, so now we look up with, so far we have seen with exact match, because in the real time most of the time we deal with the exact match only. Okay, now we will try to understand with approximate match. Here you see I have some sales. Based upon the sales I need to print the commission rate. Okay, we have already headings over here. You see we look up with approximate match. If I go here, see if and we look up nested function. If I see nested we look up function, use the customer name to get the city. Okay, if I go here, you see using the table to get the product name, partial lookup. I have provided the headers for a better understanding. Okay, see here in this example what I wanted to do. So here I'll enter the value. I need to get the bonus commission. But is 58,000 there anywhere over here? No, right? If I use VLOOKUP with exact match, see the problem? 58,000. Okay, I'll just provide this to. Okay, this is my table. Lock it. I want second column. I want exact match. Since 58,000 is not there, it is returning an error. But instead of 0, if I just say true, what will happen? See, I got 6%. So what it is going to do, it will just look out for the, it will just look out the higher value than what we have. So what is the higher value than 58,000, 60,000. So the cursor goes here and then it goes one cell back. So for 50,000, what is the given percentage? 6%. So it returns that. Okay. Again, so 58,000, what is the highest value? 60,000. So the cursor comes here and goes one cell back. So what is assigned? 6%. That 50,000 or more all the way up to, but not including 60,000. Okay. Now if I add 47,000 here, now tell me what is the percentage here I'm going to get. So what is the value above 47,000? 50,000. So what is the previous value to the 50,000 is 5%. See 5%. If I add 5,000, now tell me what is the percentage? 0. So this way approximate match going to work. That is the reason I have given these limits for better understanding. Okay. Now on the same lines, you also have something called HLOOKUP. So in the VLOOKUP, you are going to enter the column index. In the HLOOKUP, you are going to enter the row index. That is the only difference. Okay. And yeah, HLOOKUP we rarely use in the real time, but it is good to know. Okay, let's do one HLOOKUP example also. See here the Excel HLOOKUP function finds the relative value from the data, okay, in a horizontal table. H stands for horizontal. Now here if I say HLOOKUP, okay, lookup value signs. Now table array is this, but this time we are not going to see 1, 2, 3. Instead we are going to see 1, 2, 3 because it is giving row index. Okay, lock it. Which row index you want? Signs, no, starting from 1, 2, 3, 4. Signs is 4. Okay, approximate is 0. Okay, done. Okay, sign spelling is incorrect. Why did I get this error? For SCIENCE. Okay, let's validate that. Lookup value is signs. That is okay. Table array is this. Okay. Row index is 4. Okay. Range lookup is 0. Row index is 3. Yeah, but whatever. Even if I provide a 3 or 4, it should print no. Once again, let me write H lookup. Lookup value is going to be this. Lookup a table array. Let me enter table array from here. This is my table array. Now you will get it. Comma. Row index is going to be 3, comma 0. See, always a row number. This is my lookup value match. This is my table array. Okay. Row index is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This is row index, not 10. Okay. You should count within this array. Okay. Not the entire one. Range lookup is 0. Okay. I think I should do it in a reverse way. Is equal to H lookup value Gopinath. Okay. I'll have to look within this array. Okay. For this row index is going to be maths. Maths is located in third position. Exact match is 0. See, now I got it. I did it in incorrect way. Okay. Here my lookup value is Gopinath therein within this range. Okay. Row number is what? 1, 2. Okay. 3. So for signs, for Gopinath, what is the answer? 53. Okay. So did I get 53? I got 74. Why? So lookup value is okay. Table array is okay. Row index is 3. 1, 2, 3. It should be 4, right? Okay, let me enter 4. I got 53. See, okay, this is not maths. I should show it as a science. Okay, yeah, this way you will get it. Okay, it is just a horizontal. Okay, it is just a horizontal lookup. Okay, in the same way here also I have different employees. Okay, their year and some employee name. I have employee contact number, all of that. Here I need to print all these results. So simply I can use h lookup. My lookup value is going to be this. I'll just lock it. Okay, I don't want this to move by number, comma, table array is going to be this. Okay, let's lock it. Okay, row index is going to be, I'm going to say here, row index is going to be 2, comma 0. Let's say what am I going to get? I got Naga Santosh, but when I drag this down, row index should become 3. Yes or no? So what do? You do one thing here. You add 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6, something like that. So instead of row index number, you provide this and lock the column B. That's it. Now you can send this right and send this down. You will get it. But yeah, we need to use VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, index match, right? All this can be avoided by XLOOKUP. Just wait for it. But as of now, you understood this. Instead of VLOOKUP, you use HLOOKUP. Instead of column index, you provide row index. That's it. Okay. So this is about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So whatever we have learned so far, I am going to show you another version. Okay. Let me explain you with another function. So already you learned match function, right? What match function does, which gives the position of a value. Similarly, you have one more function called index. What index is going to do? A match function will take the value and provide the index. Index will take the value and provides its number. Look at here. I have, for example, I wanted to know, for example, what is the position of B? We know, right? So it's 2. I can say match. This is my lookup value. This is my table array. I want exact match. See, it's saying 2. But what if I say, tell me what is there in third position? So third position we have seen, how do you print it? You can use index function. See, index array means where it has two syntaxes. Let's go with the first one. Array means wherever your answer is. Okay, comma. Row number, which row number you want? What is there in the third row? That's it. Column number, if you have a column, then you can provide. Otherwise, you can ignore it. Close it. Now see, it takes the number and prints the answer. Okay, opposite to match function. When we do some examples, you will understand. The very first one, okay, look at here. I wanted to print the sales for art. So how do we do it? Let's see. Now, using VLOOKUP, this is possible. Yes, using index function also, this is possible. See, index. Array means our answer. So where is my answer here? In which column I have my answer? Column B. So select it. Okay, now I'm not dragging right, left, so I don't lock it. Now, for what row number? Where is art located? 6th position within the selected array. Meaning that, see, you have a selected from here to here, right? Now count from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I should provide 6 now. Now tell me, is there any function that gives 6? What function can give me 6? Match function. You write a match. What is lookup value? Art. Where are you looking? Within this array. Both the arrays should be in sync. Exact match. That's it. Now see, without using VLOOKUP also, I got this answer. Okay, this is the first example. Now I'll show you another example. What if you are okay, for example, here you see I have category, category called appliances, and I wanted to print the profit. So here I have two criteria, yes or no. One is profit I need to print, one is a category, right? So if I do VLOOKUP, what is my lookup value in this case? Here my lookup value is going to be appliances because it is first starting with the subcategory only, so appliances is there over here, right? So a lookup value here, first appliances. Table array is this. Now this is where you need to think, what is the column index? Which column you want? First column, second column, or third column? Which column you want? Why 3? Because we are looking for profit. How can I print 3 over here? I don't want to manually input. I want automatically it should come. Use match function. Match lookup value is profit, but you should just start from here. Okay, lock it, comma 0. That's it. Okay, now for exact match, I'm taking 0. Close it. Now see, you got for appliances, you got it. Now if I change this to sales, see, how did I add sales and profit over here? Again, go to data, this option, data validation, click on a list, add two values. What are those two values? Sales and profit. Click on it. Now if you select sales or profit, you will get the exact value. See how dynamic it is. Okay, this is using VLOOKUP. Without using VLOOKUP, how do we do it? Okay, that we will do it over here. Is equal to index. Now, array means wherever my answer is. Yes or no? My answer can be anywhere over here, no? So I'm going to select both of the columns. Lock it. Now, I need to provide the row number. What do I have it in the row number? I have my subcategory. So write match function. Lookup value is this. Okay, lookup array is going to be this, comma 0. Done. I also have to provide column number because I have two columns, right? Sales and profit. Write another match function. Lookup value sales, where you need to select from year to year. Because why did I select only sales and profit? Why not subcategory? Because my array has only two columns. No. So here also it should be two columns. Okay. So comma 0. Now see, one match function will provide me the row number. One match function will provide me the column number. Therefore, you will get the same result. Okay. That's it. So you need to use a match function. Let's move on. Okay. So here you see, I have different descriptions here. Looking at this description, I need to print the product. Is this possible with VLOOKUP? Okay. If no, why it is not possible with VLOOKUP? Because your lookup value should be always on the left hand side and your answer should be on the right hand side. But here your answer is on the left side of the lookup value. Therefore, it is not possible. Say VLOOKUP, lookup value is this. But when I select a table array, even from left to right, you see the first I'm getting B5. So it's not going to work in this case. Then what is the alternative approach? Index. So my answer is over here. What is my row number? Use match function to identify the row number of this. Okay, exact matching. If you have lookup value which is there on the left side, your VLOOKUP is not going to work. If your answer is on the left side of lookup value, this is my lookup value. My answer is over here. Therefore, VLOOKUP doesn't work. So your answer should always be on the right side. Then only VLOOKUP works. The better alternative is index and match. Okay, moving on. What if I have something like this? Okay, what if I have something like this? This is a slightly complicated example. See, here I have a different applications. Okay, and their actual sales, actual profit, budget sales, and budget profit. Here I have a budget word. Okay, and I also have actual word. So here I have something like sales and profit. Okay, here I have appliances. So for that I need to print the value. So what I have to do here? So here the lookup value is going to be actual sales as one word. Okay, so for that what am I going to do? I'll say index. Where my answer is, my answer can be anywhere over here. Okay, lock it, comma. What is the row number? Row number I can easily identify, no? Yes or no? Where is appliances located? That I can print. Using what function? Which function? Match function. Lookup value is this. Lookup array is this. Very good. Comma 0. Done. Row number we have provided. Now the column number. See, this is one column. This is one column. This is one column. This is one column. Budget profit is fourth column. But how would I print that budget profit? You can write another match function. Okay, here budget, join that with the profit. Okay, now the lookup value is budget profit. Okay, comma, lookup array, you can select like this, join that with this. Okay, now when I select this lookup array, you can see actual sales, actual profit, budget sales, and budget profit. Yes or no? So your lookup value is there within this array. Yes or no? See, this is budget profit that is there in this. This way you need to select. Okay, comma 0. That's it. Close it. Now see 363. Okay, 363 for appliances. If you sales to actual profit, see, you will get 240. As simple as that. Okay. If you are not able to do it one go, you can do it like this. Okay, you can join these two words over here. Okay, now this is going to be your array. Okay, here I'm doing it one more time. Index. This is where my answer is. Okay, row number I'll write match function. Look out for appliances within this entire array, comma 0. What is my column number? I'll use another match function. Lookup value is combination of these two. Okay, use ampersand operator. Lookup array is going to be this, comma 0. This way you can even take the helper column also. It's one and the same. Okay, let's move on with some more examples. Okay, here I have employee IDs. Okay, employee names. Here I have employee name and employee email address. Okay, email address table. Okay. Now, how can I get this email address? See, Naga Santosh is located here. His email address is located here. Ramesh is located here. His email address is located next to him. So, can I use index or VLOOKUP to do this? Is VLOOKUP going to work? No, right? Because my lookup value and answer is available in the same position. Let's use index. Array is where this here my answer is there. So let's lock it, comma. Now I need to provide the row number. See, if I am able to identify the position of Naga Santosh and adding one to that answer is gonna give me his email address only, no? Yes or no? See, I'm saying match, look up for Naga Santosh within this. Okay, lock it, comma 0. Now if you look at here, what is the answer if I just select the row number 1? If I add 1 plus 1, that is Naga Santosh email address only, no? So let's add 1 to it. Okay, close it. See, I got Naga Santosh. If I send this down, Ramesh Babu is located in the third position. Okay, if you just look at the row number 3, Ramesh Babu is located in the third position. Adding 1 is gonna get me the email address. As simple as that. You can send this. Sometimes you will also get interview questions like this. So you should just think of a logic. That's it. I'm just finding this guy's position and adding 1 to it. Okay, definitely under his name only we will have the email address. No, under Naga Santosh we will never have Ramesh email address. That doesn't make any sense at all, right? Okay. So far, we have seen VLOOKUP and the better version index and match. Now I'll show you the very advanced version, that is XLOOKUP. Okay, now what is XLOOKUP? It is one of the most powerful and flexible functions introduced in the recent versions of Excel. I think that is from 2019, and even you have it in the Office 365 also. Okay. Now, what is XLOOKUP? XLOOKUP works like a VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP works like a HLOOKUP, XLOOKUP works like index and match. Okay, you can do in all the possibilities. For example, here you see I wanted to print the central sales. Now using VLOOKUP I can easily print it, right? But see, I can also do it with XLOOKUP as well. Okay, if you say XLOOKUP, what is my lookup value here? Here the advantage is your lookup value array is different and your return array is also different. So both are independent. Lookup array. Lookup array means where is your lookup value available within this array. Done. Where is return array? Here it is there. Now see, when you look at the central, what is assigned to central, that it is going to print. See, lookup value, lookup array, and return array. Okay. If not found, you can say no results. Okay, no result. That option is also there. Match mode. You want exact match, or you also have advanced options. Exact match or next to smaller item, exact match next to larger item. Okay, like this, like that also you have. You can ignore it, and you can say search first to last, last to first. You can also do this. I'm ignoring that now. See, I got central sales. For example, if I say central north, this is not available. No, see, now you will get no results. See, that easy it is. Let's do some examples. Here, I need to print south sales. Okay, south sales for sales 4. Okay, is equal to X lookup. Lookup value is south. Where is south available? That is your lookup array. A return array is what? This is return array. Wherever south is there, it is going to print that value. See, 324. For example, what happens if I select this entire range? Okay, let's check that now. So I'll go here. Instead of this, I am going to select the entire array. So now what is going to happen? For a south, we have sales 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you will get all of the 4 values into separate cells. But ideally, if you go and see, you can't see anything in that cell. Okay, because it is filling the values. Let's say I want total sales for south. Yeah, it's filling all the values. Now, what is your task? Put the entire function in the sum function. Now you will get the total summation. Is this possible with VLOOKUP? Definitely no. Okay, not a straightforward option. Okay, let's move on. Okay, So what if my lookup value is on the right hand side? In the previous example, my lookup value is a left side to my answer. But this time, what if my lookup value is on the right hand side? No problem. I don't even need to use index and match also. Lookup value is south, return lookup array is this, return array. I want sales one, no? I'll select sales one. That's it. Okay. I don't have to worry whether it is left or right. It's still going to work. See, for south, sales one is 891. As simple as that. Which one is easy? VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP so far? XLOOKUP. Now you are going to see more options. Okay. Now I have student marks here. Okay, English, maths, and social. What if I want to print the entire list for the student? Okay, it is easy. Simply say XLOOKUP. Lookup value Srinivas Kumar. Lookup array is this. Now return array. Do I need to select all the three columns or only one column? Right from English to social. All three, right? So select all the three like this. Okay, let's lock it. Okay, comma. If not found, I would like to say student name, student dot name is not available. Okay, like this I would like to say. Okay, see 76, 70, and 56. If I change here something like student name, see I'm getting the result. For example, if I say Vikram Kumar, see not available, it is printing. How dynamic it is. Okay, this way you don't need to drag the formula, right? You don't have to worry about the indexes, all of that. It is going to work. Okay, here there is no dependency with respect to the columns. Even if you delete it, nothing will happen. There is no dependency, but we are printing it in a sequential order. No, that is the reason I have provided the names. Okay, because here nowhere you have something like if even if you see this is not into the next cell, which is spilling the value. If I go to the edit mode, no value is seen here. But this way, this is one of the way where you can print the result. Okay. The formula is this: lookup value, lookup array, return array. Okay. Let's assume we got 7384 all of that. So for example, what if okay, I got these three values. No, these three values should be based upon these headers. Then what you can do, you can write X lookup. Lookup value is English. Lookup array is this, and okay, your return array is going to be this. Okay, the output of this. For example, I'll do one thing. First, I'll copy this entire XLOOKUP copy. I'll go here. Okay, see, lookup value is English. Lookup array is this. My return array is going to be this. Okay, close it. Now see, I got 73 for English. If I just to put maths over here, you see, I got 84. If I put social over here, I get 57. Okay, this way also you can do it. Okay, this way also you can do it. For example, I'll just copy that formula. I'll just move this over here. Okay, now I'll drag this right side. Okay, now if I just come here, okay, it is maths. Okay, I just need to lock this one, lookup value h. Let me lock it. Yeah, now if I just move this towards the right side, what went wrong? Okay, ranges also I need to lock. Wait a second. This range, let me lock. This range, let me lock. Okay, let's send this right. See, 84 and 57. If I take Naga Santoshi, for example, if I change here, okay, Venkat Ramesh. See, for example, I'll change here something like, social. Okay, English. Okay, maths. See, I'm getting it now. For Venkat Ramesh, social is 88, 50 to 50. So first you print the answer. Okay, this return array, that will be your, return array. Okay, and then you look for these headers. One more time. First, we will print the X lookup. Okay, we will print this is my lookup value. This is my return array. Okay, lookup array. This is my return array. Okay, now see, I got all the values. Now, what am I going to do? Next time, my lookup value is going to be this. Return array is going to be this, and lookup array is going to be that. Return array is going to be this. Okay, see, I'm going to say X lookup. Lookup value is social. Lookup array is this. Return array is going to be the answer of my first lookup. Okay, and lock it. Now say I got 88. Now in order to move this, first I'll have to lock all of them properly. Okay, let's lock it. Let's lock it also. Okay, done. So now I can drag this right side. See how nicely I'm getting. That's it. If name is not there, you can also say here, you can say no result. For example, if I change it only Ramesh, see, no result. That's it. Okay. I mean, again, you have asked with respect to the header. That is the reason I have shown this example. Okay. Yeah. Let's move on with another examples. Okay. So, yeah, this is also the same example. Let's move on. Okay. Okay. If we don't find, we can also say something like a not available. That already we have done. But yeah, let's do it in a different way. Is equal to X lookup. My lookup value is Steven. Is Steven over there here? Let's check. Return array is going to be this. Okay. See, I'm getting any instead of any error. What I can say, if not found, I'll select this value, join that and say is not exist. Okay, that's it. Now see, Steven doesn't exist. But for example, if I type here my name, I'll get the result. As simple as that. You can provide the headers here. It makes more sense. If you type something like Ranjit Kumar, see, you're getting the answer. Let's do a few more examples so that you can understand it is easily. Okay, now see here, I have two tables here. Okay, and I have one person here. I want to check within this table. If not, I wanted to check within this table. Okay, can this be done using VLOOKUP? No, right? Now look at here. How am I going to do? Okay, so here I'll come and I'll say XLOOKUP. This is my lookup value. This is my return array. Lookup array. This is my return array. See, that person is not there. Okay, when he's not there, when this is an error, what I have to do? Okay, if not found, no. See, the fourth argument is if not found. No, here I'll write another X lookup because I haven't found. No, so X lookup value is going to be Ranjit within this array. Okay, return array is going to be this. That's it. Okay, close it. Now you can close it and say enter. See, for Ranjit 6743. What if I type Naga Santosh? Naga Santosh there in the first table, I'll get the marks. So if not found, see lookup value, lookup array, return array. Very good. If not found, you start another VLOOKUP with another table. Okay. When value is not found, use another X lookup. That's it. Okay. So this is not possible with VLOOKUP. Therefore, I am showing with the X lookup. Okay, move on. So here you see, let's explore the other parameters of a VLOOKUP. Here I have different names and their different departments and a hire date. Now, what if I want most recent hire date? Okay, most latest hire date. Meaning that, for example, if I filter, right click, go to filter and selected cell value. I filtered by operation. What is the latest date here? What is the highest date? 15th only, no? I want that 15th. Now think of VLOOKUP. Can VLOOKUP get that highest date? Do you think that VLOOKUP can do this task? Okay. Now see, XLOOKUP can do that. Look at here. XLOOKUP, lookup values operations within this range of cells. Okay. Return array, this date. But here you see, we know that, see, whenever we are printing the dates, let's say today you go to the shopping market, one record will be created with, okay, with your name, with today's date. Tomorrow you go with your name, this. And day after tomorrow you go, your name and date. Okay, so dates also going to be there in sequential order, no? So the maximum date will be at the bottom only, no? So now here you see, return array also we have printed, comma. If not found, you can say no data. Now here you see exact match I'm taking. Search mode. Do you want to search first to last or last to first? Which direction you wanted to go? First to last or last to first? To get the maximum date, which direction? Top to bottom or bottom to top? So you have to go from last to first. So select last to first. That is the use of this parameter. Now see, I got this number. But again, this is in the general format. That is the reason you get this number. But every number is a date in Excel. Go to this drop down and select a short date. See, you got 15. If you say first to last, you will get the starting date. That is 0 to 01. That's it. Understood? What is the importance of match mode? Search first to last, last to first. This is the advantage. Move on with last two example. Okay, here you see, again, I have approximate match. If any sales is above 5,000, if it between 5,000 to 10,000, what percentage I'll get? Let's check that. Okay, X lookup value is going to be 6,500. Lookup array is this. Okay, return array is this. If not found, no data. Okay, Here you see, you have more option. In VLOOKUP, it goes to the highest value and comes back down. No? So here you can decide exact match or next to smaller item. That is VLOOKUP, right? Here you can also have option to choose exact match or next to larger item. If I say next to smaller item, okay, done. Okay, close it. Now see, 6,500. Why did I get 2%? What is the smaller item compared to the 6,500? 5,000 only, no? Okay, for 10,500, what percentage I get? 4%. For 39,000, what is the smaller item? 7%. But if you want larger, you can also choose. But do you have this feasibility with the VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP is limited to only smaller item, no? But XLOOKUP, you have, option to choose next smaller or bigger as well. Okay. Now tell me, VLOOKUP is better, index and match is better or XLOOKUP? X only, right? Yeah, that is the reason I wanted to take in this hierarchy. First VLOOKUP, then match, then index and match, then XLOOKUP. But if we would have done XLOOKUP starting, it won't be that much clear. Okay. Now what if the direction is different? Now we have HLOOKUP direction. No, can I get this? Yes. You see XLOOKUP. I wanted to print all. Okay, this person marks here. Lookup value is Alex. Return array is this. You can. Okay, lookup array. Return array. I want all of the marks to be printed. Close it. Now see, for Alex, I got Alex marks here. Okay. For example, within this, I wanted to look at this one. Okay, this will be our answer. Write another lookup function at the starting. XLOOKUP. Lookup value is physics. Return array is this. Lookup array is this. Return array is going to be the answer of the existing lookup. Now close it. Now see, you are going to get only 88. That is physics. This way you can do it. First you find multiple values. Out of that, you restrict it to one subject. As simple as that. Clear?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll get to learn data analytics from industry experts and IIT faculty in depth. You'll learn tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, Python, and K9. This data analytics course is praised by our learners, and their user testimonials are available on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. You can check them out. The link is available in the description below. So if you are really interested in learning data analytics, this is your opportunity. Click on that apply now button right away and get started in your data analytics career journey.
We are going to discuss about pivot tables. So basically, pivot table is used to summarize the data. Okay. A pivot table is used to summarize the data. So when what is summarization? For example, let's say I have a different products. Let's assume I have a different products and sales. My product, let's say, mobiles, okay, laptops, okay, keyboards, okay, and pen drives, something like that I have. Okay, now each of these products is sold in many places. So collectively, I have their respective sales over here like this. Now, what if I wanted to summarize the total sales? So if I wanted to know what is the total sales amount that I have received out of these products, what do? We sum up these numbers, right? So here we got the summarized value. Even pivot table can also do the same thing. It summarizes the data by different products. For example, these two products, let's say let's imagine these are like a hardware. Okay, this is also hardware. Next, for example, let's consider this is a software item. This is also software item. Now, if I wanted to get the summarized view for this, so this is somewhere around 11,000. Okay, and 11,500. And the other one is 7,000. So here, if you see, we got the total summation for my hardware and total summation for my software. Okay, for example, if this is my data set, let's say I have okay, for example, here I have a Samsung phone, here I have OnePlus phone. So these two belongs to mobile, a product called mobile. Okay, this is also mobile, and this belongs to computers. Okay, for example, if this is my data set, end of the day, if I ask you what is the total sales that I am getting from these two products, so what you are going to do, you will just sum up these numbers, right? Now, in total, okay, I'm going to get the total sales for mobiles, total sales for computers. So here I'm summarizing the data. In other words, grouping the data. Okay, so whatever you are doing with your sum if, Same thing your pivot table also going to do. So if you get any question asking about what is pivot table, you can say summarizing the data or grouping the data. Now, there are two prerequisites in order to create a pivot tables. One, your data set should contain headers for all the columns. Okay. And there should not be any blank rows and columns. Okay. There should not be any blank rows and columns. For example, here I have this orders data set. Okay. I earlier also we have used this. So here I have this orders data set. Okay. What is this data set all about? So here I have a sales information. Okay. From different stores. Okay. Let's say here I have a region. Okay. And I have some geographical details like country, state, city, and I have some product information, and I have some measures like sales profit. Okay. So like we all go to supermarket and buy products, right? So, and they will scan the barcode. So these are the some of the details which will be entered into the database. So in this case, all these details are captured into Excel. So row ID, order date, month name, who is the customer, okay, what is the segment that product belongs to, all of this information. Now, if I ask you, what is the total sales, okay, from this data set, what do? You can simply go to this column, select the sales. At the bottom, you can see the sales. Right, these are the total sales. What if I ask you the total sales in East region, for example? So what you can do, simply apply a filter over here, select the region. Okay, how did I apply a filter? So you just go to the data and click on this filter. If I go to the region and select the central and click on OK, all the data that belongs to central is filtered, and you can just select the numbers. Here you can see the total, yes or no. But every time do I need to select, apply the filters and select the data and give the numbers? No, right? So we need to provide it in a summarized view. We need to provide it in a summarized table view. How do you do that? In order to do that, you need to make use of pivot tables. So where do I find my pivot table? If you go to the insert, there is a section called tables. Here you can click on pivot tables from a table or range. Okay. If you click on the recommended pivot table, so what it is going to do, it will just select the data. You see, the moment I click on the recommended pivot tables, it is giving some samples. Okay, region wise sales, okay, segment wise sales. How do I know that this is a segment? For example, if I just click on here, you can see sum of profits by segment. If I click on this, see sum of profits by state or province. It is giving a couple of suggestions. If you want, you can go. Okay, for example, I'll just choose region wise profits. Okay, see, in a new sheet, it has created a pivot table. Okay, so all the regions in rows and profits into the value section. I'll explain this, but for now, let me delete this. If you want your own pivot table to be created, what you have to do, simply click on. Okay, to create a pivot table on your own, click on insert and click on just pivot table. Once you click on a pivot table, it will first ask you, is it your table or range? Yes, orders A1 to A10195. Okay, if you look at here, the last row is 10,195. Yes, that is my range. Now, it is asking where you want the pivot table to be placed. It is asking where should I place this pivot table, in a new worksheet or existing worksheet. Let's say since this is a huge data, I would like to have my pivot table in a different sheet. So I'll click on a new worksheet and just click on OK. Now you see here a pivot table got placed. Okay, along with the pivot table, you will also get another window, that is pivot table fields. This is the okay. This should be our first observation. This should be our second observation. The third observation should be okay. The third observation should be this one. Okay, contextual tabs. Okay, what are these? These are contextual tabs. Contextual tabs. Okay, so these contextual tabs provides a different options. We will take a look at them little later on. Now, what do we call? This is a canvas. So whenever you drag and drop your fields, right? So here is where the pivot table is going to get created. Now coming to the second observation, that is pivot table fields. Here you can see all your fields. Okay, a row ID, order date, month name, customer name. So that is the order that you have it in your data source. A row ID, order date, month name, customer name, segment. Okay, so all of your fields are going to be shown in the same order. Okay. If you want to search any particular item, let's say I wanted to search something called category. You see, the moment you type it here, those things are going to get filtered out here. Okay. All your fields are going to be shown here in the same order. Next, you will have 4 different shelves. Okay. We call these 4 as a shelves. One is filter. Okay. Filter, once you create a pivot table, if you want your pivot table to be filtered by any specific field, you can drag that field and drop it here. Rows and columns talks about the orientation. How do you want to see your pivot tables? Then you can use rows and columns. Values is the section where you can drag your measures. For example, I wanted to show region-wise sales. Now I can search for region, drag and drop it into the rows. Now here, if you see, it is showing an icon here. Okay, rows. Now, whenever you drag any field, it is going to show you the members of the field. For example, region will have 4 regions, so east, west, south, north. These are going to be shown one underneath another. Why one underneath another? Because rows are one under another, columns are one beside another, right? And second thing is, whenever you drag any field, pivot table is going to show you unique items only, because it has to summarize the data. No, for example, east region. Okay, for example, east region is there in 209 2986 times, but however, it is going to show you only once. Now, if I search for sales and drag and drop it here, see, it is a sales. The moment I drag and drop it over here, it becomes sum of sales. You see, now it has become sum of sales. It is going to show you the summarized value, aggregated value. Okay, what are the central sales? What are the east sales? What are the west sales? It is going to show you. You can simply right click on this, go to number format, click on number, remove the decimals, use thousand separator and click on OK. Now see, it is going to show you very nicely. Okay, make sense? This way you can summarize the data. Okay, so what are pivot tables? Okay, summarizing the data. Okay, summarizing the data. So pivot tables will always gives unique values. Okay, measures will be aggregated. So using this raw data, I'm going to okay, I have summarized this. Now I have a view. Now, if end user asks what is central sales, I can quickly show this value. Okay, if I just provide this table, they can easily get to know how much sales are coming from each of these regions. Okay, for example, you have closed this window, pivot tables fields. How do you get it back? You have to go to pivot table analyze, click on this field list, or else simply right click on this pivot table. You can see the show field list. It will come back. Okay, now I wanted to filter this by, for example, category. Drag category and drop it into the filter section. Here you see, you get again select anyone and click on OK. Now this is the central sales for furniture. If you want select multiple items, click on the select multiple items and make another selection. So here you see multiple items, meaning that you have selected more than one value. Right now I don't want this, so I'm just removing it. Now we'll try to create a pivot table and we'll make it look little better. Okay, while doing that, we can learn more options. For example, okay, let me take this entire data set into a new sheet. Okay, let's say this is my data set. I'll say orders data set, done. Now I wanted to create a pivot table. All right, so here I would like to create a pivot table that shows region-wise, state-wise sales. Okay, something like this. Okay, as you see on my screen. So here I would like to see region. Within the region, what are the different states and their sales and profit I would like to see. And I would like to apply some formatting over here. So how would I do that? Let's check that now. So where do I need to go and create a pivot table? You have to go to insert. Okay, you can also check recommended pivot tables, but it may not give you the pivot table that you want for your analysis. So I'm just going to create this, click on this pivot table. Since I have a huge data, it is always better to put this pivot table in a new sheet. Later, we will also create the pivot table in the same existing sheet. But for now, I'm just clicking on new worksheet. Click on OK. Okay, as I said, this is the canvas and this is my pivot table fields. Now, I'm going to give you a tip. For example, if you wanted to change the look of this window, okay, you can do that. Simply go to these options. Here you see field selection and area section side by side. Whenever you click on that, here you can see all your fields. Okay, here you can see all your fields and the shelves also side by side. Okay, field section only. You can see only field section, but what do you do with this? Okay, where do you place all of them? So not so useful. Area section only 2 by 2. Okay, and area section 1 by 4. Like this you can do, but I always go with the default one. You okay, and if you want all your fields, okay, to be sorted in ascending or descending order, sorry, A to Z order, you can choose like this. Now see, if you want a category, you can search on the top. If you want a subcategory or state, you can see at the bottom. Okay, now I'll just put it in the default mode. Now I would like to see region wise sales. Now let's drag region. Or else first I would like to create a view with the subcategory wise sales. Now I have a subcategory. Now you tell me, where do I need to drag this subcategory? Into the rows or into the columns? Definitely not filters. Values means only numbers. So if I drag this subcategory to the columns and add the sales over here, now to your eyes, is this report looking good? Is it really looking good to read? See, we can't read the information from left to right, right? So, but instead of this, if I just, move this subcategory to the rows, at least you can read the numbers at one go, right? Okay, so it depends on you. How do you want to visualize the table? Okay, now at least I can read these numbers. Second thing, okay, you if you want, you can also format these numbers. So where to move, where to put a field into the rows or columns depends on you. For example, same pivot table, I wanted to see by region, but if I drag region into rows, see, this is not a great report. Okay, or else if I just move subcategory underneath the region, you see, if I wanted to compare accessory sales across all the region, I need to scroll down and see. Instead of that, if I move region to the columns, I can see the accessory sales across all the regions. No, so whenever you want this something by sales by subcategory across regions, then you need to use it. Okay, columns. This is one example I just wanted to provide. So when to drag into the rows and when to drop into the columns, up to you. How do you want to visualize? Okay, going back to our previous example, I would like to see region wise sales, right? So I'll drag region into the rows and the sales into the values. This is good. I also would like to see state, right? So here I have something called state or province. I'll just to put underneath the region. Okay. This way I got the report. Now I'll try to enhance this report much better. First, I'll go with the design option. Once you go to the design option, here you have a different pivot table styles, guys. Okay, if you just go here, you have lighter background and a darker shade of a background also. You can choose whatever the style that you want. Okay, I'll go with this. Now see, here I got uh, my headers like row labels and sum of sales have got a different color, and the subtotals also have got a different color. If you want, you can also change it. Here you have a row headers. When I uncheck the row headers, you see the row headers have got the gray background color. When I uncheck this, that background is gone. If I just uncheck the column headers, again that formatting is gone. I can also say banded columns, banded rows. Every alternative row will get a border here. So these you can just give a try. Next one, very important option, go to the report layout. Right now this is in a compact form. What if you click on outline form? You see, outline form, you will get something like this. But if you just change it to tabular form, you see, this is how you are going to get your tabular form. Okay, but for now I'm just removing no color, no background. So let's say clear. Now you can Observe outline. There is no borders, nothing like this. But if you say tabular, you will have a nice borders, all of those options. Okay. For example, I wanted to apply this number formatting. You can right click on this. You can go to format cells where you can just click on the number, remove decimals, use thousand separator. These are the two things. I am removing the decimals and I'm just applying the thousand separator. Click on OK. The problem with this is it will only format that particular number. If you go with the format cells, either you have to select all the cells or okay, you have to select all the cells to apply formatting, or you just go with the number formatting. So there is another option called number formatting. Whenever you go with the number formatting, right, it will apply for the entire column. Okay, this is also done. See this way. Next, repeat all items. No, for example, if you want central to be repeated for all of these cells, you just select this cell and click on repeat all items. See, again, each and every region is repeated. Another thing that you can do is do not repeat item labels. You can also remove it. If you want any specific background and formatting should be done, you can also do it from here. Okay, absolutely possible. Okay, this way you can create a table. Let's say, so we have covered this one. Let's say this is my example too, but I'll take small data set and show you. Okay, again, I'm creating a pivot table. Go to insert, click on a pivot table into new sheet. I would like to create a pivot table for category. See, whenever I click on it, it directly goes to the row section. You see, category, subcategory. See how nicely it is going, because it knows, okay, it understands that, okay, these two should go to the rows. That creates a proper pivot table. And if I click on cells, that always go to the column section. Now, instead of showing this pivot table as it is, you can slightly format this pivot table. The very first option is show in a tabular form. Okay. Next one, number formatting. Number, remove decimals, and this one. If you want a profit also to be shown, drag the profit or just click on this. This will automatically go here. Okay, simply right click and number format, number. Okay, any negative numbers I would like to show up like this. Or else you can also you can also slightly format negative numbers in the brackets. Okay, just go to the custom and whatever you see negative, just put it in the brackets. This way you can format it. Now here if you see, there are some totals. No, these are like subtotals. This is a furniture total, office supplies, technology, and this is going to be a grand total. From where do I find this total? If you go to the design, here you see off rows and columns. If I say off rows and columns, see the grand total is gone. If you wanted to get it back, on for columns only. See, these are for different columns now, so you can on it. If you want to remove the subtotals, do not show subtotals. See, if you want the subtotals at top of the group, okay, above you will get a group. So above or below you can also do. So here you can remove grand totals. Here you can remove subtotals. Here you can change the layout. Let's say I would like to make it much better. So I'll go to the view and remove the grid lines. You see there are no cells at the background. This report is looking good, but okay, end user is asking after every category, can you add a blank row so that whoever belongs to that respective category, they can focus on it. He or she is saying that this is little cluttered. I want a space in between after every category. You can do that. Go to design. If you go to the report layout, here you can say, sorry, if you go to the blank row, insert a blank line after each item. See, it has nicely inserted blank line item. Now this is making much clear, right? End users can easily read this report. Now, this is categories okay, subcategories also okay. Sales, I don't want to show a sum of sales. So what I can do, I can simply double click on this. See, when I double click on this value field settings have been opened. I can remove this. I'm typing something like sales, open bracket and provide a dollar sign. Okay, this also same thing. Or else you can also do it from here. Okay, profit, open, dollar sign and put it. See, this way you can nicely format it. Now end user can easily read these numbers. Okay, see how we got and now how we have. That is the difference. Okay, this way you can create a nice pivot table. If you wanted to change the text of this pivot table, see, not able to select the pivot table. If I press Ctrl A, only this portion is selecting. To select the entire pivot table, go to pivot table analyze. Here we have wide variety of options. From here also you can change the header. This is your name of your pivot table. Here I'll go to the select and entire pivot table. See, from here entire pivot table you can select. Once the selection is done, I'll go here and change the font style here, and I'll slightly decrease the font size. See how nice my pivot table is looking like. So we have covered about the design tab. Okay, now we'll try to explore. See, you can see only those two tabs only when you are in the within the pivot table. Okay, uh, if you're outside of the pivot table, you can't see it. Now I'll go to the pivot table analyze. Here you can change it. For example, TBL products. That is my pivot table name. Okay. Now, now we will try to understand how do we filter the pivot table. Okay. So again, you select any one cell. Okay. I told you in the starting step, right? So if your pivot table misses any headers, for example, if let's say country is not there over here. Okay. Maybe if you can't see, I'm just highlighting it. Now there is no header. I'm selecting the entire data. You see, entire data set is entire data set is selected. Go to insert, click on pivot table. Okay, when I'm clicking on it, okay, even if you search for country, okay, I'm getting country. Okay, 1 second. I think I need to save it. Okay, wait. See, I'm just adding some blank rows, also some blank columns. Now I'll just select this and try to insert a pivot table. See, the pivot table field name is not valid. To create a pivot table report, your data must be organized as a list. List means it should always be as a table. Each and every column should have a header. Each and every column should have a header. There should not be any blank rows or columns. Okay. There should not be any blank rows or columns. Okay. You should have that. Now let me just make it as a country only. Okay, now I'm just creating a pivot table. Just select any one cell and click on pivot table. Automatically, the entire range is going to be selected. Now, here what I would like to explain, I would like to explain about the sorting and filtering. Sorry, I would like to explain the filtering. For example, I have a region over here and state over here. My requirement is to show the profits for each region and state. Now, what is the first step? Always format the numbers, guys. Okay. If end user is asking to show the decimals, then only show the decimals. Otherwise, no decimals. Now here, how do I sort this? I want, first of all, this should be in a tabular format. Where should I go and put it in a tabular format? And go to report layout and tabular format. Now I want this to be sorted out. So simply right click on this. Here you see something like sort. You can say sort largest to smallest. See, my table has been nicely sorted. Now out of which I want a top three members. So what do I want? I want to show only, okay, only top three states in each region. Okay. If you go here into the region, go to the value filters and say equals, doesn't equal, greater than, less than, all of the options are there. If you see at the end, I have top 10. Instead of top 10, if I say only 3, click on OK. See, is it showing 3? If you look at here, east I have, south I have, west I have. It is filtering by region. But do you want by region? No, right? So press Ctrl C. I want by state. So go to the state. See, here we have applied the sort node. So you can see all these are sorted by state. Okay. Now I'll go to the state value filters. I can say top 10. Now I want to see top 3 or top 4 or top 5. Click on 5 and just say enter. If you want, you can also select bottom also. Okay. By sum of profit. Click on OK. See, in central I got top 5. In east I got top 5. South I got top 5. West I got top 5. I'll make this pivot table even look better by adding insert blank line after each item. See, and I'll just go to the view tab, uncheck the grid lines. Now this pivot table looks good. Okay, so what you have to do, go to state, okay, and apply top 10 filter. Make sense? Now I'm gonna talk about grouping in pivot table. Okay, grouping in pivot table. So again, I'm creating a pivot table. This time you see I'm using existing sheet. So click on existing sheet, click on this text box and go to the respective sheet. Wherever you want this pivot table to be created, just to give a click in there and say OK. Now see pivot table got created over here. Now I'm taking a subcategory and I'm taking sales. Now I would like to create a group. For example, I want all the products until uh, envelopes to be grouped as something like, maybe furniture items. Okay. I mean, some of them are not and falls under furniture, but I wanted to group this as a bucket so that I can see the numbers which are coming from furniture, which are coming from office supplies. I'm just randomly taking two group names. One is office supplies and the one is furniture. So you can simply select the data, go to the pivot table analyze. Here you see something called group selection. So whenever you select all these items and go to this group selection, it is going to group. Now I'll just to put it in a tabular format just to read it better. See, already a group one has been created. You can do what you can do. You can simply say, let's say this is my office supplies category. Okay, office supplies category, done. Now I want rest of the items from here to at the end, select it and go to pivot table analyze and click on group selection. And this group, I'll just say something like furniture category. See, I'm able to group it. Now, what is the advantage? I can also collapse it. So just click on this minus sign. Now, if end user wanted to look at the information at the higher level. Okay, for example, I can also remove the subcategory. So now end user can easily read the numbers and come to one conclusion that what are the total numbers coming out of these two categories. Okay, office supplies is contributing around 1.2 million and this is contributing around 1 million. This way they can get to know. I mean, in high level they can see. They don't want to see the information at subcategory level. They wanted to group respective of respective items and see the higher level details. Again, if you want more details, you add subcategory over here. Okay, now they can they can expand it something like this and read the information. Now there are some options using which you can do this expand collapse automatically. Right click here, you see expand collapse, expand interfield, collapse interfield. If I say collapse interfield, see this has been collapsed. If you wanted to expand, simply go to expand interfield. Okay, so you can say expand interfield. So this way you can also say expand or collapse. Okay, collapse. Now see both that has been collapsed. This way you can do it. If you don't want to see this plus and minus buttons, let's say you wanted to leave it like this. So uncheck plus and minus buttons from here. Okay, that way also you can do it. If you want these headers to be like normal, you can uncheck. Okay, this it looks very simple and clean. Understood? How do we do the grouping? Okay, select field members and go to pivot table options and click on group. That's it. Now I'll show you the interesting thing now. I'm just creating a table called a sheet called sales here. Okay, mini sales. Okay, I'll open a new data set. I have a data set like this. Okay, I have a data set like this where I have employee number, employee name. Okay, age is not required here. So I'm just deleting this column, sales, profit. Okay, that he made, and what is the role, department, joined it, city, state. How many records I have? I have around 52 records. Okay, so now I would like to create a pivot table on top of it and see the sales by department. So just click on insert, click on pivot table. Since I have a very less amount of data, I'll just create it somewhere over here. Okay, click on OK. I'll just move my sheet little right side and I would like to see department wise sales now. So I'll say department over here. See, I got all my departments, and then I'll select sales over here. And yeah, this is good. Now, what if tomorrow new data gets added? Let's say another record getting added, 20,000. Okay, profit somewhere around 2,000, something like this. He's a senior executive. He belongs to sales. Okay, same data. One more person. Okay, Sirusha. Okay, 30,000. She also belongs to the same department. Now sales should be increased by 50,000. Yes or no? Now I'll just come here. Look at the sales number here, 547, this one. Okay, I'm just copying this number over here. Okay, whenever the data is added, what you can do, you can simply right click on the pivot table and hit refresh. Okay, but see, the sales remain same. Okay, it is not updated. Why? Okay, the problem here is while creating the pivot table, right? Okay, if you go to pivot table analyze, there is something called change data source. Whenever you click on that, you see whatever the amount of data that you have selected initially, or whenever you click on a pivot table, whatever the amount of data that was there initially, pivot table will remember only that data. When the new data gets added, no, it will not add that automatically. So instead of 52, we have till 54 now. So you need to make it 54. Okay, now click on OK. Now this number is going to be updated. But every time changing the data source is a tedious task, no? Maybe what if your data gets updated for every second, for every minute? It is going to be a time-taking task, right? So what is the alternative solution here? I'll tell you. So I'm just removing couple of the records from here. I will just add them later on so that you can see those changes little later on. Okay. So what you can do, you can create a you can create a table. Okay, in order to avoid this problem. Okay, you can create a table. Earlier also we have discussed, no? So just go to insert and click on a table. Okay, my table has headers. Yes, my table has a header. Click on OK. Now the table name is going to be table 1. Instead of this, I'm going to name it as a TBL employees. Okay. Now if I create a pivot table, insert pivot table. Now see, this time it is not getting created on the static range. Instead, it is getting created on the TBL employees table. Where do I want? I want somewhere over here or here. Click on OK. Okay, I'll just move this right side. Now again, I'll select a department, move it over here. And again, I'll select something like a sales. Okay, now see, where are my records? Here I have records now. I'll just Control X and I'll just paste it over here. Not only that, this time I'm adding one more record. See, this is also part of table. Okay, Durga Bharati. Okay, I'm adding 50,000 or maybe 2,50,000. Okay, maybe profit is 65,000. Okay, here she is like a manager. Okay, her department is going to be, let's say, is there any department called sales and marketing? No. So I'm going to add one more department, sales and audits, something like that I'll give. Okay, audits. So maybe location is same. Now if I refresh, I should get the sales and audits. So I'll go to my pivot table, right click and refresh. See the advantage with the tables, it automatically fetches the newly added records. Make sense? For example, if I delete any data, for example, I don't want anything for security. So I'm just gonna select all of those records and just remove it. Okay, since I have already pivot tables here, it is not deleting it. Let's do one thing. So maybe I'll record couple of the records from here. Okay, done. Now, if I just go and refresh, my pivot table is auto update. See, it is updated. That is the advantage of creating pivot tables from, okay, creating pivot tables from tables. I'm going to discuss something called conditional formatting. Okay, I'm going to discuss something like conditional formatting. Conditional formatting. So we haven't got a chance to discuss about conditional formatting in a great detail. Now I would like to talk about it. So I'm just taking some data over here and pasting over here. Okay, paste as a values. Now, if you just take a look at it here, I have a simple data set over here. Okay, I have employees and their sales. What is conditional formatting? Conditional formatting, okay, it's just a formatting, okay, based upon a condition. Now here, I would like to highlight all the sale values which are above 45,000. How do I highlight it? Select the data. Okay, see here, I'm gonna click on home. Under home, you will find conditional formatting. Here you will have an option, highlight cell rules. Okay, you can highlight all the cells which is greater than a particular value, less than a particular value, between particular value, equal to, or text that contain, or even the date that contain, or duplicate values. I'm going to say greater than. So it is taking a random value, but what is the value that you want? 45,000. See, all the values are highlighted in light red fill with the dark red text. If you want yellow color, you can also choose. If you want a green color, you can choose. No, Santosh, I did not like all of these options. I want my own colors. Click on custom format. This will again bring this format window. You can also make it italicized. You can also make it bold italic. Go to fill and choose your own color. Let's say I would like to go with this blue color. Okay. Here I am going to choose this blue color and click on OK. You see the text has been formatted into bold italic and also with a background color. This way you can highlight it. Let's say I want all the values which are less than 20,000. So less than, here I'll type something like 20,000. Maybe I would like to mark them in a red color. Maybe those are giving lower sales, so therefore I would like to mark it as a red color. This way I can also apply some conditional formatting. Same way, okay, between or equal to or text that contains. Go to clear rules and clear rules from the entire sheet. Entire sheet means if you have any other conditional formattings also, those will be removed, or you can also delete the rules from the selected cells. Next, you can also go to top and bottom. I would like to see top 3 items. So you can simply select the top 3. See, these are the top 3. Once a conditional formatting is applied, you can also apply one more. I would like to see bottom 3. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I would like to see bottom. Okay, bottom 3. Maybe bottom 3, I'll take yellow color. See, this way I can apply it. So this is how you can apply conditional formatting. Let's say I would like to clear everything. Why did I all of a sudden switch from pivot table to conditional formatting? Don't get confused. There is, you can also apply conditional formatting in pivot tables, but I wanted to give little bit background about this first. Okay, and then I can explain it in the pivot tables. So I'll just go here. I can also, okay, for example, if I ask you who has the highest sales, I can also apply some data bars. If now tell me who has the lowest sales. This guy, Venkateshwar Rao, right? How are you answering it? Looking at the length of the bar. Okay, how did you answer this? Looking at the length of the bar. Clear rules. So now this will help you to answer the questions very quickly, right? This way you can use the data bars. You can also use color scales also. See, now if I just sort this, okay, largest to smallest, see, largest values will have a darker shade of a red color followed by lighter shade of a red color, something like this. Okay, you can even provide icons also. So this way you can provide some conditional formatting as well. Same thing, can I do it in pivot tables? Of course you can. I'm going to the same mini cells only. I'll just insert a pivot table into the new sheet. I'm going to take employee name over here. Okay, it's a very huge. Let's not go with this. I'll do one thing. I'll just go with my orders data set only. Insert a pivot table. Okay, I'll just move this over here and I'll just go here. Now I would like to take subcategory over here. I'm taking a subcategory here. I got all the subcategories. I have a sales over here. Now I would like to I would like to provide a bar to the end user so that they can easily identify which sales are high, which sales are low. So simply I'll select one single cell, go to conditional formatting, okay, and provide a simple, okay, first of all, let me remove these decimals and use thousand separator. Or else you can also simply select all the cells and provide data bars. Okay, I'll slightly increase the size. Now these bars are providing additional indication, okay, to identify which are the highest subcategories, which are the lowest subcategories. Yes or no? You can see that phones and chairs are absolutely doing good, right? Okay, this is good. Let's say what if I wanted to show only bar, not the number? Maybe number I want it in another cell. Absolutely, you can do. For that, what you have to do, go to conditional formatting. You can click on manage rules. So manage rule is nothing but your conditional formatting. Okay, you can manage this. You can edit this. Click on manage rules. Okay, click on this. Okay, the rule has been applied. You can edit the rule. If you look at here, okay, you have, this is the selected cell, format cells that based on their values. You have the color over here. You can absolutely change the color. Maybe I'll take something like this. Okay, and then here you see show bar only. Okay, show bar. Click on that and just say okay and apply and click on okay. You see you have only bar. But in next cell, I wanted to show, okay, here I'm just removing the header, clicking on okay. You see, there should be something in the cell. Otherwise, it won't allow. So what I'm doing, I'm just providing a space over here. Okay, done. Next, I'll come here. I'll take one more cells and drop it underneath this. Now I'll format this number. Remove decimals, this, done. See, I would like to take profits. Okay, I can take profits. So profits, I wanted to provide a different conditional formatting. For example, first let me apply the number formatting. Okay, format, if any value is greater than 4,000 or 40,000, I want to show green circle. Okay, not 40,000, let's say this is 30,000. Okay, anything that is about 20,000, I wanted to show something like a yellow circle. Okay, anything greater than 10,000, I would like to show maybe black. Less than, okay, less than 0, I would like to show something like a red. Maybe, okay, something like this to indicate the numbers. Select the values, go to conditional formatting. Here you see icon sets. Go to these icon sets. I would like to, let's say I wanted to go with these three colors. Just click on this. On what basis it has provided the color? You and me, I don't know. Yes or no? So to do that, go to conditional formatting. To know that, go to conditional formatting and click on manage rules. Once you click on the manage rules and double click on it, you see here green. It is going with the percentage, but I'm not sure what 60% means here. So I'll select a number. Here also I'll select number. I'll say anything that is greater than 30,000, you go with the green circle. Anything that is greater than 20,000, you go with the yellow circle. Okay, I'm gonna choose 4 circles if possible. Yes. Okay. Instead of this, red, I'll go with the green. Okay, anything that is greater than, okay, again you'll have to change the number. I'll provide the number here, 30,000 green, guys. Okay, yellow 20,000. Okay, here instead of next one, I would like to take a black. Maybe anything that is above 10,000, I'll go with this. Anything less than that, I would like to go with this. Okay, anything less than 10,000, either it is positive or negative, I would like to go with the red. Click on OK. See, now if you want this to be readable, just right click on this, sort it to largest to smallest. See, now end user can clearly understand what it is. Okay, I'll just go to view and remove the grid lines. See, and here I'm just going to make it something like sales dollar in dollars. If it is rupees, you can also do that. I'm saying profit dollar. Okay, there you go. Okay, and I'll just select the entire pivot table, go home, and I'll just make this more clear and readable. See how nice this is. So here, along with the numbers, I'm also providing additional indication to the end user to read the numbers very clearly. Let's say I've created this nice pivot table. Okay, so I'm just duplicating this sheet, guys, just for a reference. So I'm going to discuss something called slices. This pivot table is looking good. What if I wanted to filter this pivot table? Okay, so we have this option called filters, no? So if I want this to be filtered by category, I can drag this category over here so that I'll get, all of the different categories like furniture, office supplies, and technology will be shown up here, right? Now, if I want multiple items, just select multiple items and uncheck all, click on for office supplies. Okay, this is good. Now the view has been filtered out, something like this. Okay, absolutely good. But what if, okay, end user wanted to switch, maybe he doesn't know that, okay, it should be changed from here. He's asking, I want something like a slicer over here where it should show all the categories like furniture or office supplies or technology. When I click on that, this view should be filtered out. To do that, you can insert a slicer. Okay, to do that, you can insert a slicer. Go to pivot table analyze. Here you see something called insert slicer. Click on this. Here it is going to show you all the fields which are there in your you know uh, data source. So select the field on which you wanted to apply a slicer and click on OK. Now see, you will get this slicer card. If you just click on this filter with cross mark, the filter is going to be removed. So you can also adjust this something like this. And once the card, once you get the filter card, you will also get this slicer option. Okay, here the caption is category. Okay, and here you will have a different colors like a pivot tables. You can choose it. And right now this is only one column. You can also have three columns so that it looks like a button. See, which is looking like a button. You can add some more additional columns, rows on the top, and you can just place this on top of here so that which looks like a buttons to the end user. If I click on technology, you see this has been filtered by technology. I can hold Control key and select office supplies as well. I can click on furniture. Okay, I can click on any of the item and click on this close button. So this way you can make it. You can make it three columns. Okay, that also can be done. And if you just go to the slicer settings again, okay, yeah, so you can also increase the height of this. You can also increase the width of the buttons. You can play with this. Okay, you can absolutely play with this. This way you can, okay, apply the slicer also. So can I apply only one slicer? No. For example, I'll just go to this pivot table analyze, and click on insert slicer. Let me go ahead with the region. Click on OK. So again, I'll just make it four columns this time. Okay. I can also apply the same color. I can also increase the width. Now see, I'll click on furniture. Now the view has been furniture filtered by furniture and central. Okay, if you go to see now the chair sales is 249827. Now if I apply furniture and central, you are going to see the same thing. Okay, let me go to my data set. Where is my data set? Orders data set. So I applied furniture and central now. So let me go with the region first, furniture. Okay, and I'll go with the central. Now, what is the total sales coming up? 164537. Okay, here you can see. If I just go here, okay, furniture. Oops, what did I select? Wait, furniture. No, selection is not properly made. East is selected. I think East. Wait, East and furniture. Okay, I just selected East and furniture. Let's go with the East this time. 21, do it again. Two one two two three one. Okay. Where it is 21. Okay. Sorry. I'm just furniture east. Inside it, I need to look at the chairs. No, that I forgot actually. So within the furniture, I need to look at chair sales. So if I go with the chairs, now I'll get something like you see 97515. Okay, we have three filters, right? One is over here, one is over here, and one is over here. Okay, the total you can see it here anyhow. This way you will have option to use multiple slicers also. Okay, next we are going to talk about pivot charts. Okay, I'm just creating one more pivot table on top of this data set. Insert pivot table in a new sheet. So here I'll just move this here. I'm going to name it as something like a pivot pivot charts. Okay. So for example, here I'm taking a department. I got all my department and I'm going to take sales. Okay. Now, once you create this report, end user is asking, Santosh, I don't want to see this like a report. Instead, I would like to see it like a pivot chart. Pivot chart is nothing but a chart that is created on a pivot table. So if you look at here, something like there is an under tools option, there is something called a pivot chart. Just a click on a pivot chart. See, by default, it will show you different charts. I don't want a pie. I'll just go with the column chart and click on this. Okay, a chart got created. This one, I'll just make it in a proper format. This one is a title actually. So double click here. Once that data is selected, you can say sales by a department. Okay. Furthermore, you can select the data. Okay, here you can apply different formattings. Okay, slightly you can also change the color of it. You can play with these options, make it bold, italic. Okay, good. Whenever a chart is created, once a chart is created, just select these lines and delete it. Those lines are not good. And even this legend also I don't want. So just delete button. And here you see there are these buttons now. Once the chart is selected, you see pivot chart analyze. Here you go and uncheck the buttons. Okay, uncheck everything here. Okay, so value fields buttons gone. Okay, now I have this. I can also right click on this and click on format data series. I'll just decrease the gap width so that the bars looks little better. Okay, yeah, now I can right click and say add data labels. See, now data labels have been added. Now tell me, if I add a new one more department, okay, mini sales I've created on this data set only, no? Okay, I'm adding one more guy. Okay, 55. Actually, that, sorry, that Akshit Kumar. Okay, I'm just giving 1,50,000 to this guy and 35,000. Let's imagine he's a manager and he belongs to a new department called just audits. Okay, audits. Just provide the as it is. Now see, if I go here and refresh my pivot table, see, I got audits over here and here also I got audits. That dynamic it is. Okay, that dynamic it is. Understood? So once your pivot table is updated, your pivot chart is also going to get updated. Make sense? Now, again, I'll go here. This time I'm going to create one more report depending on the role. So insert pivot table. So I'll go to the existing sheet. Okay. I'll go to the pivot charts. Here I'll create one more table. Okay. This time I'm gonna take a role. Okay. And I'll take this time maybe profits. Okay, I want one more pivot chart. I'll just go to click on this. Maybe this time I'll go with something like a bar graph, something like this, or maybe I'll go with the line only. Sorry, not line, a column chart. Click on OK. Okay, so I'll just put it over here. Okay, again I'll just remove these lines. I'll remove it. Okay, maybe some numbers are very small. That is the reason it is showing like this. Yeah, that is good. Let's leave it like that. See, this way I can just right click on this format data series, decrease the gap width and add a data labels. Okay, instead of showing the profits, let's say I would like to show sales here also. Let's remove this. Let's add sales only. Now even it is better. Okay. I can also update like this. If you want this access, just remove it. Whenever you are showing data labels, okay, that is not required. So what else I can do? I can just select pivot chart analyze and uncheck these buttons. There you go. You can put all this in one single page and make it like a dashboard. Okay. Let's say now again the data is updated over here. Maybe some numbers I'm updating it. Okay, 35,000. 65,000, 75,000 like this. I'm updating. What am I going to do? I'll go to the pivot table design. Here I'll say refresh all. See, my reports also updated. All the pivot tables have been refreshed. Even reports are also updated. Now we will slightly discuss about the conditional formatting. So what all I have? Some employees, their salaries, all of the same information. Okay. What do I want? Highlight the cells. Okay, hang on. So these are like formula based. I'll come to that little later on. See, The very first conditional formatting is highlight cells which are greater than, less than, equal to. For example, I want all the Telangana words to be highlighted. So what I have to select here? So text that contains. What that contains? By default, it is Telangana. For example, if you want Andhra Pradesh, you just add two words. Okay, Andhra. That's it. I want it to be green. Click on OK. That's it. Okay, here I have a dates. Any date that is equal to this date, I would like to highlight it. So what you can do? Date occurring. Okay, here you can say yesterday, today, last week, this week, last month. Right now, there is no date belongs to last month. For example, let's say I have today's, oops, I have today's date here. Okay, and today's date here. Oops, today's date. Okay, and today's date. And I'll just make it yesterday also in some places. Make it 12. Make it 12. I'll just select this, go to conditional formatting, and I'll say date occurring. Okay, I'll say today. You see, all todays are highlighted. Okay, this way also you can do it. Okay, and greater than, less than, we have already seen, right? Anything that is like in a between, I'll choose between 30,000. Oops, 30,000 to something like a 60,000. I want a, oh, 30,000 I have lot. So let's choose from 50,000. 41,000. Okay, good. Now I'll go with my only custom colors. Okay, maybe I want this color. Click on OK. Click on OK. See, this way. Now I'll just come to top and bottom rules. See, here you have top and bottom rules. Okay, where you can just do the top 10 items. Okay, let's say top 5 items. You can provide it. You can do bottom 10 items. Let's say what is the average here? 40756, right? I want everything above average. So here you can see above average. Okay, I want above average to be yellow color. See, all these values are above average. Now we will learn something that we haven't done. Data bars. Data bars also already we have seen. So just a quick recap. Just select the value, go to data bars and choose the bar that you want. Okay, you're good to go. And if you want to show only a bar, just click on the manage rules and double click over here. See, format cells based on their values. Okay, format cells that contain only top, bottom, only values which are above. Same only it will show here. Okay, here you want a data bar. Okay, and show only bar. You want to change the color from here, you can easily change it. No big deal. Okay, click on it. This also we have seen, right? Okay, and we have also seen this color legend. What it is? Color scales. You can choose the color scale. Okay, see, if I'm just going with this color, okay, here red means highest values will be darker shade of a red, second highest lighter shade, third highest low, little lighter red. Anything that you see in a green color, that is lowest values. So this also we have done. Now we will take a look at these icon sets. For example, here you look at these numbers where I have some employees, their role and salaries. Anything 70,000 green color, above 50,000 yellow color, above 40,000 black color, anything less than 40,000, anything less than 40,000, I would like to see red color. Select the values, go to conditional formatting, icon sets. By default, it has applied something. Let's see, manage rules. Either you double click over here or over here. Edit rule. See, it has taken based on a percent. I don't know what 75%. I don't know how it is getting calculated. No problem. Just say number. Just say number. Just say number. Here you provide the number. Anything that is 70,000. I want green circle, no? Select a green. Next one above 50,000. Okay, anything 50, anything 40 here. Okay, here what we have committed, yellow color, right? So just say yellow color. Here it is a black color. Anything less than 40,000 is a red color. Clear? This way you have to apply. See, format cells based on their values. I'm taking icon sets here. You can also select the data bar also. Okay, if you show only icon also you can do. See, it is showing only that. Okay, if you want again values, uncheck this. It makes more sense. Now let's do some formula based conditional formatting. This is the reason, though it is part of home tab, I haven't covered this under the home section. What is formula based conditional formatting. So let's say if anything is above, greater than, less than, we have done. What if the role should be, for example, okay, the role should be analyst. Okay, I'll just select analyst over here. I'll just select analyst. It should be analyst and the sales should be above 40,000. Then only that particular cell should be highlighted. Okay, so the role is equal to analyst and sales is equal to 40,000 or greater than 40,000. When these two conditions met, then only I want to highlight that entire thing. How do we do it? First, you need to write the formula. So how do you write the formula? Use AND function to check both of the conditions. This value, okay, I want a column not to be shifted. So I'll log the column. This value equal to analyst, comma. This salary, again, column should not be changed, is should be greater than 40,000. When this condition is met, see what it is saying, true or false. Now you just to copy, okay, for a time being, I'm just copying these two over here, okay, just to make sure that this condition is true. Okay, you just copy this formula. Okay, now you can select this entire data set, go to conditional formatting, new rule. When you apply new rule, format cells that contain top, okay, unique, duplicate, all options you see. Do you see that there is a new option called use a formula to determine which cells to be formatted? Click on that and put your formula over here. So remember, whatever the formula that you put here, that the output of that formula should be true or false. The output of that formula should be true or false. Now, this is a simple logical function, right? That you have already worked with. Click on format. I would like to see lighter green color and click on OK. Click on OK. Now see, the entire row has been highlighted. Here it is analyst, but it is not highlighted. Okay, but one condition is met. But here two conditions should be met, right? That is the logic of the AND function. The moment I change the value here, you see, that is nicely formatted. In the lot of, our day-to-day work, we do this kind of an examples. How do you highlight the entire row? This, you need to write the formula. Okay, then create a new rule. Okay, add the formula. Okay, and apply color. Formula must return true or false. Just to write the formula. Again, we'll go with one more. So here, my requirement is, okay, you need to answer this, guys. Okay, you know already how to use logical functions. Role should be analyst or associate, and the salary should be greater than 60. Okay, meaning that role can be either of the things, analyst or associate. Salary should be greater than 60,000. Okay, number filters greater than or equal to 60,000. Okay, only these three guys, Santosh, Ranjit, and Kirti. Okay, only these people should be highlighted. Okay, now tell me how to write the formula. What is the first logic here? First logic, let's say it should be greater than 60,000. The second logic, in the second logic, again, you have two logics, no? So when you have a two logics, when either of the logic should be true, we use AND or function only, right? So write or. This should be equal to, my bad, analyst, right? Analyst. Or this should equal to associate. Just click on this cell, equal to associate. Okay, here always remember your column should be locked. So put a dollar sign in front of the column. Don't forget this. Okay, here also. See, now either of the logic should be true. Second thing, along with this entire function, salary should be greater than 60,000. So this will be your first logic now. So put this entire function in the AND function. Yes or no? So this is my first logic. So this logic has to be true now. I mean, within this, either of the conditions should be true. That is the first thing. Second thing, this logic, let's lock it. This should be greater than equal to 60,000. Right? Okay, getting it. So the first logic or function, that has to be true. Definitely that will be true. Whenever either of the logic are going to true, it returns true. And 60,000. Now you click OK. Okay. Now if I just say send this down, you see, if I just right click any of the true and just say filter by selected cell value, I got only Kirti Suresh. Why? Earlier I have selected these names. No, I mean Santosh and Ranjit. The reason could be maybe where I have given only greater than, I guess. So let's give only greater than and send this down. Or let's check manually. Anything went wrong? So I think analyst and associate, right? Okay. Above 60,000. Number filters greater than 60,000. I got 3 right. What went wrong? Our logic. Our logic is returning false. Why? Uh, so here, if you look at here associate spelling is incorrect. So I'll just make associate properly here. Now you see we have got 3 trues or 4. Now I changed it one more. No. Now what I have to do? Just select this entire formula. Okay. Just select that entire formula. Copy it. Where do I need to go? You can select this entire data set, conditional formatting, new rule, click on use formula and put your formula. Go to formatting. I'll just select this color, maybe font, I'll make it bold italic, click on OK. You see, it has been formatted. For example, this is associate. If this just becomes 90,000, see? Okay. So you see, it has nicely been updated. Let's say tomorrow, his designation changed to something like a manager. Immediately, conditional formatting is gone. As simple as that. Okay. Same way, you can also highlight only top 3 values. Okay. For example, here, I would like to highlight only top 3 values. Yes, of course, I can do that. Okay. Clear rules from the entire sheet. So here you just need to write a formula. To do that, first you have to calculate the rank. Okay. Here we have function called rank. Number is this. Okay. With in this reference, I'll just take a look at the questions. Just to lock it. Okay. I want it in a descending order. Now you see, I got the rank 3. Okay. I'll just send this down. Now I'll say anything that is less than or equal to 3, it says true. See, I'm ultimately trying to get true or false. Okay. Here also you just log this, copy the formula, select the values. Okay. Go to conditional formatting, new rule, put your formula in there. Okay. Choose any one color. Let's say I'll choose yellow color. Click on OK. See, my top 3 are highlighted. As simple as that. Okay. So this way also you can do it. So first we will discuss about the charts. Okay. So what are charts? Okay. And why charts are useful? And when do I need to create what type of charts? Basically, whenever you don't want to provide a set of information. Okay. When I say set of information, just imagine this kind of data. Okay. You have some numbers for different months. Instead of showing these numbers as a table, if we can provide them in a pictorial format, end user can easily graph the numbers. Okay. Instead of providing it as a table, if we can help them with, if we can help our audience with a pictorial format, end user can easily understand. At least it takes a couple of seconds to identify which one is highest, which one is lowest. If I just show this chart, any of the chart, okay, we can easily identify which is contributing less and which is contributing highest. So a picture can speak 1,000 words more than a table, right? So that is the reason we always create a charts in the real world. Okay, right. Now there are typically 5 reasons to create a charts, guys. Okay, the first one is a comparison. Let's say, for example, your marks should be compared with others, right? Okay, so or else the sales will be compared across different sales representatives. Whenever okay, when it comes to comparison, usually you create a bar chart, a column chart, a diverging bar chart, bar in bar chart. Okay, all these kind of charts we will be creating at the time of comparison. Okay, so generally whenever you wanted to compare anything, you go with the bar, column, all of these charts. Okay, where do you find charts? If you go to the insert, here you can see a chart section where you can see different set of charts. Okay, If you just mouse over here, you can see 2D column chart, 3D column chart, 2D bar chart, 3D bar chart. Okay, if you come here, you can see different type of line charts. If you just look at this pie charts here also, you can see a different type of charts over here. This is scatter plot. Okay, this is waterfall, funnel chart, tree map, all of that. Okay. Next one is a trend. Whenever you wanted to compare a number over a period of time, let's say I wanted to see daily wise sales, I wanted to compare Monday to Thursday versus a weekend, okay, something like that, or sales across last 12 months, last 3 quarters. So you need to create line chart or area chart. Whenever there is a relationship between two measures, for example, let's assume we all are working in some XYZ company. Okay, we all will have some expenses throughout the month. Okay, on a month end, we get a salary. So if you take a salary and expenses, there is a relationship, right? In general. Okay, so your expenses will be dependent on your salary. Okay, so when there is a relationship between two measures, you can go ahead and create a scatter plot. Okay, for example, if you take ice cream sales, generally ice cream sales will be very good in summer, right? Okay, because in the summer, okay, the weather is going to be very hot. Everybody wanted to have some cool beverages. So ice cream is one of that. Okay, ice cream sales will be more higher compared to monsoon and winter season. Okay, in such scenarios, you can go ahead with the scatter plot. Next one, part two to whole analysis. Okay, let's say I have a stores in 4 different cities. End of the month, 4 cities have collectively made 2 lakhs of a business. I wanted to know how each of my store has performed. Okay, in 2 lakhs, maybe I might get 1 lakh from only one store, another 25,000 from one store, 50,000 from another store, 25,000 from another store. So here I wanted to see how each of these stores contributed to the overall 2 lakhs. So that is called part to whole analysis. In such scenarios, you can go ahead with the donut charts, pie charts. Okay. Last one is a distribution. And distribution is nothing but I own a company. I'm paying salaries to my employees. I just wanted to know how many people are getting 10,000 to 20,000 of a salary. How many people are getting from 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 60, something like that. So whenever you wanted to bucketize, okay, whenever you wanted to bucketize the numbers, then you can go ahead with the distribution. Okay, so these are the 5 reasons to create a chart. Okay, you should know this basic definition in the interviews. How do you choose charts? Okay, if you get a question, please try to uh, answer this. Okay, fifth one is about a distribution. For example, we are 50 people in a classroom or maybe in a company. I just how many employees fall under 25 to 30 age group, 30 to 35, 35 to 40, 40 to 45, 45 to 50. That is a bucket, right? Or a bin. So in such scenarios, you can go ahead and create this distribution charts, histograms. Okay, histogram is one of the distribution chart. So that's what I was referring to. All right. Now, first we will try to create some of the charts so that we can look at some option. So here I have month and sales. I wanted to create a chart out of this data. So if you are not sure what kind of a chart, generally, how do you want to visualize this information as a data analyst, you should know, you should have some idea in your mind. So some of you have already completed the Power BI training, right? So you might have come across bar charts, line charts, tree maps, all of that, right? So same thing here. So whenever you are not clear what chart to create, you can ask Excel only. So if you go to the insert, like a recommended pivot tables, you will have something like recommended charts. When you go to the recommended charts, right? See, it is suggesting these are the recommended charts for the data set. Since it is a month, it is suggesting a line chart, okay, a donut chart, area chart, funnel chart. If you're not sure what this chart, just select the chart on the right side, you see. Okay, and you also have something like a Pareto chart. I want a simple bar chart, so I can click on this and just say okay. Chart gets created. Okay. Once the chart is created, same like pivot table, two contextual tabs are going to get enabled. Okay, first one is a chart design. Okay, second one is a format. Within the chart design, okay, you can change the chart type. So if you just select the chart type, again you will get all of this. So you can choose whatever the chart that you want. You can change the chart type as well. Okay, move chart. You can move it from one place to another. Okay, switch rows and columns. Rows will be columns, columns will be rows. If you click on selected data, you can increase or decrease the chart range. Okay, these are like common options. Here you have different chart styles, like a pivot table styles. But in the real time, we don't use these chart styles, guys, to be honest with you. Okay. Apart, apart from all of these options, I want you to focus on this add element. So, okay, here if you see grid lines is one element. Okay, this x-axis is one element, x-axis is one element, title is one element, labels is one element. You can find out all such options from here. See, first one, axis. Do you want a primary vertical axis? See, when I click on primary vertical axis, it is gone. If I say horizontal, it is gone. But ideally, I should keep them, right? Otherwise, end user won't be able to understand where each bar is standing. So if you want, you can hide vertical and horizontal bars. Axis titles. So for example, if I say vertical, so you see vertical axis title I got. Now I'll also add horizontal axis title also. See, now here I can mention what it is. I'll say something like, I'll select this and I'll say sales numbers. Okay, so that end user understand that this, these are belong to the numbers. Okay, so these numbers belong to the sales. Here, what is this? For example, this we know it as a month, right? So I'm going to say month name. So I'm just making end user readability very easily so that end user can read this chart very easily. Okay, getting it? Now select the chart, go to chart design. That is with respect to the axis title, chart title. You see already we have a chart title called sales. No, you can make it above. If you make it none, there is no chart title. But ideally, every chart should have a title that makes more sense to the audience. Okay, centered overlay. Okay, you can have it centered or above the chart. Now I want this title to be updated. I'll say sales by month. Okay. Now I can select the press Control here to select the entire text within the chart. Go to home. Here I can also change its formatting. Okay. I can make it a bold. If I want, I can make it italicized. Something like that I can do it. See, title also I'm able to do it. Now again, I'll go to the chart design. Next one is data labels. Every chart should have a data labels. Yes, okay. So now I would like to say inside end or outside end. See, I have my labels outside end. You can also say data callout. Data callout means it will also provide you the month name. Inside base, inside you will have. Let's make it outside end. Okay. Next, you also have something like a data table. Data table is nothing, but here also you can see data as a table. Okay. So sometimes users request this as well. So you can also provide it from here. Error bars, ignore it. Grid lines here, you see there are some vertical lines now. If I just say major vertical, you see those lines are removed. Okay. Major vertical. When I click on that, those lines are removed. So, and here you don't have a legend, but you can have it a legend on the right hand side. So these are the some of the options that you can find it from here. Okay. I want to remove these lines. So you can click on the lines. Lines will be selected. You can press delete from the keyboard, or else what you can do, press Ctrl C, just to click on this plus sign, whatever you have seen it there, seen over there, all will be available here. You see access. When I click on this, see, you will get horizontal and vertical access. Access titles, you know it, right? So chart title, data labels. Here I have a grid lines. No, I'll uncheck this. If I uncheck the legend won't be seen. If you want, you can have it. If you click on this, you will have more options. Where do you want to keep your legend? Left side, bottom, okay, wherever you want. I'll uncheck this as well. See, my chart is ready. Next, there is one more formatting area, that is whenever you right click on these bars and click on format data series, you will get a series overlap and gap width. So if you decrease the series overlap, right? So, oops, if you decrease the gap width, right? Now see, the gap is going to get increased. Okay. So that the bar looks much stronger. Now, if you want to change the bar color, no, you go to the format. So here only few options are important. That is shape outline and shape fill. Now go to the shape fill and change the color whichever you want. Okay, just to make it more clearly visible, I'll make it this color. See, my chart is ready. Okay, this way you can create a simple bar graph. Now, on the same line, I can take the same data, I can create a column chart. So these are months, these are actuals numbers. Okay, let's consider this as actual number. Select the data, go to insert. Now, if you go to this bar chart, here you have a column chart. You can create like this. See, right now it is showing actuals. I'm going to say actuals by month. So I'm going to say actuals by month. Select the data, go to home, and format it the way you want. Okay, make it italicized, bold, it's up to you. Okay, once you select the chart, you will get this plus sign. What all you want, you can enable. I don't want grid lines, I want data labels. Okay, not data tables, I'm sorry, data labels. You see, I got my labels done. Okay, if I want bar size to be increased, right click on this data series and increase the gap width. Okay, not this much. Okay, something like that. If I want the bar color to be changed, just to give a click once, go to shape fill and choose the color whichever you want. As simple as that. Clear, guys? How do we just insert a chart and apply some formatting? Okay. On the same lines, you can also create a dual axis chart as well. What is a dual axis chart? So basically dual axis chart are also combination of charts are one and the same. So basically you can show two measures on one single axis. Here you see I'm showing the actuals and budget. Okay, actuals and budgets for each of the products here or subcategories here. So what you have to do, what it is answering here. See, if you see here, paper, paper sales. If you take paper has made a sales of 613, but let's consider this as a target for example. Okay, its target is 904, but it has performed only 613. So it did not meet the target. But if you look at the binders target is 508. However, it performed very well than its target. So here you can see this bar has crossed the line. This way we can give a visual to the end user and they can see what are the categories, what are the products or subcategories which perform beyond the target or below the target. So here you see I have added the legend at the bottom. So how do we set up this chart? So in order to set up this chart, first you select the data. Okay, go to insert. Even if you click on the recommended charts, okay, it will help you to create that chart. But let's go to this bar charts and make it side by side bar chart. So where is our side by side bar chart? If you see here, here we have clustered column chart. You create this chart. Okay, here I'm gonna first update the title, sales versus targets. Done. Okay, I'll slightly decrease the font size as per my requirements. Next, I don't want these lines. Remove the lines. Done. Okay, what else can be done here? Okay, now I want my sales. Where is my sales? That is actuals. Okay, actuals is in the blue color. Now I wanted to change its color. You select it. If you double click, only one bar is going to select it. So give only one single click. Okay, go to format under shape fill. Choose, like if you want more colors, you can absolutely choose whatever the color that you want. Okay, I have selected this kind of a blue. Next, how do you convert this to a dual axis chart? So right, okay, this is plot area, guys. Okay, this is a plot area. Right click over here. If you right click over here, you will see different options. If you right click only in this box, you will have these options. So click on change chart type. Once you click on the change chart type, do you see something called a combo? At the very bottom, you see something called a combo. If you click on the combo, you can see actual chart as clustered. Target automatically has selected line. If it is not selected, you can select it as a line and click on secondary axis. Okay. Whenever you click on the secondary axis, another axis is going to be removed, but uncheck this. Now click on OK. See, instead of side by side bar chart, it is showing a nice dual axis chart. Now let's right click on this and add data labels. Okay. Now what are the subcategories performed above the target? If you see binders, bookcase is almost right, but it couldn't meet that. but you see machines and even appliances also perform very well. This way you can do it. Now if you right click on this legend, format legend, see you got these options. You can show it on the top, okay, left, right, or even top right, up to you. I'll just make it at the bottom. It looks good. So this way you can even format it. Next one, we will set up this kind of a pie chart. What is pie chart and when do we create a pie chart? So pie charts basically useful. Pie charts are useful for part 2 whole analysis. Okay, pie charts are useful for part 2 whole analysis. Meaning that, for example, these are like my salespersons. Okay, salespersons, they made sales this. So if I calculate the total sales, I got this. So over the phone, I got to know, okay, this week we got a sales around 3,000. I wanted to know how much each of these salespersons have contributed to the overall value. If I consider this as 100%, how much each of them have contributed? To know that, you need to create a pie chart. But go with the pie chart only when there are 4 or 5 members, 4 or 5 members. Okay, not more than that, because pie chart not more than that. Now you select the data, go to insert and click on this pie and you can insert a pie chart. You see your pie chart is ready. Now I'll just move this legend to the right side, format legend. I'll just move it on the right. Here I can right click and I can add a data labels. Okay, along with the data label, see once the data label selected, how do you select it? Click on this numbers, right click on it and you can format data label. See, right now it is showing only number, but what blue color slice indicates, blue color slice is related to the Santosh. Yes or no? If you see here, this is blue color. This is blue color and this belongs to Santosh. Every time I need to check like this. But instead of that, if I add category name, see, I got my category names also. Now, how much each person have contributed, I can see. But again, I'll just select the labels and right click and format data labels. You see something called percentage. If I click on that as well, see, Ranjit has contributed only 13%. Naga has contributed 24. You see, this is going in a sorting order, descending sorting order. Highest person, second highest, third highest, and fourth highest. So this is called part 2 whole analysis. Okay, sales percentage by each employee. Okay, something like that. I would like to do it. Make sense? So this way you can create a part 2 whole analysis. Same thing you can also create using this donut chart. So what is this donut chart? I'll tell you. Okay. So same people, let's select the data, go to insert. Donut chart is like an advanced chart. Okay. Looks wise, it looks little better. See, this is a donut chart. Now again, I can right click on this. You see, I can add data labels. Okay, I can select the data labels, right click and format data labels. See, same options you'll get. I'll select percentage, I'll select category name also. Okay, now I want this circle size to be increased. So right click and say format data series. Here I'll say donut hole size. I'll slightly decrease it so that, okay, automatically this becomes little bigger. I can select these labels, move it a little outer side so that my chart looks good. See, now I'll move this legend to the right side, format legend, right. See my chart. If I want, I can also slightly move it like this. See, done. This way I can easily create my donut chart also. Just you select the data and ensure that you're selecting the proper data set and choosing the chart. That's it. Same way, you can also create a line chart as well. For example, here I'll just select this data. I'll paste it over here. Or else you have a monthly wise sales. Let me type January here, soups, Jan, and I'll just send this down for few months. Okay, August, I'll type 650, 450. Okay, I can select this data. I'll just go to the insert. I'll go to the line charts and select any one line chart. See, line chart has been created. Okay, that easy it is. Now you can also make it a little bit better. Okay, you can have some borders. Okay, all of that can be formatted from here. You can take a solid line. If you want line color to be changed, you can always go to format Okay, here you see shape fill. From here you can, shape outline you go and choose whatever the color that you want. So this is outline you will get. Okay. So this way you can even create it. And yeah, this is a simple line chart. Okay, now you can also create, we have learned about index and match functions, right? So end user might ask like this, Santosh, okay, let's say, what if you need to create a chart on this? So creating a chart on this huge data, does it make sense? No, right? So what end user is asking, you just give me a drop down wherein if I just select the month, you see, I'm getting only the chart for January numbers. How do we set it up? Okay. You understood the requirement? If I select only June, you see, I got the chart for only June. This kind of automatic setup I want. How do we do it? Okay. Let's deal with that now. So in order to do that, first what you should have, okay, you should have a drop down. Okay, you should have a drop down. So first let's select the drop down. Okay, select a month. I'm typing a word here. I need to provide all the months now. Okay, so what am I going to do? First I'll make the selection like this. I mean, I just wanted to have a month name over here, and this I want it in a center aligned. Okay, something like this. Here, I need to have a drop down list. So using which concept I am going to have a drop down list? So go to data, click on this data validation, click on data validation. You select a list from here. In the source tab, you just add, if you want, you can also, if you have time, you can type Jan, Feb, March, April, something like that. If you don't have a time, what you have to do, already there are values now. I'm gonna select something like this. Okay, I am gonna select something like this and click on OK. See, within this drop down, I have my months. What next to be done? Next, I would like to bring these products over here, and I need to get the sales based upon this month. So if I do VLOOKUP, will I get the numbers? Yes, absolutely. Okay, lookup values product A, table array is going to be this entire thing, or else you can even use index and match. Okay, index, where my answer can be anywhere over here. Okay, anywhere over here. Let's lock the range, comma. What is the row number? Okay, uh, here the row number, I can ignore this. For example, column number, I want for February, no, I'm going to use match function. So match of February, find the column number within this, comma 0. That's it. Now see, I got every value, 344, 628, 188. Okay, something like that. Getting it. If I change it to March, you see 2922, 760, you should get that. You see, you are getting it. What is the next task? Select this data, go to insert, you choose whatever the chart that you want. You see, I got my chart created here. Okay, now I'll delete this. Now look at it. I'm just right clicking on it, adding the data labels. This is good. Now if I change from March to January, see, my chart is getting updated. But now here, one more thing I would like to show you. Since I'm showing the labels over here, I don't need to show this axis over here. So select it and delete from the keyboard. Okay. And what else? I'll just make it smaller. I'll just select a December. But here end user, okay, if I just show like this, okay, now end user will select something like March. I wanted to see a title, sales for March. How would we do that? So you come to any one cell, start typing in the double quotation mark, sales for the month of some space, okay, something like this, say space. I'm joining this entire text with the month. Now see, I got a text something like sales for the month of March. Okay, I can also say April. Now what you have to do, you just select the title. Okay, go to the formula box. Once you go to the formula box, okay, click on is equal to and then assign this title. Okay, and hit enter. Now see, you have got the title. Now you can also format this title, okay, the way you want. Okay, now I can make it italicized and I can also make it bold. Now see, the numbers you can see, and even if I change the month here to August, see my title is getting updated. Even bars are also getting updated. I can right click format data series. Okay, a gap width, I'll make it something like this. Okay, I can even make the chart also very smaller so that it looks good and neat. Okay, that's it. If I just change it to again March, I can see the March numbers. Even you have lot of columns, whatever you need to show, you just bring that data using any functions like VLOOKUP, index match, XLOOKUP, and then create a chart only on that amount of data only. Chart title, how did I design? Let's go to view, remove the grid lines. So you first write whatever you want it in the double quotation marks. I would like to say something like sales for the month of, or else sales for the selected month. Okay. Oops. Is equal to sales for the selected month is. Okay. Or else sales for the selected. Yeah. Okay. Sales for the month of, I have selected like this. Okay, double quotation. I have closed the text, random text, and I'm selecting this cell. Now it will become sales for the month, sales for March, all of that. Now to assign, you select the title. Okay, and you go to just say is equal to and select that title wherever it has. Now when I select it, this piece of text is going to get updated. This we call it as a dynamic title. And since it is updating here, it is updating. Why? Because I linked the title to this particular cell. Okay. Now I'll show you how we can create a conditional based charts also. Okay. You see here, it is always highlighting minimum and maximum value. For example, if I just change this number, you see minimum is 320 highlighted in one color, maximum is highlighted in another color. How do we do it? This is straight away not possible. You have to play around with the options. Okay. First of all, you take the data. Okay. You need to print the minimum value here and maximum value here. Okay. But what is the minimum value here? For example, if you just look at it here, the minimum value is going to be 323. So 323 exactly should come into the next cell only, because here if I get a 3, I'll get one more bar over here. I'm going to overlap this bar on top of the existing bar so that it becomes in a different color. We can make it into different color. Look at it. So how do I do that? First, I'm going to write a formula. Minimum of, I'm going to select this entire range. Okay, just to log that range. Now it is going to say minimum value. Now I would like to compare this minimum value with each and every cell. Wherever it is true, then I will ask the minimum value. Look at here, what am I going to do? I'll say, I'll remove this if this cell equal to minimum. I'm asking, is 650 equal to 323? Is it true or false? It's false, no? Okay. Whenever it is true, you give me the minimum value. Otherwise, don't give me anything. Okay. Otherwise, just don't give me anything. I'll just close the bracket. See, I got false. And here I got the number. If I just make it 250, where only I'll get 250. Why? Because I'm comparing this cell is equal to minimum of value. Wherever it is true, it gives the minimum value. But here, remember, it is not supposed to show true and false. So what it is supposed to show? Instead of false, it is supposed to show empty string. So I'm clicking on empty string. Same thing, I'll just copy the same formula, put it over here. But instead of minimum, I'm going to make it maximum. Here also I'm going to make it maximum. You understood the formula. It is easy, right? Just an if condition. Now see, I got the maximum value. Now I'll just select this state, go to insert, and I'll just go to this chart and insert a simple bar chart. Let's clean it up. I'm just gonna remove this and remove this. Okay, done. Now what I have to do? So here, if you see, I need to add these additional two values also. Okay, so how do you add this also as axis, this also as axis? Simply you put your cursor on this corner edge and just click on this chart. This will be shown here. You just put your cursor like this and drag like this. See, you have got another two bars. Now what you have to know, see, for the highest value it has given with one color. Randomly for the lowest value also it has given with this color. You need to change the colors. You just select only this bar. Where do you need to go in order to change the color? Go to format. Okay, go to shape fill. I want a green color. Done. For lowest bar, I want something like a red color. So you can choose the red color. Now you need to bring this bar on top of this bar. To do that, simply right click and say format data series. Here, series overlap is there. No, you make it. Oops. I think you need to make it 100%. Now see, whenever you make it 100%, no, this sits on top of each other. Now look at the magic. I'll just right click and say add data labels. Oops. Right click, add data labels, done. Now you look at here. For example, I'll make it 450. What is the smallest value? 323. That is California. If I make a Texas, where is Texas? Texas to something like 300. You see? My Texas is highlighted. Okay, chart title is not visible now. Go to this and say chart title. Okay, highlighting min and max values. Okay, this way I can also provide a nice header. Getting it? So what all I have done, I just created a formula. Here I have written a step. Okay, so highlight min and maximum values. Okay, add min and max as a separate axis. Just to overlap it to 100%. This way you can create these kind of charts so that it helps end user to read the numbers very easily. Okay. Okay. Now I'll show you a little better chart than this. Okay. Not this one. Okay. I would like to create this kind of a chart. Okay. The one you can see. So here, if you look at here, I would like to show a monthly wise, what this number, okay, current sales. Okay, this is previous year sales. And here I would like to show the growth also as a nice chart like this. Okay, how do we show this chart? Okay, let me explain. First, okay, I should have my current year sales and previous year sales. No, I'm going to take that. Okay, copy and paste it over here. First, copy and paste it as a values. Now, one second, yes. Okay. So once I have it, I'll just create a side by side bar chart. So I'll just go to insert and what chart I need to pick up? This very first chart. Click on this. So here I'm gonna delete the lines first. So first, what is blue color indicating? Current year sales. Okay, blue color indicating current year sales. So for that, what I'm going to do, this one I'll just make it in a gray color. Okay, select the bar, go to format, go to shape fill, and just make it something like a gray color. Okay, next this one I'll just leave it like that, or else I'll just go with light color. Okay, like this I'll keep it. Next one, I should also calculate year over year growth, YOY growth. I would like to say whether sales have been decreased or increased. To do the YOY growth, the formula is current year sales divided by previous year sales minus 1. That gives you the percentage. Okay, current year sales divided by previous year sales minus 1. Now see, I got these numbers. These numbers should be into the percentages. I'll just show it into percentages and keep only one decimal. Okay. Now, here I would like to provide a nice title. So I'll just copy this title and I'll just paste it over here. Okay. A random title I'm giving, basically conditional formatting data labels with colors. So this is good. I'm showing, sales versus like current year sales versus previous year sales. So far we have already created this. I don't want this legend. I'll remove it. Okay, here underneath this only I would like to show this growth. Okay, but if you look at this chart and this chart, what is the difference? This chart has an outline. So you go to format and go to shape outline and say no outline. See, outline is removed. Next, how do you set up this growth? For that, again, you select the month and you select the growth and go to insert. Okay, and go to the charts and again create a bar chart. You see, you got this kind of a bar chart. But now you need to ensure that all the positive bars are in the green color, all the negative bars are in the red color. For that, you'll have to perform certain steps. Okay. The very first step, this chart doesn't have this one axis. So let's remove it. It doesn't have lines. Remove it. If you look at it, doesn't have growth also. Remove it. I mean title also. Remove it. Now you need to make it very smaller. Okay, like this. Next thing, there should be a line, but then there should not be a text this. So select it and right click on it. See, it's all exploration. That's it. You need to explore. Click on format access. If you scroll little down here, you have something like a labels. Here label position, okay, you need to make it to none. Now see, those labels are also gone. Next, what you have to do, go to the fill. Okay, go to the fill. If you see here, a color, I'm just making something like a green color. Hang on. So just right click on the bar and just say format data series. Go to the fill now. Here you see color, it is showing blue color. No, at the moment you make it a green color, it okay. And you see something like if invert if negative. Okay, see, invert if negative has become white color. So what you have to do, go to this drop down and select red color. That's it. Okay, it is done. Next, you need to add a labels. So right click and add data labels. See, we have got the labels. Now, next thing, if you want these labels also to be formatted, you can even do that. For example, I have 121 and minus 230. I'll just select these two numbers, right click and go to format cells. Okay. Here you click on number and just click on custom. Okay. Here already you have something like this. Okay. This number format. So you can just in front of the number format, for positive numbers, you can type a green color, and for negative numbers, you can type red color. Click on OK. See, these two are going to be formatted this way. Same way, what am I going to do? I'll select these numbers, right click, okay, and format cells I'll do. Here I'm going to click on percentage and custom. Okay, this percentage I have. So here I'm just going to open this bracket and type a green. This is positive number. Okay, colon. For negative numbers, I'm going to make it red, red, and 0.0 percentile. That's it. So anything before the first column is a positive number. Anything after the second column is a negative number. Okay, this is 0 point. That's it. Click on OK. See, immediately this has become green color and red color. Next thing I have to do is select the chart, go to format, and chart outline is no outline. See, there are a lot of steps, but then once you start practicing, right, you will get it. Now see, the line is also gone. Now you just move the chart like this. Okay. See, once you have like this, you select both the charts, right click. Okay, maybe you see this line. I have to move this chart a little bit left. Okay, now I can select both the charts. Okay, right click on this and make it a group. That's it. Now, if I selected this, oops. Now, if I just select this chart, this will become like a one chart. Okay, so even you can move this chart a little bit upper also. Okay, so here you see Jan and Feb sales have been increased. Okay, sorry, like current year and previous year within January sales are increased. Okay, here sales are decreased comparing to the last year. See, last year is 7520, current year is 3456. This way, you can make a more interactive charts also. But first time it might be too much of information, but when you deal step by step, okay, first I have created a calculation, then I have applied the formatting. This is simple side by side bar chart. I have removed the grid lines. Next, here you have removed the text and just join both the charts. That's it. Okay, easy. Okay, the last chart that I would like to show you here is charts with the tables. Already we have seen the advantage with the tables, right? Okay, let's say this is a simple data. Now, if I just insert a chart, any chart that you insert, see, I got my chart here. I'll just add data labels. Now I have a question. If I add July, will I get the July automatically in the chart? No, right? Why? Because, okay, see, if I add any number, it won't come. Okay, because when I select the chart, you see whatever the amount of data that I provided during the chart creation, it keeps only that selection. It won't think about the new entries. So to avoid this problem, you should make it as a table. So select the data, go to insert and click on a table. Okay, once the table is created, you insert a chart. Insert the same chart. Now see, I am going to say remove this and remove this. Okay, decrease the size. Okay, now see July, right? Now, as soon as I add August, now August is part of the table. Here you can see it is part of the table. And if I enter the number, I'll get August. See, this is another advantage with respect to the tables. So creating charts on the tables will make the chart completely dynamic. Okay, let's get back to the topics, guys. So guys, we are trying to understand what is sorting. Why do we need the sorting in the real time? Okay, we still have 1 hour, so I would like to make a use this 1 hour for three important concepts. So in the real time, whenever we get a data, right, so we do analysis. Okay, when it comes to the analysis, it can be anything: reading the data, taking the only data by applying the filters, okay, whatever we want for our analysis. Okay, so sorting helps in many places. Now we will see what is the sorting. Okay, the sorting is nothing but changing the order of the data. Okay, maybe like ascending to descending. See, numbers will have like ascending to descending. Dates will have like oldest to newest. Text will have like A to Z, something like that. You will also have some surprises, like how do you do the multi sort. Okay, first, okay, let's understand the basics. Here you see, first of all, in order to sort, you should have a drop down here. Drop down here means not a data validation, a toggle. To enable the toggle, you can use these shortcuts. Okay, this is the first shortcut. This is the second shortcut. So, or else you go to the data and apply filter button. Okay, you see the filter button over here. You can enable the filter button. Once the filter button is enabled, here you see, if I take the salary is a number, no? Now I would like to see who is the employee has the highest salary. To do that, what I can do, I can just go to this drop down. Here in this filter context, it is going to show you all the values like minimum to maximum. Okay, 97,000 is the highest salary, but I want that record to be on the top. So what I can do, I'll just select this column and say largest to smallest. When I say that, you see, I can see Ranjit is the guy who is having the highest salary. Rashmika is the lady who is having the second highest salary. So like that, you can sort it. Now, once you sort it, you can observe a descending sorting icon. See, this is descending sorting. This is ascending sorting. Yes. Okay. Now, if you wanted to sort it in ascending order, where you wanted to see the lowest, you can make it smallest to largest. So Pradeep is the guy who is having the lowest salary. Okay. This is one thing. When it comes to the names, I want to see all the employees who are starting with A, B, C, D, something like that. So you go here, you see names will have A to Z or Z to A. I'll say A to Z. See, Ambika, Arjun, Arun, next to Divya, K, N, N, P, something like that. You can also make it Z also. Okay, Z to A. That way you can also sort it. Okay, when it comes to the dates, you see dates will have something like a oldest to newest or newest to oldest. I want the most recent date. Okay, these two are the people maybe who joined the organization very recently. Okay, these are the two people who are having the second highest date. Something like that you can sort. This is self-explanatory. The moment you go, you can see the data. I want to put it in my original format, so I'll use serial number and make it smallest to largest. Say this is my original sort order. Okay. Same way, you can also, let's say you are analyzing this data. Okay, somehow you have highlighted these employees. Maybe some employees have been highlighted in mustard yellow, that is this color. Some employees have been highlighted yellow color. Some employees have been highlighted in green color. Maybe you have your own analysis based on that, you have highlighted them. Now your requirement is how do you highlight it? It's up to you. Okay, maybe your manager told that, okay, people who are in yellow color, Rashmika, Kirti, Raju, Ramesh, they should be deleted from this list. So you got those names in a email or in a messenger. So you have highlighted them. So based on certain scenario, you have highlighted it. I'm okay with that. But now what is next step? Whoever highlighted in certain colors, I want all of them to be on the top. But if you go here, A to Z, Z to A. But you see the next one, sort by color. So which color you want on the top? Let's say if I say yellow, you see I got yellow. But after yellow, I would like to see something like green. When I click on green, I'm getting, oops, I filtered. If I just say sort by green, see I'm getting green on the top. Okay, I'm getting sorry, sort by color green. I'm getting green on the top. Okay, underneath, maybe if I want this color, I cannot get it. What if I want first green? Okay, in the same order, mustard yellow, yellow and green color. This is where you need to go ahead and do the custom sorting. So go to this drop down and you see sort by these three colors. You can choose any one color, but instead of that, if you just go to the custom sort, you see, you will get this custom sort option. Select the level on which column you wanted to apply the sort. Name column. Do you want the sorting by cell value, cell color or a font color? I want cell color. Which color you want? You come here, you say I want first a mustard yellow. You select that. Copy the level. Same will be copied, like name, cell, color, everything will be auto selected. I'll just make it yellow. If you want to don't use copy color, you can add another level. Select everything from scratch. Name, cell color. Here you make it green color. Now, first it will choose these three colors in the top and next it follows A to Z. See, I got all the colors and then it has provided all the rest of the names. Make sense? Okay, this way you can use a custom sort to make your own colors on the top. Now, whenever you share this to the end users, maybe your boss is the one who can take a decision. Maybe he can read the numbers. He takes the decision to delete or keep. Your task is to just to provide the colors and keep them on the top. If you don't know the sorting, you have to cut every line, put it on the top and another line underneath that and cut another line and put it another under another line. Like that, you need to do the manual thing. But here you don't have to bother about it. Okay, great. Now I'll show you how do you do the multi-column sort, meaning that, for example, state I wanted to see A to Z order. So here I'll just say A to Z. See, Andhra Pradesh I'll come first, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Telangana. I'll come here and again I'll say A to Z. Now what will happen within Andhra Pradesh? All colonies, all cities that starts with ABC will come. You see, Telangana. If you take Telangana, see, Telangana, first Ashok Nagar and Balanagar. Okay. Is it working like that? No. If you look at here, Karnataka is over here and over here. So if you look at here, where do you have the sorting icon? Only here. So in this, sorting is applied only on the city, not on the state anymore. But I don't want like this. Okay, within Andhra Pradesh, I want all the cities to be in A to B, A to Z. Within Karnataka, A to Z. To do that, what you have to do, click on the sort button again. Okay, so or else you just apply a filter, go to this option, go to sort by color and click on custom sort. This is one way to add this, or else just click on the sort button, or else go to the home. Here you see sort and filter, click on custom sort. Okay, the very first one I want state. So select the state, cell values I want A to Z. Add another level followed by city, values A to Z. Click on OK. Now see, Andhra Pradesh, within Andhra Pradesh, do you see all the cities are in A to Z? Okay, if you take Karnataka, you see in Karnataka also everything is A to Z. Now, if you closely look at the sorting, look at here, both state and city have the sorting icons. Okay, next I want my own sorting. Okay, meaning that let's say here I have a lot of cities, guys. Okay, how many cities I have? Let's say if I go here, I have lot of cities. I always want, for example, Kadapa, Kurnool and Nellore, these three to be on the top. Okay, to do that, first you should have your own custom list. Do you remember in the initial very first session I discussed about how do you add the custom list? So go to the file option. Once you go to the file option, go to the options here and go to the advanced. Under advanced, if you scroll all the way down, there is something called edit custom list. Whenever you click on edit custom list, here you can add your own list. Let's say first I want Kadapa. Okay, and then okay, comma, I'll come here and I'll say Kurnool, comma, Nellore. Is that the right spelling? Okay, right. Then I'll add it. See, I have this. I'll click on OK. Since I added it over here, now I'll go here and go to sort by color, custom sort. Now what am I going to do? I'll select my city. Cell value is not A to Z. Here you see custom list option also showing over here. So your attention should be on the custom list. Whenever you click on the custom list, see whatever you have added it over there, it is showing all of that. Now I want based upon this order. Okay, click on OK. Now see Kadapa, Kurnool and Nellore selected. Click on OK. See, first it shows Kadapa, Kurnool, Nellore, then it follows A to Z order like that. Make sense? Okay. Here I have given the how to add the custom list. You can just follow this. Then the last option is even you can right click and sort. See, if I right click, I am removing the toggles. If you simply right click anywhere over here and just to go to sort option, see sort largest to smallest. That's it. I want this color. Here I have a background color. So go to sort. You see cell color. Cell color means background color. Font color means text color. So cell color on the top. Wherever I have yellow cells, those will be on the top. This is font color now. I can simply right click, sort, select, put selected font color on the top. So all this will be sorted. Now, if you go to this custom sort and click on it, see, this is what it is doing to. See, city font color automatic, it is keeping on the top. If you just say bottom and apply, that will go again at the bottom. As simple as that. Now we will take a look at the filtering concept. Filtering is also very easy like sorting. It is much easier than sorting. Okay. All right. So see, same like a number sorting, date sorting, okay, text sorting. You will have like text filters, number filters. There is a shortcut to apply the filters. Even you will have a date filters, right click filters, and some advanced filters also. See here, I have a simple employee master data. So what is the shortcut to apply filter? Control Shift L works, or else you press first Alt D and then F and then F. This is Alt DFF is the older version, but still Microsoft Excel has kept the older version shortcuts also as it is. Okay. Now see here. Now if you whenever you apply a filter, and filter can also be applied from this data tab, go to data and click on a filter. Now, if you just go to this drop down, see here you can also search any name. For example, I would like to search something like a Kirti. Okay, you can select a Kirti type like this. See all the words that contains Kirti will be selected. Click on OK. Those two will be selected. Whenever you see some numbers hidden like this and with a blue color, which meaning that the data is filtered out, not hidden. The data is filtered out. Okay. I'm removing the filter by pressing the same shortcut Control Shift L. Now, okay, the text filter. I would like to filter by text. So here, if I can go to the text filter. Okay, just to explain this concept, let's go with the orders data. Here we have huge information. I'll go to this drop down. I would like to go to this text filter. You see, any word that is equal to or else any word that is not equal to, begins with, ends with, contains, doesn't contain. I would like to see all the words that starts with some, let's say Xerox. Now see, I'll get all the products which starts with Xerox. Okay, this way you can apply the text filter, or else any filter or any text that contains something like okay, envelope, and or else any word that contains with the black. See, all the products which contains with the black, I have got it. Let's say any product that is equal to certain word, that also can be done. So apply filter. Okay, Control Shift L. So text filters. Okay, here you see something like equals and you provide the product name. Click on OK. See, that particular product name is going to be filtered. Okay, this is text filter. Let's say number filter. If you go numbers, generally how do you filter? Greater than, less than, equal to, not equal to, right guys? So same way, if you go to here, go to this cell, see here you cannot manually select. So number filters, equal, doesn't equal, greater than, less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to. Let's say I want all the sale values which are greater than 10,000. See, there is not even a single value about 10,000. Let's apply greater than 9,000. No, not 9,000 also. In this case, you can just check once. The highest value is above 6,000. So number filters greater than, you can enter 6,000. You see, you got the data. That's it. Okay. Like that. For example, if you come to the date, here there's a date. No? You will have something like this. See, by default, you will have a year. For example, in 2024, you want to select March. Uncheck everything. Okay. Expand 2024 and select only March. Now see, now that you have selected only 2024 March, that is a manual selection. If you go to the date filters, you see, you want this month, next month, last week, this week, everything you can do it. Okay. You want tomorrow. Now, if I select tomorrow, will I get the data? No, because I have data till 2024 only. So I won't be able to get that. But last year will work here. Okay. This way you can even filter out the data as well. Now, if you go to, again, same right click and filter option is also available. I wanted to filter everything by Tirupati. Example, filter by selected cell value. You see, there is only one Tirupati. Click out. Let's say I have Hyderabad. Let's right click and say filter by selected cell value. See, all Hyderabad's have been selected. This way also I can easily select the data. Okay. Next, we will see advanced filter. So far, we are filtering within the same place only, right? What if I wanted to filter into the new place? Okay, how do we do it? For example, I have this data set. Here, I wanted to filter all the departments which belongs to, okay, for example, sales. So first here, you should have your data like this. That is the first thing. Second thing, your requirement. What is my requirement? Sales department. So department header should be there and also sale value should be there. Now you apply a filter. Go to data and click on a filter. Next to filter, do you see something like advanced? Click on the advanced. The moment you click on the advanced, see, this is the selected range. Do you see dotted line moving around the range? That is selected data. Here you see the criteria range. Remember, criteria range should always have the header. Okay, you select like this. Okay, now if you just say, okay, it will filter in the same data only, but I want it in new location. Click on copy to another location. This copy to is going to get enabled. This is going to get enabled. Click on copy to another location. Remove this. Let's say I want over here. Click on OK. See, you have sales data. Okay, like this you can also do it. Now here you will get one question. Can I copy the data into new sheet? Okay, for example, department I want this and role I want executive. So here I'll type role. Oops. Role I'll take executive I want. Okay, let's keep it like this. I'll select this data, click on advanced. This is my range. Criteria range is going to be this. So department and role. So when it is handy condition, this should be on the right hand side. That is the reason role I have added it right to the department. Copy to. Okay, I'll just say copy to another location and remove this. Remove this. Now if I just go to another sheet and click over here and just say okay, see, it cannot copy in the new sheet. So copying to another sheet is not possible. So how do you make it possible? You have to do it in the reverse direction, meaning that go to the sheet where you want to paste the data. Okay, go to the sheet where you want to paste the data. Okay, and click on advanced. So list range is where, okay, list range, you go to this sheet and select this entire data set. This is your list range. Okay, criteria range, you have to again go to this sheet and select this. This is your criteria range. Now when it copying, you just select the current sheet, click on OK. Now see, within the current sheet you have your copied data. Okay, so just you need to select the list range and paste it wherever you want. That's it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll get to learn data analytics from industry experts and IIT faculty in depth. You'll learn tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, Python, and K9. This data analytics course is praised by our learners, and their user testimonials are available on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. you can check them out. The link is available in the description below. So if you are really interested in learning data analytics, this is your opportunity. Click on that apply now button right away and get started in your data analytics career journey.